Chapter 338. In the following days, no one from the Medicine Emperor courtyard left their rooms. The medicinal pill market was completely dominated by the Pill Emperor Hall. Not only for the healing pill market, the recovery pill market was also under the Pill Emperor Hall's control. Hence, in the first round of the competition, the Pill Emperor Hall won with an absolute advantage. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Everyone was excited because the second round of the competition was about to begin. This time, it was a competition between the younger generation of the various alchemy powers. Young disciples represented the potential of the future. No one would look down on this point. Hence, the participating alchemy powers placed great importance on the second round. Pill Emperor Hall. Many alchemy grandmasters were gathered together. In front of them, there were several young disciples. These were the disciples who were going to participate in the second round. Among them, there were Lin Xian and Wu Xiaoyu. Other than Lin Xian, there were also several second-grade alchemists. In Xia country, this level of strength could be considered a peak existence among the younger generation. However, there were even more terrifying existences here. It's said that someone from the Medicine Emperor courtyard broke through to the third-grade alchemist realm. Furthermore, he has the help of a spirit-grade pill furnace. You all have to give it your all. Yes, the disciples replied, their faces filled with excitement, after which DK looked at Lin Xian. Little friend Lin, the Sky Hill country likes to use pill furnaces to concoct pills. This can increase the efficiency. I've prepared one for you. Do you need it? Oh, there's no need. Lin Xian smiled. I've already resolved these matters a few days ago, so I've already prepared one. After speaking, Lin Xian smiled and touched his storage ring. He did indeed have a pill furnace, and it was self-made. The inscriptions inside were all carved under the guidance of the Wine Lord. Lin Xian believed that this pill furnace wouldn't lose to the Scarlet Dawn spiritual stove. All right, let's go to the Wind Moon Plaza. The second round was still held at the Wind Moon Plaza. That place could accommodate tens of thousands of people. It was definitely the best location for the competition. Today's Wind Moon Plaza was somewhat different. There were many stone platforms standing tall like stone pillars. There were martial artists all around, waiting for the competition to begin. As Lin Xian and the others walked on the streets, they could feel that the air was filled with a different aura. The entire city seemed to be boiling. Some of the younger disciples beside him had fiery eyes as they clenched their fists tightly. It was no wonder. The Pill King competition was the highest level competition in the field of alchemy in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. To be able to display one's skills in such a competition and have tens of thousands of people cheer for one, just thinking about it made one excited. In the past, many young people had become famous in the Tianshan Kingdom after fighting in this arena. Compared to those disciples, Lin Xian was much calmer. This was not his first time participating in such a competition, and his goal was not to become famous throughout the country. Winning the White Dragon Ascension Pill was his ultimate goal. Along the way, many people looked at them with envious gazes, and there were even many young and beautiful girls throwing flirtatious glances at them by the roadside. This also showed how popular alchemists were. Lin Xian and the others entered the Wind Moon Plaza through the special passage. Instantly, countless martial artists cheered, their voices shaking the heavens. In the first round, the Pill Emperor Hall's performance was too shocking. Not only did they obtain first place, they even dominated the Medicine Emperor Hall. Hearing the cheers, the younger disciples waved their hands excitedly. Wu Xiaoyu even raised his chin proudly. Looking at you, you don't look like a young man. Beside him, Old Man DK looked at the calm Lin Xian and laughed in a low voice. Don't make fun of me. I'm only calm on the surface. Lin Xian modestly replied. The people from the Medicine Emperor Hall are here. He gazed into the distance. Not only him, but everyone also looked at the entrance. Last month, the Medicine Emperor Hall suffered a crushing defeat. Later on, there was even a scandal of their furnace exploding. These things became the butt of everyone's jokes. But even so, when the Medicine Emperor Hall appeared, everyone was still shocked. A group of people wearing green robes, exuding powerful auras, entered the Wind Moon Plaza like a green flood. The one at the front was Song Yunxing, and beside him was the black-robed Elder Blackheart. Behind them were the elders and the younger disciples. Among the younger disciples, there were two who stood out the most. One of them was the daughter of Vice Principal Song, Song Qianqian. She wore a green robe which accentuated her exquisite figure. A confident smile hung on her delicate face. She was like a proud princess, surrounded by a myriad of stars as she entered the plaza. The other person was a short-haired young man. He had a muscular body, and his face was as sharp as a knife. His cold gaze contained a trace of arrogance. This person stood out from the crowd, but his powerful aura made people have no choice but to pay attention to him. When Lin Xian saw the short-haired young man, he narrowed his eyes. Relying on his powerful soul force, he could sense the strength of the short-haired young man. What a powerful soul force! Is this a third-grade alchemist from the Medicine Emperor Hall? Lin Xian felt a trace of anticipation in his heart. In the crowd, the short-haired young man seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's gaze and abruptly turned his head. His hawk-like gaze was incomparably sharp, piercing through the void. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lin Xian. What a sharp perception! Lin Xian was astonished, and his evaluation of the short-haired young man rose by a few notches. Sensing Lin Xian's cultivation and soul force, the short-haired young man coldly snorted and retracted his gaze. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too weak and wasn't worthy to be his opponent. Not only Lin Xian, but the short-haired young man, Duan Fei, also felt that among the younger generation present, no one was worthy to be his opponent. With great confidence, he slowly walked into the plaza. After the Medicine's sovereign courtyard entered the venue, the other pill concoction powers also entered the venue one after another. Lin Xian estimated that there were over 500 young disciples participating in the competition. No one of these people are so excited. 500 people refining together. This scene is indeed spectacular. Lin Xian thought. After the participants arrived, a few more people entered the plaza. These people wore silver robes with golden patterns embroidered on their chests. Their bodies emitted a powerful soul force. Inscription Union. Lin Xian was no stranger to this name. Not only Lin Xian, but everyone else was also familiar with the Inscription Union, especially those alchemy factions. All of them respectfully greeted the Inscription Union. Even the Pill Emperor Hall was no exception. In the end, the Pill King tournament was organized by the Inscription Union. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to the others. His gaze landed on an old man. That old man was very ordinary, like an ordinary old man. If he took off his silver robes, no one would pay attention to him. However, Lin Xian was abnormally surprised, because on the old man's chest, there were 5 golden patterns, forming the shape of a pill furnace. 5th grade inscription master. Lin Xian was surprised. This was the first time he saw a 5th grade inscription master. One had to know that even Old Man DK and Song Yunxing were only 4th grade inscription masters. Chapter 339. Even Old Man DK and Song Yunxing were filled with reverence when they looked at the old man. Elder Blackheart, who was beside Song Yunxing, stared at the 5th grade alchemist with flickering eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Little friend Lin. That person is the president of the Inscription Union of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. He is the top alchemist in the Heavenly Mountain Empire and the only 5th grade alchemist. Old Man DK's voice was filled with envy. One could tell that he had a strong desire to become a 5th grade alchemist. The seats of the Pill Emperor Hall and the Medicine Emperor Hall were close to each other. The smell of gunpowder in the air was thick. Little girl song, I heard that you guys have been in closed-door seclusion for half a month. Your strength must have increased by a lot, right? Wu Xiaoyu coldly laughed. I hope your furnaces won't explode when the time comes. If not, it would be so embarrassing in front of so many people. Song Qianqian was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. Wu Xiaoyu stared at her with wide eyes. Don't be too complacent. You guys will definitely lose for the second round. Song Qianqian gritted her teeth. She directly ignored Wu Xiaoyu. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she stared fixedly at Lin Xian. I'm glad that I didn't kill you back then. If not, there wouldn't be so many problems. However, I'll let you know how powerful I am today. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I'll accompany you anytime. So, you guys are the participating disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall. How pitifully weak. A voice filled with disdain drifted over, completely not placing Lin Xian and the rest in his eyes. What did you say? Say it again. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall were enraged. They were all heaven's chosen. How could they tolerate being looked down on? However, when they saw the person who spoke, they all lost their imposing manner, because the person who spoke was none other than the short-haired young man. He was also the only third-grade alchemist in the younger generation. Facing such a character, the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall felt a sense of inferiority. It wasn't that they didn't have talent, but rather, the other party was too monstrous. The short-haired young man, Duan Fei, looked down on the crowd. You are Lin Xian, a second-grade alchemist. Your strength is only SOSO. How disappointing. Strength isn't something that can be judged through observation, but through competition. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Is a third-grade alchemy inscription master that amazing? In my opinion, you're just SOL. You dare to speak to me like that? Duan Fei's tone was stern and carried a hint of killing intent. You're really courting death. Song Qianqian sneered. You actually said that a third-grade alchemy inscription master is useless? Don't you know the rules? As long as senior brother Duan takes out his grade 3 medicinal pill, you'll lose for sure. Junior sister Song, let's go. When the time comes, we can just enjoy their tears of defeat. The group of people left arrogantly. Those from the Medicine Emperor Hall felt extremely sullen in their hearts after losing the first round. This time around, they had to bring out their full strength and trample the Pill Emperor Hall beneath their feet. Seeing the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall and Medicine Emperor Hall throwing out such harsh words, the spectators in the surroundings all cheered in unison. They were just here to watch the show and didn't mind if things got out of hand. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the crowd was engaged in a heated discussion, the crisp sound of a bell rang, reverberating throughout the Wind Moon Plaza. Instantly, the lively crowd quieted down. Countless gazes landed on the high platform in front of them, where an old figure stood. In the name of the president of the Inscription Union, I hereby announce that the 13th Pill King tournament will now begin, President Meng Chuan announced in a clear voice. His voice was like the waves of the sea, spreading in all directions. The crowd below erupted into earth-shattering cheers, scattering the clouds in the sky. President Meng Chuan's voice reverberated. Participants, please return to your seats. As his voice faded, hundreds of figures soared into the air, flying towards the black stone platform. Song Qianqian was clad in a green robe. Spiritual energy surged beneath her feet, forming a cloud that carried her towards the stone platform. So beautiful. She's simply a goddess descending to the mortal world. She's so young, but she's actually a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. The Medicine Emperor Hall is really something. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in admiration. The short-haired youth, Duan Fei, also flew with his hands behind his back. His movements were elegant and unrestrained, causing many female cultivators below to scream. "What are you pretending for? This young master knows how to do it too." Wu Xiaoyu's face was filled with arrogance. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian and said disdainfully, "You better think of a better posture. Don't throw the face of the Pill Emperor Hall." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot through the air like an arrow. These people were actually all harmonious spirit realm cultivators. Although Wu Xiaoyu's cultivation was somewhat exaggerated, he was still able to fly. The others didn't have such elegant movements. They weren't harmonious spirit realm cultivators, so they could only use their exquisite movement techniques to get on the platform. After these people went up, the surrounding cultivators all looked at Lin Xian. They wouldn't forget that Lin Xian had defeated the Medicine Emperor Hall with his new pills in the exhibition. He's actually not a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. How is he going to get up there? I don't know. He definitely can't fly up there. He should use his movement technique, but if he does, he'll be much weaker than Song Qianqian and the others. Lin Xian rubbed his nose. This was an alchemy competition. They should be competing on the quality of the pills. Why did they have to show off their movement technique? Could it be that having a good movement technique would give them extra points? Lin Xian didn't understand, but since they wanted to show off, he would show them. On the stone platform, Duan Fei, Song Qianqian, and the others looked down at Lin Xian as if they were watching a show. On the platform, the alchemy masters were also waiting for Lin Xian to get on the stage. Song Yunqing and the others sneered. They couldn't wait for Lin Xian to fail. Under the crowd's anticipation, Lin Xian took a step forward. He walked up step by step as if he was climbing a staircase. What the hell? Does he really think he's a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? He'll fall to his death if this continues. Duan Fei looked down and sneered. He's really an idiot. But then, his pupils shrunk and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Not only him, the surrounding cultivators all opened their mouths wide, as if they had seen something horrifying. In the air, Lin Xian walked up step by step. His feet stepped on the air, and the shadow of a silver dragon emerged. Stepping on the air? Impossible! He's not a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. How did he do it? Is he hiding his strengths? The crowd guessed, but they didn't sense any spirit energy fluctuation. While the crowd was puzzled, President Meng Chuan smiled. "Little guy, what a pure soul force. Old Monster Han, where did you find such a young man?" As soon as President Meng Chuan spoke, the surrounding alchemy masters suddenly understood. They quickly sensed the changes in the sky. This is soul force. He actually used his soul force to make a staircase. The elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. This method was too terrifying. Not only did it require a strong soul force, it also required precise control. If there was a slight mistake, he would fall. Song Yunqing and the others' faces were gloomy. They stared at Lin Xian with hatred. This kid, how can he have such a pure soul force? Don't be afraid. Although he's powerful, he still hasn't broken through to the 3rd grade. He's still lacking compared to Duan Fei. Chapter 340. Lin Xian used his soul power to create a staircase and walked through the air. This scene shocked many people. After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into cheers that spread out in all directions like waves. Humph! Deliberately mystifying things. Duan Fei's face was cold. He was disdainful of Lin Xian's performance. As long as he wanted to, he could do 100 times better than Lin Xian. Song Qianqian's face also turned cold. She wanted to slap Lin Xian and make him fall to the ground. Lin Xian calmly walked to the stone platform as if he was climbing a staircase to heaven. He slowly sat down and carefully looked at the items on the platform. There were 3 sets of ingredients and a pill formula written on paper. This pill formula required the alchemist to grasp the key details. It was much more difficult. It's about the same as I expected. 3 chances should be enough. Lin Xian put down the pill formula. In the distance, Duan Fei sneered. No matter how you show off your movement technique, you are still trash on the platform. I will let you know what a third-grade alchemist is. As a third-grade alchemist, he was confident. In his opinion, defeating Lin Xian was easy and winning was also easy. At this moment, a crisp sound came from the square. A faint light appeared in front of the 500 stone platforms. If one looked carefully, they would see that it was a round bead. In the first round, you have 3 chances. If you can refine a pill within the time limit, you will be able to enter the next round. Now, let's begin. As soon as President Meng Chuan finished speaking, all the participants on the stone platforms began to move. At this moment, all the alchemists on the stone platforms took out their pill furnaces and began to refine pills. Pill furnaces of different colors appeared one after another, stimulating everyone's eyes. Lin Xian held the pill formula and carefully thought about it. He simulated the refining process in his mind. In fact, he had refined pills many times. He would take time to practice every day. Furthermore, he had Wine Lord's guidance. His strength far exceeded his peers. After simulating the process in his mind, Lin Xian confirmed the key details before starting. He did not take out his pill furnace. Instead, he drew inscriptions with his bare hands. Inscriptions appeared in the air, mysterious and profound. The ingredients on the stone platforms flew up and began to disintegrate under the effects of the inscriptions. This phenomenon was very special among the pill furnaces that filled the sky. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Heavens, look, he is not using a pill furnace. He can refine pills without a pill furnace? This is too magical. In Heavenly Mountain Empire, most alchemists used pill furnaces because the inscriptions within the pill furnace could increase the success rate. It was their first time seeing someone refining pills with their bare hands like Lin Xian. The crowd's exclamations made the alchemists on the stone platforms. Many alchemists and alchemists of the alchemists of alchemists, when they saw that Lin Xian was really refining pills with his bare hands, their eyelids twitched wildly. There were even a few people who didn't control their emotions well, causing their souls to go out of control. Rumbling sounds could be heard from within the pill furnace. The alchemy furnace trembled and emitted black smoke. Obviously, the alchemy had failed. Duan Fei also saw Lin Xian's performance from afar. His face was gloomy, and a hint of hatred appeared in his eyes. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just playing to the gallery. He had stolen all the limelight. As a third-grade alchemist, he should have been the most eye-catching person. However, Lin Xian's appearance made him lose the spotlight. Damn you, I will teach you a lesson. Duan Fei's voice was filled with killing intent. Song Qianqian was also furious. You dare to refine pills with your bare hands? Do you really think you are an alchemy grandmaster? When you fail 3 times, I want to see your crying face. Lin Xian's performance made the disciples of the Medicine Emperor court angry. Even Wu Xiaoyu's expression was ugly. Pretentious. You are pretentious again. Wu Xiaoyu's face was ferocious. I don't believe you will not take out your pill furnace. The elders on the spectator stand were also shocked. Lin Xian's performance had once again exceeded their expectations. Other than DK, everyone else was shocked. Even President Meng Chuan was deep in thought. In fact, even DK was shocked when he saw Lin Xian refining pills with his bare hands for the first time. This guy, he doesn't even know how to hide it in public. DK muttered softly. Song Yunxing and the others trembled when they heard this. Then they looked fiercely at Lin Xian. Their gazes seemed to want to pierce through him. Once Lin Xian started refining, he forgot about everything in the outside world. He threw himself into the alchemy process and used his soul force to sense every detail. Heart blue grass, high temperature extraction. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Flame. Just as he was in a daze, a crack appeared on the inscription in midair. It shattered like glass. Ka! A crisp sound rang out. Although it was soft, it reached everyone's ears. It shattered. It shattered. Lin Xian's inscription has shattered. Ha ha! I knew it. That kid was pretending. Now he screwed up. Wu Xiaoyu laughed maniacally. Humph, flashy but useless trash. Duan Fei said disdainfully. Song Qianqian also looked at him with disdain. At this moment, everyone looked over at Lin Xian. This was especially the case for Song Yunxing and the others. All of them let out gloating expressions. In their opinion, Lin Xian did not have the ability to refine pills with his bare hands. His actions were just to attract everyone's attention. There are 2 more chances, but there's not much time left. Song Yunxing sneered. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to what those people were saying. He looked at the pill formula carefully and pondered. He had already used the inscription pattern to simulate the flame. With his skills, there was no way he would make a mistake. However, the inscription still shattered. That's right. Flame extraction is only to extract the heart blue grass's liquid. I don't have to use flame inscriptions at all. Lin Xian instantly understood. As an inscription master, he faced the situation of failing every day. Even the top alchemy masters could not guarantee a 100% success rate. What they could do was to try their best to increase the success rate. Therefore, the first failure did not affect Lin Xian at all. If he could not even accept this, then how could he talk about reaching the peak of alchemy? Looking around, Lin Xian noticed that the others were refining with all their might. Among them, Duan Fei and Song Qianqian were the fastest. Looking at the fluctuations of the aura, it seemed that they were at the final stage. As expected of a 3rd-grade alchemy master, his ability is not for show, Lin Xian praised. Duan Fei's technique was very practiced. He easily controlled the pill furnace and continuously inscribed inscriptions. As a 3rd-grade alchemy master, this was not difficult for him at all. Song Qianqian was also very relaxed. As Song Yunxing's daughter, she had learned alchemy from Song Yuanqing since she was young. Looking at her technique, she had the demeanor of a master. As expected of the dean's daughter, you have some ability. Chapter 341. Although Lin Xian had only learned alchemy for a short period of time, he had shocking talent. Not only that, he even had a peerless expert like Wine Lord as his teacher. Hence, he wasn't afraid of anyone. With a flick of his finger, Lin Xian drew the inscriptions again. What? He's not using a cauldron? The crowd below was shocked. Humph, he's just courting death by refining pills with his bare hands. Song Yunxing sneered. Even the 3rd hall master frowned. What's this brat doing? Doesn't he know that this is a competition? On the other hand, Old Man DK was very calm. He narrowed his eyes as he sat in his wheelchair looking very calm. No one knew how terrifying Lin Xian was more than him. Hence, he wasn't worried at all. With his first experience, Lin Xian was very familiar with the process. Stalks of herbs were separated and extracted by him. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, extremely pleasing to the eye. The crowd below was dumbfounded. How was this alchemy? This was an art. President Meng Chuan looked at Lin Xian's technique and nodded repeatedly. It doesn't look like the alchemy technique of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. It's a unique style, incomparably exquisite. Time passed bit by bit. During this time, the stone platforms lost their light and became dim. This also meant that the contestants on the stone platforms had used up all 3 chances and could only leave regretfully. Buzz. The air trembled as the fragrance of a pill spread out, becoming thicker and thicker. Everyone looked over and saw Duan Fei slapping his cauldron, causing a round blue pill to fly out. With a wave of his hand, he picked up the pill bottle and quickly placed it into the cauldron. The audience below burst into applause and cheers that shook the heavens. Among them, the Medicine Emperor Hall was the happiest. They were suppressed to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads in the first round. Now, they wanted to vent all their anger in the second round. Isn't your pill, Emperor Hall, powerful? We have a third-grade alchemist. We can crush you to death in minutes. After Duan Fei finished, Song Qianqian also successfully collected her pill. The first two were completed by disciples of the Medicine Emperor Hall. This made the Medicine Emperor Hall extremely happy. After this, more and more contestants completed their alchemy. Many of the Pill Emperor Hall's disciples also completed their alchemy. After all, they were a top force. Although they didn't have a third-grade alchemist, they still had quite a few second-grade alchemists. However, Lin Xian, who had performed amazingly before, was still in the process of refining. Time was running out. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian. Could it be that he was going to retreat after being defeated here? Humph, that's for sure. Do you really think you can concoct pills without using a pill furnace? The disciple from the Medicine Emperor courtyard sneered. Let's see how he's going to deal with this. Duan Fei looked over and sneered. Trash will always be trash. When you need real ability, you'll become so weak that you can't even withstand a single blow. How are you going to compete with us with this level of skill? Song Qianqian scoffed. Even old man DK was a little worried. This kid won't screw it up, right? The time had already entered the countdown, but Lin Xian still hadn't finished. Fuck, hurry up, we're running out of time. A disciple from the Pill Emperor Hall anxiously shouted. However, Lin Xian didn't panic at all. His hands were unusually steady. At the last moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his hands. The liquid in his hands rapidly gathered together, forming a round pill. At this moment, a dazzling blue light shone in the sky. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian placed the pill into a pill bottle. Fuck, that scared me to death. The disciple from the Pill Emperor Hall was sweating profusely. Even the palms of the elders below were sweating. However, Lin Xian still had a confident smile on his face. He didn't panic at all. Your luck is very good, but I'm afraid you won't have such a chance next time. Duan Fei had an arrogant look on his face. Is that so? Luck is also a part of one's strength. Don't you know? Lin Xian smiled. Humph, you only know how to talk. Alchemists don't rely on their mouths to make a living. Song Qianqian snorted. Lin Xian shrugged. He wasn't willing to explain himself to these senseless people. On the spectator's stand, DK and the others heaved a sigh of relief. I can't take it anymore. I'm old. I can't take this kind of stimulation anymore. Song Yunxing snorted. You can laugh after the quality check is over. I don't think a pill refined with bare hands can be any good. Elder Blackheart, beside him, was very confident. In terms of quality, no one could compare to Duan Fei. Everyone fell silent. Duan Fei was a third-grade alchemist. He had an absolute advantage. All right, the pill refining segment is over. Now, participants without any light on the stone platform, please step down. President Meng Chuan said loudly. Immediately, the participating disciples walked down the stone platform dejectedly. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Give me a few more breaths of time, and I'll definitely be able to complete it. That's right. I only have 3 chances. Maybe I'll succeed on the 4th try. These people left with endless resentment. The square suddenly became much emptier. Lin Xian was astonished. He stared at the empty stone platform with shock in his heart. More than 100 people were eliminated. This elimination rate was truly terrifying. Next, we will test the pills. The quality of the pills will also be recorded in your results. Of course, we will also eliminate some useless pills during this process. Now, let's begin the pill testing. After President Meng Chuan finished speaking, a fist-sized groove appeared in the center of the stone platform. By placing the pills inside, the quality of the pills would be tested. Everyone followed his instructions, and placed their pills into the groove. Lin Xian looked curiously at the groove and placed his pills in as well. In the next moment, the stone platforms in the square began to emit different colors. Some of the blue lights were as bright as stars, while others were as bright as fireflies. Different intensities represented different grades. Of course, there were also some stone platforms that completely dimmed. This meant that the pills refined were useless and would also be eliminated. Impossible. How can the pills I refine be useless? There must be a problem with the test. Some participants were unconvinced. What a scam. Not a single key detail was given. How can it be refined? Dozens of participants walked down the stone platform while cursing. 1 or 2 lunatics slammed the stone platform with all their might to vent their dissatisfaction. But even so, it didn't change the fact that they were eliminated. At this moment, a blue pillar of light lit up, illuminating the surroundings. Wow, this blue light is so bright. It's Duan Fei. Do you guys see? He's from our Medicine Emperor Hall. A disciple from the Medicine Emperor Hall exclaimed in excitement. It's actually a high-grade emptiness pill, as expected of a third-grade alchemist. An elder from the inscription Alliance nodded with a smile. Buzz. Another blue light flashed, and the stone platform Song Qianshan was on also glowed. Although this light was slightly weaker than Duan Fei's, it was still at the level of a high-grade emptiness pill. Rays of blue light flashed, revealing the grades of the pills refined by the participants. Other than Duan Fei and Song Qianshan, someone from the Pill Emperor Hall also refined a high-grade pill, but compared to the Medicine Emperor Hall, it was still lacking, not to mention Duan Fei. Even Song Qianshan's pill was brighter than the Pill Emperor Hall's. Is the Pill Emperor Hall going to lose? There's still hope. Lin Xian's pill hasn't been tested yet. Chapter 342. Other than Lin Xian, all the pills concocted by the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall had already been lost to the Medicine Emperor Hall. Hence, Lin Xian became the last hope of the crowd. Humph! Duan Fei's face was cold as he held onto his cauldron, his eyes filled with disdain. As a third-grade alchemist, he didn't place Lin Xian in his eyes at all. How can a pill concocted with his bare hands be better than one concocted with a top-grade cauldron? Song Qianshan sneered. The majority of the crowd didn't have high hopes for Lin Xian. Firstly, it was because Lin Xian was only a second-grade alchemist. It was impossible for him to win against Duan Fei. Secondly, these people didn't believe that Lin Xian could concoct pills with his bare hands. At most, he was just trying to please the crowd. Lin Xian wasn't anxious at all. He calmly waited for the result. It's been so long, there's no movement. Could it be a waste pill? Someone asked. It's very possible. If that's the case, the Pill Emperor Hall is finished. Soon after, this suspicion spread in all directions. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had concocted a waste pill. Those from the Pill Emperor Hall felt their hearts in their mouths. Wung, wung. The stone platform trembled slightly as a faint blue light appeared. It's out, but the light is so weak. A disciple from the Medicine Emperor Hall laughed. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a beam of blue light gushed out, as bright as the sun, illuminating the surroundings. Everyone covered their eyes with their hands as they exclaimed in shock. Heavens, what a dazzling light! Impossible! Didn't he concoct a waste pill? Those from the Medicine Emperor Hall couldn't believe it. Seeing the light, Duan Fei's face sank. His expression was gloomy as he clenched his fists. Spiritual energy surged violently in his body. Damnable fellow, what did he concoct? Duan Fei couldn't understand why the light was so dazzling. Song Qianshan's face was also pale. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. On the viewing platform, President Meng Chuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the blue light in the sky. He took a deep breath and said, Top grade clarity pill. Top grade. Ooh. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they sucked in a breath of cold air. Generally, high-grade medicinal pills were already very good. However, above high-grade medicinal pills, there was a type of peak-grade medicinal pill. This kind of pill could only be refined by very few alchemy grandmasters, and it also required a certain amount of luck. Elder Blackheart's expression was ugly. He had said before the competition that Duan Fei would definitely win. However, he was slapped in the face again. He was about to go crazy. Ever since he met Lin Xian, every word he said could not be fulfilled. He was an alchemy grandmaster. Even Song Yunxing had to be respectful to him. However, he was repeatedly defeated by Lin Xian. This brat is very strange. He seems to specialize in restraining me. The more Elder Blackheart thought about it, the more terrified he became. This kid can't be allowed to live. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. If he allowed Lin Xian to succeed, he would only become more and more unlucky. Song Yunxing, who was standing at the side, trembled slightly. He could feel the terrifying killing intent, and his heart was in turmoil. It seems like Elder Blackheart wants to kill him. That's good. There's no need for a person like Lin Xian to live in this world. The people from the Medicine Emperor courtyard sat there with ugly expressions. However, the Pill Emperor Hall elders beside them were all laughing. Young Master Lin is too naughty. He always makes it so thrilling. Elder Jean laughed. We're old. Our hearts can't withstand such torment. What do you know? This is exciting. The group of elders was in a good mood. Asterisk, 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 luck. It must be asterisk, 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 luck. Duan Fei roared in his heart. I don't believe you can keep being lucky. Humph. It's just luck. It will run out sooner or later. In the next few rounds, I will make you suffer a crushing defeat, Duan Fei said angrily. Is that so? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Good luck will follow me forever. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Hee, old Han, this little fellow is not bad. Meng Chuan laughed. DK nodded. To be honest, I don't know where his bottom line is. However, it doesn't seem difficult to defeat Duan Fei. As the old monsters conversed, another change occurred in the square. A blinding blue light soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. Damn. Another top-notch pill. Everyone was in an uproar. Had they seen a ghost today? 2 top-notch pills had appeared. At that moment, everyone was shocked as they looked towards the source of the light. Even Lin Xian frowned. Before this, he hadn't discovered any experts. The blue light was like the sun, preventing everyone from opening their eyes. Lin Xian used his ocular technique and looked behind him. There was a red-robed alchemist there. He wore a cloak that concealed his entire body. He's actually an alchemist from a small faction? Lin Xian frowned. This person gave him a strange feeling. It reminded him of someone from the Nether Hall. However, if this person belonged to the Black Dragon sect, what was Elder Blackheart's identity? For a moment, Lin Xian frowned. He couldn't figure it out. Originally, he thought that Elder Blackheart was from the Black Dragon sect, but now he had his doubts. Lin Xian wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Everyone else was shocked. A top-notch pill was too shocking. If Lin Xian was able to refine it, everyone would be able to accept it. After all, Lin Xian had made the Medicine Emperor courtyard suffer a great loss a few days ago. But now, an unknown alchemist had actually managed to refine a top-grade pill. This was simply too shocking. Duan Fei's face couldn't be any darker. Before the competition, he disdained to compete with Lin Xian and the others. But now, 2 people had surpassed him in alchemy. Furthermore, neither of them was a third-grade alchemist. This dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. Who is this person? Not only were Lin Xian and the others shocked, but Meng Chuan and the other seniors were also surprised. The elders looked at each other and shook their heads. They didn't recognize the red-robed alchemist. "Which faction is he from?" Meng Chuan asked. The middle-aged man beside him hurriedly flipped through the information and quickly said, "He's a participant from the He family." "He family?" Meng Chuan frowned slightly as he looked at the red-robed alchemist. Sensing everyone's gazes, the red-robed alchemist raised his head. Under the red cloak was a very young and tender face. His long and narrow eyes actually carried a trace of green light. "How is this possible? He's so young." Everyone was alarmed. Lin Xian pursed his lips. "From the looks of it, he's at most 14 or 15 years old. He's just a child. It's impossible for him to refine top-notch pills at such a young age." DK shook his head. If there really was such an alchemy genius, they would have long heard of him. "Check his details," said Meng Chuan in a deep voice. "Found him. He's a 15-year-old participant from the He family. His name is He Nian." He Nian? Many elders in the spectator stands tried their best to recall, but they had never heard of this name. "What do you think?" Meng Chuan asked. "I think I saw his alchemy technique just now." "It doesn't look like a technique from Heavenly Mountain," said an elder beside him. Chapter 343. Even if he's an alchemy inscription master from another country, we should have heard of such a young genius, said Song Yunxing in a deep voice. He was in an extremely bad mood. One Lin Xian was enough to annoy him, but now another genius had appeared. If this continued, they would definitely lose the second round. If they lost the second round, the Medicine Emperor Courtyard would have no chance of becoming the champion. There's no rule against finding helpers in the competition. Everyone knows this. Therefore, even if he's not from Heavenly Mountain, we can't stop him from participating in the competition. Unless what? Seeing Meng Chuan remain silent, the surrounding elders turned anxious. Unless he's over 30 years old. That would violate the competition rules. Over 30 years old? Wu Xiong was stunned. Does Guild Leader Meng suspect that he's faking it? We can't rule out that possibility. After all, he can refine top-notch pills at such a young age. His talent is too terrifying. It wasn't their fault for being surprised. This talent was indeed terrifying. After all, these people were all top masters in Heavenly Mountain Empire. When they were 15 years old, they could only inscribe pill patterns, not to mention alchemy. Even Lin Xian, who was already 18 years old, was no exception. According to the customs of the Lingwu continent, an 18-year-old was an adult. Get him to remove his cloak. Let's investigate him properly, said Song Yunxing in a deep voice. President Meng Chuan shook his head and said to the people beside him, "Where's the He family? Get them to come over." While Meng Chuan and company were discussing, the crowd below was also discussing. They hadn't expected such a change, but they were all excited. A dark horse. 2 dark horses actually appeared at once. This year's competition is too exciting. It seems like this change has shocked the Inscription Union. I originally thought that Lin Xian would be the big winner. I never expected there to be such a change. As everyone was discussing, a middle-aged man in a red robe appeared in the stands. He Ming from the He family greets seniors. "Are you the He family's family head?" asked Meng Chuan in a deep voice. "Yes," He Ming asked cautiously. "May I know why seniors are looking for me?" "Is He Nian, who refined a top-notch pill, a disciple of your He family?" "Yes." He Ming revealed a smug expression. He Nian has been talented in alchemy since he was young. Furthermore, he was taught by an expert before, which is why he was able to refine that kind of pill. An expert? DK was suspicious. Are experts so common nowadays? "Let him take off his cloak," Song Yunxing said. "All right," He Ming replied respectfully. Then he turned to the square and shouted, "He Nian, take off your cloak." Everyone looked over curiously. wanting to see the true face of this young genius. On the stone platform, the red-robed disciple slowly stood up and reached out his fair hand to take off the cloak on his head. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and under the cloak was an abnormally pale face, as if she had never seen the sun for a long time. A pair of dark green eyes, incomparably cold, without a trace of emotion. This Hinyen is actually a young girl? Everyone was stunned. Meng Chuan and the other elders used their soul force to investigate and discovered that it wasn't a disguise. However, the pair of dark green eyes made them feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Lin Xian used his ocular technique and looked up. In the distance, Hinyen seemed to sense Lin Xian's gaze and suddenly turned her head. His dark green eyes actually glowed with a strange light. The corners of her mouth curled up into a cold smile. Such cold eyes. She doesn't look like a young girl at all. Lin Xian was puzzled, but he couldn't find any evidence. It wasn't just Lin Xian. Meng Chuan and company couldn't find any evidence either. What's with her eyes? DK asked. It's a special cultivation technique. After cultivating it, one will become like this. Furthermore, they will become especially cold, He Ming answered. You may leave, Meng Chuan said. Yes. After He Ming left, Meng Chuan and company frowned. It feels very strange. I'm guessing that she's definitely not a young girl. Third Palace Master snorted coldly. But we don't have any evidence. It's useless even if we say it. We might even be criticized for bullying the weak. DK shook his head. We can only continue with the competition, President Meng Chuan said. Then he stood up and said in a clear voice, We discussed it just now. The results of the competition are out. The current leaders are Lin Xian from Pill Emperor Hall and He Nian from He Clan. The third place is Duan Fei from Medicine Emperor Hall. Next, the second round will begin. Everyone, please prepare. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the unknown He Clan would produce a dark horse. Even the Medicine Emperor Hall was defeated. Is the Medicine Emperor Hall going to suffer another tragedy? Many people guessed. On the stone platform, Duan Fei's face was cold. Damn it, where did this brat come from? He can actually refine a top-grade pill. He was going crazy. He couldn't wait for the second round's questions to be extremely difficult. That way, he would be able to use his advantage as a third-grade alchemist. As President Meng Chuan's voice fell, the stone platform changed. The mechanism below delivered new things. This time, there were 2 sets of medicinal ingredients. Beside them was a jade slip. Many people were overjoyed. Jade slips were different from paper. They could record the details of refining pills. With a jade slip, the success rate of refining pills could increase by 40%. Jade slip? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Logically speaking, the questions should be harder and harder. Now that the jade slip was given out, it should be very strange. He picked up the jade slip and used his soul force to scan it. After a while, he smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. The jade slip recorded the recipe of a pill called Vitality Pill. It was very detailed and comprehensive. All the key details were clearly explained. As long as one followed the recipe, the success rate would reach 80%. Could it be that the questions are easy? Just when Lin Xian was doubting, President Meng Chuan spoke again. The rules are the same as the previous round. If you succeed in refining within the time limit, you can enter the next round. After explaining the rules, many participants impatiently began to refine their pills. Reading the jade slip to refine pills, they were all too familiar with this process. Medicinal ingredients were placed into the furnace one by one. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. AI, forget it. Let's refine according to the recipe first. Lin Xian shrugged and began to draw the inscription. In the distance, the young girl, He Nian, once again put on her cloak, covering half of her face. She picked up the jade slip and quickly read through it. The corner of He Nian's mouth curled up into a sneer. The green light in her eyes intensified. Humph, low-level tricks. Is this the standard of the Heavenly Mountain Empire's people? It seems that I will win the second round easily." After saying that, she drew a strange arc with her palm, constantly controlling the furnace. Chapter 344. With the Jade Slip Pill formulas, refining medicinal pills became much simpler. Many participants couldn't wait to start refining pills. They wanted to obtain a good ranking. However, there were some who remained skeptical. They didn't believe that the second round would be so simple, so they read the Jade Slip Pill formula over and over again. However, no matter how they looked at it, there was no problem. It doesn't seem fake. Song Qianqian rested her chin on her hand as she pondered seriously. "Humph, no matter what the problem is, it won't stump me." Duan Fei was full of confidence. In the end, they all chose to start refining pills. Wind Moon Plaza fell silent once again. Everyone waited patiently as they whispered about who would win. In the stands, Meng Chuan and company focused their attention on the red-robed girl named He Nian. They constantly analyzed her every move. Looking at her cauldron control and habit of collecting herbs, it's hard to believe that she's a 15-year-old youth. Her proficiency level is at least a few decades. There must be something wrong with her. These people were all alchemy masters. When they observed a person together, they quickly discovered something amiss. However, this alone wasn't enough to expose her. Meng Chuan sighed. "Although I don't know what her goal is, I don't wish for the second round's victor to be an unknown person. Don't worry, Guild Leader Meng. Lin Xian won't lose," said DK with a smile. "Humph. Duan Fei is a third-grade alchemist. It's even more impossible for him to lose." Song Yunxing snorted coldly. Just as these people were conversing, there was a new change in the plaza. Bam! In the quiet square, a low and deep sound suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up in puzzlement and saw black smoke coming out of a participant's cauldron. "What's going on? What happened?" "It looks like a cauldron explosion." A cauldron explosion? Everyone had strange expressions. However, when they discovered the identity of the disciple, their expressions became even stranger. That seems to be a disciple of the Medicine Sovereign Court. Why did his cauldron explode again? Everyone noticed this, and quite a few people laughed softly. The faces of the people from the Medicine Sovereign Court immediately darkened. Their cauldron explosion had yet to calm down, and now another cauldron explosion happened in public. "Trash! You're really trash." Song Yunxing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He growled in a low voice, "Who can tell me what's going on?" The surrounding elders of the Medicine Sovereign Hall all had extremely heavy expressions on their faces. They were all silent, not knowing how to reply. "Hee, I think the standard of your Medicine Emperor courtyard is really too low. You might as well close your doors." Third Hall Master Wu Xiong mocked mercilessly. The faces of those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard turned red, and they felt like dying. On the stone platform, the disciple whose furnace exploded was also stunned. His eyes were empty as he repeated the words repeatedly. "That's impossible. I'm following the pill recipe. There's no way I'm wrong. How could this be? Ha ha ha." Sure enough, another cauldron explosion. "Wu Xiaoyu gloated. Your Medicine Emperor courtyard really specializes in cauldron explosions." As soon as he finished speaking, another bang was heard, and the sound of a furnace exploding came from the stone platform. Wu Xiaoyu's face was charred black. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his expression became uglier and uglier. "Fuck, what's going on? It's impossible for me to make a mistake. Damn you, it's all your fault. You passed on your bad habit of cauldron explosions to me. Get the hell away from me." Wu Xiaoyu roared madly. The crowd below was also stunned. There was actually someone whose furnace exploded, and the two of them were standing right next to each other. Could it be that cauldron explosions were really contagious? Humph, seems like the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall aren't much. Song Yunxing's expression softened. The one whose furnace exploded seems to be Brother Wu's son, right? I really don't know how Brother Wu teaches his juniors. Song Yunxing finally found a chance to retaliate. The other elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard also mocked and ridiculed. The third hall master was so angry that he was trembling. His hands were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. This is too embarrassing. Little brat, see how I'll deal with you when we return. The third hall master gritted his teeth. Just as the crowd was discussing and mocking, the stone platform changed again. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous sounds rang out, like firecrackers exploding in the air. Almost half of the participants had their furnaces exploding. Everyone was stunned. There's a problem. DK furrowed his brows. If one or two people had their furnaces exploding, it would definitely be because they weren't skilled enough. But if over 100 people made the same mistake, it would be strange. Seems like the second round isn't as simple as we thought. Not far away. Elder Blackheart's eyes flickered. With so many people exploding their furnaces at the same time, it created a loud sound that directly disturbed the other participants. More and more people had failed. And even the air was filled with impatience and uneasiness. Bang! Song Qianqian's furnace trembled, and black smoke rose from it. Failed. She bit her lips, and her face was filled with doubt. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was still holding a stalk of medicinal herb in his hand. He was supposed to put it in at this moment. However, he stopped in his tracks. He knew Song Qianqian's strength. She could be considered one of the top 5 existences here. However, even she had failed. This matter was too strange. Could there be a problem with the pill formula? He immediately thought of the pill formula, because not long ago, he had also created a fake pill formula that caused the Medicine Emperor courtyard's furnace to explode. But there were many kinds of fake pill formulas that could cause a furnace to explode. Lin Xian didn't know which one it was. As expected of the Pill King competition, it can actually deceive everyone. Lin Xian sighed softly in his heart. He could only investigate bit by bit and ensure that he found the problem during the refinement process. Not long after, Shi Taishang's voice sounded again. Duan Fei sat with a gloomy expression. In front of him was a useless pill. Damn it, where did it go wrong? He scratched his head hard and read the pill formula again. The crowd below exclaimed, Duan Fei is one of the 3 alchemists. Even he has failed. Looks like the second round is much more difficult than expected. There are still 5 people left. I wonder if they can succeed in one go. The crowd began to look forward to it. Among the 5 people who were still refining, there was Lin Xian and the red-robed girl, He Nian. The remaining 3 were alchemists from other factions. Because they had refined late, they probably hadn't made a mistake yet. Even so, their foreheads were already covered in sweat. Time passed. Someone began to refine again. But not long after, a low sound came from the sky again. Looking at the shattered pill, the Medicine Emperor courtyard participant wanted to cry, but had no tears. Damn it! What kind of lousy pill formula is this? I clearly refined according to the formula. That disciple's face was filled with unwillingness as he cursed crazily. There were only 2 chances in the second round, so that disciple was eliminated. Seeing his lonely figure walk down the stone stage, the remaining participants felt a chill in their hearts. Chapter 345. The Wind Moon Plaza fell into silence. Every contestant was racking their brains. Those who had the slightest idea did not dare to try again. After all, they only had one chance. If they failed, they could only leave. Just like that, everyone fell into a vicious circle. Sensing the tense atmosphere in the air, Lin Xian became even more careful. He merged the herbs one by one, and the pill slowly took shape. Everyone's eyes were on him. Merge the purple lilac, inky jade grass, and yellow sand fruit. Lin Xian put in the purple lilac. When he picked up the inky jade grass, his body suddenly trembled. That's not right. He seemed to have realized something, and his face became very ugly. The order is wrong. Although the pill recipe said to merge the 3 herbs, it did not say the order. Obviously, the order listed was not the order of merging. This was a detail. Most people would merge according to the order listed, but who would have thought that it was randomly listed and was not the order of merging? A group of old foxes. They are indeed sinister. Lin Xian's face darkened. He now understood, but the order was wrong. Sigh, forget it. There's still one more chance. I should be able to succeed. Lin Xian put in the yellow sand fruit, which immediately caused the pill to tremble. The inscriptions were broken, and the pill refinement failed. The pill that was about to take shape shattered into pieces and fell on the stone platform. He failed again. Even Lin Xian failed. Is the second round really that difficult? Everyone's faces were ugly. Humph. He failed as expected. I didn't even notice the problem. How could he succeed? Duan Fei sneered. When the people from the Medicine Emperor court saw that Lin Xian also failed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were really afraid that Lin Xian would succeed on his first try. It seems that he must have been lucky to succeed in the previous round. Elder Blackheart snorted. Everyone was back to the starting line. It was up to who could find the problem first. Everyone waited. No, there's another person refining. Elder DK's pupils constricted. At that moment, everyone looked at the stone platform. The hundreds of contestants on the platform all stopped refining and were thinking hard. However, in the corner, there was a red-robed figure who was calmly refining. It's her, a disciple of the He family. Everyone was stunned. They realized that He Nian's furnace did not explode. How could this be? Is there no problem with the pill formula? Many people were stunned. Could it be that she has found the problem? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was really the case, then this He Nian was too terrifying. Impossible. That guy definitely hasn't reached the crucial point yet. Duan Fei didn't believe it. It wasn't just Duan Fei who didn't believe it. The alchemy grandmasters in the stands didn't believe it either. Song Yunxing's face darkened. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Old Meng, what's wrong with you? Those little guys are all stumped. DK frowned. If we let this unknown guy win, I'm afraid the consequences won't be good. Right? Sigh. Now I'm sure that person isn't a 15-year-old girl, Meng Chuan said in a deep voice. I hope someone can discover the problem. In the square, looking at the relaxed, red-robed girl. Everyone was very anxious. Humph, a bunch of idiots. You can't even see the problem. The red-robed girl scoffed. Although her voice was very soft, the square was very quiet. Furthermore, everyone's cultivation levels weren't low. Therefore, everyone heard her words very clearly. Damn it, what's with the arrogance? Duan Fei was furious. As a third-grade alchemist, it was already very embarrassing that he didn't find the problem immediately. Now, someone was mocking him in front of his face. This was unbearable. However, he couldn't find a way to retaliate. He could only be angry. By the side, Song Qianqian and company also had bitter expressions. That fellow actually didn't make any mistakes. It looks like she must have found the problem. Lin Xian frowned. From the looks of it, she's only halfway through the refinement. There should still be a chance for her to catch up. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian's gaze turned sharp. His goal was the White Dragon Ascension Pill, so he had to win. With a wave of his hand, the last herb floated into the air. Lin Xian's fingers danced as he quickly separated and extracted the herbs. Under the effect of the inscription, the 5 herbs tumbled and gradually disintegrated. Fuck, is he crazy? He's actually extracting 5 herbs at the same time. Everyone exclaimed when they saw Lin Xian's actions. He's only a second-grade inscription master. He actually dares to operate on multiple lines. Isn't he afraid of making a mistake? This is the last chance. He can't be careless. A second-grade inscription master dares to operate on 5 lines. He's courting death. Duan Fei sneered. He didn't think Lin Xian could succeed. In the stands, the elders were also shocked when they saw Lin Xian's actions. However, President Meng Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Little fellow, have you found the problem? Lin Xian pushed his soul force to the limit. His fingers were abnormally nimble as they drew lines of inscription in the air as fast as lightning. In almost an instant, he finished separating the herbs. What the hell? He actually succeeded. Wu Xiaoyu was shocked. Duan Fei, Song Qianqian, and the others had ugly expressions. Lin Xian had once again exceeded their expectations. He's so fast. Is he competing with He Nian? Someone asked doubtfully. It seems to be true. Everyone realized the situation. Could it be that Lin Xian discovered the problem? Thinking of this, they all widened their eyes. Because He Nian was using a cauldron, no one could see the refining process. However, Lin Xian was different. He was refining with his bare hands. The entire process was exposed. In the corner, He Nian sneered when she learned that Lin Xian wanted to compete with her for first place. What a fool. If you want to compete with me, you'll have to train for a few more decades. With that, she increased her refining speed. After Lin Xian extracted all the herbs, he began to fuse them. He stretched out his finger, and the 3 balls of liquid fused together. Heavens, even the fusion is a multi-line operation. Is this guy still human? Is he really only a second-grade inscription master? Why do I feel that he's stronger than a third-grade inscription master? Everyone exclaimed. They looked at Lin Xian even more seriously. Soon, it's almost the purple lilac grass. I failed here last time. Song Qianqian became nervous. Everyone clenched their fists. They had all failed in this place. He put in the yellow sandfruit first? Song Qianqian exclaimed. Lin Xian fused the yellow sandfruit first, followed by the purple lilac grass and inky jade grass. In an instant, everyone understood. The order on the pill formula is wrong. Fuck, how sinister. I actually defaulted to the order. Many disciples exclaimed, and kept slapping their heads. Duan Fei, Song Qianqian, and the others' expressions changed. If it was a normal pill refinement, they wouldn't have made such a mistake. However, they were nervous in the Pill King competition today, due to their loss in the first round and the pressure from Lin Xian and He Nian. They neglected this detail. However, everything was fine now. Everything was clear. Chapter 346. Lin Xian's pill refining process was seen by everyone, so the problem that troubled them was solved. When the people below learned about it, they were also enlightened. They were even more impressed with Lin Xian. He was actually able to find the crux of the problem in an instant. However, what shocked them even more was that He Nian was even faster than Lin Xian. Seeing that everyone had started refining pills, Meng Chuan and the other elders of the Inscription Union heaved a sigh of relief. It's not too late. There's still a chance. There wasn't much time left. Everyone was going all out. Lin Xian quickly fused and pushed his strength to the limit. He was very fast, but He Nian was even faster. We can't. That guy is too terrifying. The Pill Emperor, Hall Elder below sighed. No, Lin Xian will definitely win. DK clenched his fists. Lin Xian and He Nian attracted countless gazes. Their techniques were very exquisite, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Lin Xian's multitasking greatly shortened the time. It didn't take long for him to catch up to He Nian. However, He Nian relied on her experienced techniques and didn't let Lin Xian overtake her. Who do you think will be the first? DK asked worriedly. President Meng Chuan's eyes flashed. He tapped his finger lightly on the chair. We can't be sure yet. Although Lin Xian's multitasking is amazing, He Nian is even more experienced. Her experience allows her to save a lot of unnecessary movements. So, the result is really hard to guess. The elders fell silent. If President Meng Chuan couldn't tell, they couldn't tell either. It seemed that they could only wait patiently. Lin Xian was multitasking. He fused 3 balls of liquid at the same time. Although he was extremely fast, the consumption of his soul was also huge. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was pale. It was obvious that he had consumed too much of his soul. Humph, you want to play with me? Too inexperienced. He Nian sneered. The crowd below also noticed this problem, and many people stood up nervously. Not good. Lin Xian can't hold on any longer. Is the Pill Emperor Hall going to lose? Ooh. Old man DK also sat up straight and supported himself on the wheelchair with both hands. Lin Xian, you can't lose. In the corner, the He family members looked up at the sky, and an undetectable green light appeared in their eyes. He Nian is about to form a pill. Someone called out, and everyone's gazes shifted to the source of the voice. On the stone platform, He Nian's cauldron was emitting a pill fragrance, and it was getting thicker and thicker. If this goes on, we're going to lose. Lin Xian gritted his teeth, a hint of viciousness appearing in his eyes. I must obtain the White Dragon Ascension pill. His fingers moved, and the 3 balls of liquid suddenly collided together, continuously fusing and splashing. Fuck, he's crazy. He's too impatient. He can't control this fusion method at all. President Meng Chuan shook his head and sighed. Hurry up and separate. If this goes on, it will become a waste pill. Old man DK was also anxious. However, Lin Xian ignored them. He crazily circulated his soul power, and at the same time, he circulated the soul cultivation method Wine Lord had taught him. His soul power surged out and controlled the fusion of the pills, but this process only lasted for a few seconds before it lost its effect. Sigh, it's over. It's going to become a waste pill. Yeah, Lin Xian is too impatient. Humph, I knew this kid couldn't do it. Song Yunxing snorted coldly. DK, on the other hand, looked disappointed. He won so easily. He Nian also sensed Lin Xian's situation, and the disdain in his eyes deepened. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The surrounding air trembled like boiling water. A massive wave of soul power surged out of Lin Xian's body and swept out in all directions. Everyone stared blankly at the stone platform and exclaimed. Nearby, Song Qianqian, Duan Fei, and company also felt the soul power, and their expressions changed. A 3rd-grade alchemist, Duan Fei screamed. Impossible. He actually broke through. Song Qianqian's face was filled with shock. The powerful soul power enveloped the pill and quickly fused it into a pill. Buzz. The void trembled, and inscriptions flashed. A pill fragrance wafted out. Following that, Lin Xian's fingers moved, and a pure white pill was placed into a bottle. It all happened in an instant. By the time everyone reacted, Lin Xian had already refined the pill. Too cool. He actually broke through at the last moment. That's great. As expected of a genius. Old man DK laughed loudly. Damn it. He Nian's face was ferocious, and her pupils turned into the shape of a date seed, emitting a dark green glow. Fortunately, she was covered by a cloak, so no one noticed. Who is this guy? She gritted her teeth and spat out those words. Her expression did not look like a 15-year-old child at all. However, no matter how irritable she was, she could not change this fact. Not long after, He Nian's cauldron trembled, and a round pill floated out. This speed was already very shocking, but it still lost to Lin Xian. The entire square was filled with tsunami-like cheers. These cheers were for Lin Xian. Everyone was convinced by his stunning performance. Little Xian, you were very decisive just now. Aren't you afraid of failure? Wine Lord asked with a chuckle. To me, getting second place is no different from failure. Lin Xian replied with a voice transmission. Didn't I succeed? It looks like my decision was right. This youth is not simple. A smile appeared on Meng Chuan's face. He had lived for 200 years, but he had never seen a youth as stunning as Lin Xian. Not only was he extremely talented, but his courage and determination were also firm. Such a person would definitely be an influential figure on the continent in the future. Lin Xian held the pill bottle in his hand and turned back with a smile. He looked at Yan. Following that, he gave her a provocative look. Humph, don't be so smug. You were just lucky to break through at the last minute. You won't be so lucky next time. I will use all my strength to defeat you. Yan's voice was cold. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. I'm looking forward to it. Beside him, Duan Fei was trembling with anger. Damn it, this fellow actually broke through. Up until now, he had not defeated Lin Xian once. Now that Lin Xian had become a third-grade alchemist, his chances of winning were even smaller. Don't think that you will definitely win just because you're a third-grade alchemist. I still have a trump card. Duan Fei calmed down and touched the storage ring on his finger. After a period of time, the time limit ended. At this time, a total of 103 people had successfully refined their pills. The rest were eliminated. Over 200 people had been eliminated in this round. It was truly terrifying. Next was the examination of the pills. During this process, dozens of people were eliminated. In the end, only 56 people passed. All right, I'm sure everyone is tired. Today's competition will end here. We will continue tomorrow, said President Meng Chuan. Many participants heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, they had used up all their soul power. There was no way they could continue the competition. Lin Xian didn't mind. He had just broken through, so his soul power was very strong. Chapter 347. Feng Yicheng Inn. Everyone from the He clan was resting here. Damn it, we were so close to getting first place. In the room, Yan said in a cold tone, we didn't expect a sudden breakthrough, but we still have a chance to win tomorrow's round. He Ming said in a low voice. He still wanted to say something, but he frowned and shouted coldly, Who is it? Come out. Whoosh. A black fog floated in and rolled in the air, forming a human figure. Old Blackheart, what are you doing here? He Ming shouted coldly, no longer as humble as he was during the day. Humph, it's you? Elder Blackheart's eyes flashed. Black chi surrounded his body. What's your goal this time? The White Dragon Ascension pill? That's none of your business. He Ming sneered. Old Blackheart, I won't let you get the pill. Then let's wait and see. I don't believe that you guys can achieve anything in the field of alchemy. Elder Blackheart sneered. His body turned into ghost fog again and disappeared in the air. He's from Blackheart Hall? Yan was puzzled. He Ming nodded. Don't hold back. We must get the pill. Have a good rest. You must win tomorrow's competition. He Ming said a few more words and left. Dan Emperor Hall. A dark red shadow floated towards the eastern pavilion without attracting anyone's attention. In the room, Lin Xian was sitting cross-legged, trying his best to stabilize his soul realm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing through the void and flying out of the room. Ding ding! The sound of collision was heard. Lin Xian's footsteps flashed, and he appeared outside the door. Don't you think it's too late to leave? He stretched out his palm. Silver lightning surged, forming the shadow of a dragon claw. It was like a dragon capturing hand, grabbing at the dark red shadow. Buzz. Even a harmonious spirit expert would be injured by this attack. The dark red shadow didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong. Seeing the silver claw about to grab him, his body emitted a dark red light. Bang! Lin Xian grabbed him with his palm. The shadow groaned and used a secret technique, turning into a ray of light, and quickly escaped. Lin Xian was astonished. He felt that the thing he had grabbed was slippery and disgusting. He retracted his hand and looked at it carefully. What's this? Lin Xian was stunned. What he had grabbed was actually a piece of snakeskin. On top of the snakeskin, there was a red pill robe. This is the He family's clothing, but why is it made of snakeskin? Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be? He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. This kind of thing was too terrifying. No, he had to tell Old Man Deke. Lin Xian took the item and disappeared on the spot. Senior DK, are you asleep? Lin Xian quickly arrived in front of a hall. Hee little friend Lin. What's the matter at this hour? Old Man DK pushed his wheelchair out with a puzzled look on his face. Look at this, Lin Xian said as he handed the snakeskin over. This is... DK's pupils constricted. Where did you get it? His voice trembled slightly, as if he had seen something terrifying. Someone was spying on us just now. And I caught him. That person left behind the snakeskin, but his true body escaped. And this red pill robe should belong to the He family. There's indeed something wrong with them. DK's expression was solemn. I'm going out. In the magnificent hall, the elders had solemn expressions. Old Han, are you sure? Asked President Meng Chuan. Yes, this snakeskin was left behind by the He family, said D. Quebec. We can be sure that they aren't humans. Everyone looked at the scarlet snakeskin and felt their scalps tingle. Thinking back to the competition during the day, their hearts trembled. Could it be that they were competing with a group of monsters during the day? It's better if we confirm it, said President Meng Chuan cautiously. You should know what this snakeskin represents. I'll accompany you, said D. Quebec. Bring Lin Xian along. He was the one who discovered it. The two of them quickly arrived at the Pill Emperor Hall and found Lin Xian. We're going to investigate the He family. President Meng Chuan explained his intentions. If this is true, I'm afraid Sky Mountain Country will be in trouble. Lin Xian nodded. He could sense the seriousness of the situation. The three of them moved and ran towards the He family's residence. Not long after, they arrived outside the inn. Conceal your aura, said President Meng Chuan. Lin Xian activated the black cloak, and his entire person seemed to have disappeared. With a tap of his feet, he landed on the roof like a ball of cotton. There seems to be a defensive mechanism, but I can crack it, whispered D. Quebec. Then he waved his sleeve, and a mirror appeared in his hand. Circulating his spirit energy, the mirror emitted a faint light. DK aimed it at the room. Soon, a series of images appeared on the mirror. How magical! Lin Xian was surprised that the mirror could reproduce the scene in the room. This way, they didn't have to use their soul power, nor did they have to worry about being discovered. Inside the room, a petite figure was sitting on the ground. A large red robe wrapped around her body. This person should be He Nian. The three of them communicated mentally. She's cultivating. The three of them waited patiently, like seasoned hunters. Hiss, after a long while, the image on the mirror changed. The large red robe began to expand, as though it was being propped up by something. Rip! The sound of cloth tearing could be heard as the red robe shattered, revealing He Nian's body. At that moment, she was no longer petite. Instead, she had become very muscular. A thin crack suddenly appeared on her head. Buffed! Buffed! The crack grew larger and larger as a ferocious snake, head poked out with green mucus. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he frowned. This was too horrifying. The originally petite He Nian was actually a snake in human skin. Hiss! A piece of human skin landed on the ground. Behind the ferocious snake head was a body covered in scales. It was similar to a human. What's this? Lin Xian was stunned. He originally thought that it would be a snake-type demon beast, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. "It's a demon," said Meng Chuan in a deep voice. "Demon?" Lin Xian was alarmed. Among demon beasts, there were higher-level existences. They were known as demons. This was because these demons were no longer in the form of beasts. Instead, they resembled humans in certain areas. For example, although the snake demon below had a snake head, it had a human body. "Hiss, my main body is still the most comfortable. I'm suffocating to death by curling up in my small body during the day." The snake demon actually spoke in human language. Her neck was slender, and her body was like a snake's. She could easily reach the roof. Buffed! The snake head stretched out and absorbed the moonlight's powers with all its might. In the shadows, Lin Xian and company had solemn expressions. It was actually a snake demon. This was too shocking. Chapter 348. These demons weren't simple. President Meng Chuan's expression turned ugly. Red skin and black spots. Could it be the scarlet black demons? Scarlet black demons? Lin Xian was puzzled. DK fell silent. Could it be related to the Black Dragon sect? Lin Xian asked. That's right. Back when the Black Dragon sect was rampant, the scarlet black demons were their biggest accomplices. I never expected them to appear again. President Meng Chuan sighed. I heard that the southwest border is controlled by the Nether Hall. Now, the scarlet black demons have appeared in Heavenly Mountain. Is the Black Dragon sect really going to recover fully? But why are they participating in the Alchemy Monarch tournament? Lin Xian was puzzled. I'm afraid there's only one reason. The pills, said Meng Chuan. The white dragon soaring pill. What? Lin Xian was stunned. They had the same goal. Since it's the Black Dragon sect, we can't let them succeed. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used Dragon Capturing Hand to grab downwards. Bam! A deep voice rang out, reverberating in all directions. Attack! President Meng Chuan didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly attack. However, he was experienced, so he immediately attacked with D. Quebec. Both of them were Spirit Transformation Realm experts and were extremely powerful. They quickly subdued the snake demon. However, several powerful auras came from below. Swoosh! A few figures soared up, emitting violent auras. The person in front was He Ming. What are you doing? He Ming's expression changed drastically when he saw the captured snake demon. Humph! As a demon, you actually dare to participate in our competition. You sure are gutsy. DK sneered. He was completely on Lin Xian's side. Since the demons wanted the White Dragon Ascension Pill, they were his enemies. President Meng Chuan sighed. He could only handle this matter carefully. Otherwise, if he angered the demons, Heavenly Mountain wouldn't have an easy time. I can release him, but you have to leave Heavenly Mountain, said Meng Chuan in a deep voice. Old Meng, I believe you know our identities. I'll tell you the truth. We came here for the White Dragon Ascension Pill. What do you think the Inscription Union is? Meng Chuan's expression was gloomy. As the president of the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom, he wasn't someone to be scared of. I know that the Inscription Union will not be so kind, so we have decided to win through the competition. He Ming said in a deep voice. But if you don't even let us participate in the competition, then don't blame us. President Meng Chuan fell silent. He knew how powerful the Scarlet Black demons were. It was impossible to force them. Sure, but if you lose, you'll have to leave the Tian Shan Kingdom. Sure. He Ming smiled. We promise you. Let him go. He didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. He turned his head slightly and looked at Quebec. Here you go. DK waved his sleeves and tossed the snake demon over. Let's go. Lin Xian and the other two quickly left. Pill Emperor Hall, Main Hall. Young Master Lin, I'll have to rely on you for tomorrow's competition. Although I don't know why they want the pills, such ancient pills can't fall into their hands. Furthermore, I suspect that their actions are definitely related to the Black Dragon sect. If that's the case, then we should stop them. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the entire Tianan region. He knew that Lin Xian was the only one who could stop the demons. Senior Meng, don't worry. I'll do my best. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. The Black Dragon sect had taken control of the Xia kingdom and caused Sword Pool Manor to be sealed in ice. He would never forget this grudge. The next day, Wind Moon Square was bustling with activity again. The previous day's competition had been too exciting. Many people were so excited that they couldn't sleep the entire night. At this moment, they came to watch the competition with dark circles under their eyes. Who do you think will win today? I'm guessing it's Lin Xian. He just broke through yesterday. His strength must have increased greatly. Not necessarily. It might be that mysterious Hinian. I think it's possible for Duan Fei too. After all, the Medicine Emperor courtyard still has a spirit-grade pill furnace. The surrounding cultivators were all discussing fervently. Soon, the participants from various parties appeared. Humph, I won't lose today. After a night of adjustment, Duan Fei had clearly regained his confidence. Lin, I'll let you know my true strength. Ooh. In the distance, the He family entered in a low-key manner. He Nian looked at Lin Xian in the spectator stands. His eyes were filled with rage. It was Lin Xian who had captured him yesterday and threatened to kill him. As a powerful demon, he couldn't tolerate such humiliation. After winning the competition, I'll torture you to death bit by bit. He Nian's eyes glowed green. Sensing the hostility from all directions, Lin Xian appeared very calm. What he needed to do was to win the competition. Nothing else mattered. After a night of rest, I believe everyone should have recovered to their peak condition, said President Meng Chuan in a deep voice. Today's competition will continue very soon. This is the last round of the second round. After this round, we will rank you according to the results of the 3 rounds. This ranking will be added to your team's ranking. After a slight pause, President Meng Chuan continued. The rules of this competition are a little different. We will not provide pill formulas or herbs. You will have to prepare everything yourself. As long as you hand over the refined pills within the stipulated time, you will be fine. The pill with the highest grade will be the winner of this round. The rules were very simple. The Inscription Alliance only had a time limit. Everything else could be done at will. Now, let the contestants enter. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of people quickly rushed onto the stone platform and calmed down to prepare. Lin Xian turned his head and found that He Nian in the corner had returned to the appearance of a young girl. However, he felt goosebumps all over his body when he thought of the fact that under this human skin was a snake demon. Under Lin Xian's gaze, He Nian sneered. Then he flipped his palm and took out a red pill furnace. It was 1/2 meter tall and blood red in color. There was a ferocious snake on it that looked lifelike. The moment the pill furnace was taken out, it immediately gave off a shocking pressure. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's hearts. This is a spirit-grade furnace, the crowd below exclaimed. It was too shocking. They were still waiting for the Medicine Emperor courtyard's pill furnace, but they didn't expect that an unknown He family would take out a spirit-grade pill furnace. Damn, He Nian's strength is already heaven-defying. Now that he has the help of a spirit-grade pill furnace, he's invincible. It seems like Lin Xian is in danger. Humph. Duan Fei sneered, and also took out the Crimson Dawn's spiritual stove. Spirit energy overflowed, stirring up the wind and clouds. The 2 furnaces appeared, facing each other from afar. The 2 auras clashed in the air, causing the air to rumble. It's appeared, the Medicine Emperor courtyard's spirit-grade furnace. What a terrifying aura. It's said that spirit-grade pill furnaces can greatly increase the success rate. I wonder if it's true? 2 pill furnaces. I wonder what Lin Xian can take out. Everyone was looking forward to it. Chapter 349. That Grand Hall Master, what kind of pill furnace does Lin Xian have? The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall inquired. DK shook his head, not saying a word. Don't tell me he still wants to concoct pills with his bare hands today. The elders trembled. Even the third and second hall masters had curious expressions on their faces. Right now, Lin Xian was their hope. Everything about Lin Xian represented the glory of the Pill Emperor Hall. I once wanted to give him a pill furnace, but he rejected it. I think he should have his own pill furnace. In the Heavenly Mountain Empire, every alchemist had their own pill furnace. Moreover, they wouldn't change their pill furnaces easily. After all, a pill furnace that had been used for a long time felt better. Everyone stared at the stone platform, their hearts filled with anticipation. Humph, I want to see what you can take out. Duan Fei touched the Crimson Dawn's spiritual stove in front of him as he laughed coldly. In the distance, He Nian's eyes flickered with coldness. Lin Xian didn't panic. With a light flick of his finger, a pill furnace appeared in front of him. The crowd impatiently looked over, and many of them froze on the spot. In front of Lin Xian, there was a pill furnace. However, this pill furnace was too strange. Its entire body was dark yellow without a trace of light, as though it was made of mud. There were even cracks in some places. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like a pill furnace. Ha ha! I'm going to die from laughter. Duan Fei laughed maniacally. Lin Xian, this is your pill furnace? As expected, it's very compatible with you. His Crimson Dawn spiritual stove was surrounded by multicolored light, as though it was a divine item. It completely crushed Lin Xian's mud furnace. Even He Nian had a look of disdain on his face. If it's only at this level, I'll definitely win this round. Below, the crowd was dumbfounded. Those from the Pill Emperor Hall were stunned. Their minds were blank. DK was also stunned. He thought that Lin Xian would have a good pill furnace, but he didn't expect it to be something so strange. Can this thing be used to concoct pills? DK shook his head repeatedly. Forget it. Little friend Lin is incomparably mysterious. The things he takes out are definitely not ordinary. Although DK could not accept it immediately, he still chose to believe in Lin Xian unconditionally. Humph. What do you mean by mysterious? He's just a little bastard who's trying to act mysterious. Song Yunqing sneered. He did not think that Lin Xian could win with the mud pill furnace. Dean Song, we should be more careful around He Nian, Elder Blackheart reminded from the side. He was also disdainful of Lin Xian's mud stove. Didn't his fellow say that he would go all out? President Meng Chuan couldn't sit still any longer. President Meng, it's about time. Can we begin? He Ming asked confidently from afar. All right. President Meng Chuan's expression darkened slightly as he pressed down with both hands. His voice echoed in the square. Instantly, everyone in the Wind Moon Plaza quieted down. I hereby announce the start of the third round. I hope everyone can give it their all. President Meng Chuan announced loudly. He even emphasized the words go all out, as if he was afraid that Lin Xian would be mistaken. As soon as President Meng Chuan finished speaking, the competitors on the stone platform began to get busy. For this round, they would take out their best pills and give it their all. Duan Fei waved his sleeves and threw out dozens of herbs, forming an arc in the air. There's actually a stage 6 herb. It looks like the Medicine Sovereign Courtyard is going all out this time. Meng Chuan was somewhat surprised. In the distance, He Nian also took out a stage 6 spirit herb. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted in the air. What a big deal. Lin Xian shrugged and began to prepare the pill he was going to refine. Old Man DK had already provided him with the ingredients for the pill. There were a total of 3 sets, and he had prepared them overnight. This was because although the pills Lin Xian had prepared in the past were of good quality, they were still a little low. Now that he had broken through to become a third-grade alchemy inscription master, he could refine higher-grade pills. Furthermore, he had specially requested the recipe for the pill from Wine Lord. The Realgar Ancient Panacea pill was a fourth-grade pill. It could cure hundreds of poisons and strengthen one's muscles and bones. If one entered the forest with a Realgar Ancient Panacea pill, they could easily subdue a stage 5 demon beast. Most importantly, this pill could completely restrain snake-type demon beasts. Even if a fourth-grade alchemy inscription master refined such a pill, the success rate was less than 50%. If an alchemist below the fourth grade refined it, the success rate would be even lower. It wouldn't even be 10%. However, Lin Xian had a robust soul. Furthermore, he had the pill furnace that Wine Lord had specially refined for him. He could give it a try. After taking out the spirit herbs, Lin Xian began to carefully deduce the recipe. This was a fourth-grade pill, so he couldn't be careless. Just as he was deducing the pill formula, a series of exclamations came from the crowd below. Lin Xian also sensed something. He suddenly turned his head, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. This is a combination inscription. He was surprised as his eyes flickered as he looked carefully. In front of Duan Fei, there was a circle of inscriptions that enveloped the crimson afterglow pill furnace, forming a magical combination. Combination inscriptions could greatly increase the efficiency of refining pills. It could be said to be an alchemist's treasure. Looks like I underestimated him. Lin Xian stroked his chin. With the combination inscriptions, Duan Fei's strength would increase greatly. He wouldn't be much weaker than some of the older third-grade alchemy inscriptions. In addition, he had a spirit-grade furnace, so he could almost sweep away ordinary third-grade alchemy inscriptions. It's actually a combination inscription. Looks like the Medicine Emperor courtyard has put in a lot of effort. Old Man DK was surprised. Buzz. The air trembled, and a large number of inscriptions appeared around He Nian, forming an unpredictable pattern. It's another combination inscription. He Nian is starting to show his prowess. The crowd below exclaimed. On the spectator stand, He Ming looked at the stone platform with a calm heart. The current situation was great. Other than Duan Fei, who could compete with He Nian in terms of equipment, the others couldn't. Even Lin Xian was far from it. Looks like he's definitely going to win this round. He Ming revealed a sinister smile. In addition to the results of the previous 2 rounds, He Nian will be able to take first place in the second round. Looking at the contestants who were using their trump cards, Lin Xian was slightly surprised. As expected of the Alchemy King competition, everyone had a trump card. However, he wasn't someone to be trifled with. After calming himself down, Lin Xian began to refine the Realgar Ancient Panacea. Combination inscriptions? I have one too. He smiled and flicked his fingers. A series of complicated inscriptions appeared, forming an ancient pattern around him. The moment this set of inscriptions appeared, the spirit energy in the entire square became turbulent. Duan Fei and He Nian's combination inscriptions trembled rapidly and almost disintegrated. Damn it, stabilize it, Duan Fei shouted. He Nian's face was also gloomy. She waved her hand continuously, and her soul power surged out crazily. Finally, she stabilized the inscriptions around her. What happened? The martial artists below were puzzled, and all looked up. Look, the inscriptions around Lin Xian, someone exclaimed. There were countless inscriptions around Lin Xian. At this moment, they were absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth and constantly changing their shapes. Chapter 350. Not only were the surrounding cultivators shocked, the elders on the viewing platform were even more shocked. What kind of combination inscription is that? It can actually absorb spiritual energy. Song Yunxing and Elder Blackheart had ugly expressions as they stared fixedly at the sky. Although those from the Pill Emperor Hall didn't understand, Lin Xian's strength made them extremely happy. Meng Chuan looked at the inscription beside Lin Xian and suddenly revealed a shocked expression. Could it be that? President, what is it? The surrounding elders asked. Meng Chuan tapped his finger on his chair as a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. Above the combination inscription, there's another type of inscription called pill formation. It can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, greatly increasing the efficiency of pill concoction. I've seen it once when I was young. I didn't expect to see it again here. President Meng Chuan slowly said. Everyone was shocked. If even the president praised this method, it must be extraordinary. But why would Lin Xian know such a mysterious method? Could it be that he had some special background? Many of the elders glanced at the Pill Emperor Hall, wanting to get some information from them. However, the elders from the Pill Emperor Hall also had looks of shock on their faces. It seemed that they didn't know anything either. On the square, Lin Xian's pill formation created a strange scene, causing the surrounding combination inscriptions to almost collapse. Duan Fei was about to go crazy. He didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. He Nian's face was also gloomy. So what if he has a pill formation? If his strength is not enough, he still won't be able to concoct a good pill. She no longer cared about Lin Xian and focused on concocting her pill. The others also woke up from their daze and started concocting their own pills. Lin Xian took a deep breath and controlled the pill formation. Using the special pill furnace, he started concocting the Realgar Ancient Spirit Wine. Although he had a strong support, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was a 4th grade pill. The difficulty of concocting such a pill was shocking. Not only that, he only had 3 sets of ingredients. There was no room for failure. As time passed, the elders on the viewing platform gradually saw the pills concocted by the contestants. Duan Fei's concoction is actually a top-tier 3rd grade pill, the Purple Spirit Pill. This kind of pill is extremely difficult to refine. The success rate of an ordinary 3rd grade alchemist is very low. Duan Fei must have a high chance of refining this pill. I think it'll be difficult. Although he has a spirit grade furnace, he hasn't been a 3rd grade alchemist for long. His foundation isn't enough. Look at Dean Song and the others. They look very confident. Many elders were discussing in low voices. I wonder what kind of pill He Nian refined. Many people looked at the stone platform and were shocked. This technique, it seems to be a grade 4 medicinal pill. 4th rank? That's impossible. That's right. What's her cultivation level? She can actually concoct a 4th grade medicinal pill? President, take a look. Is He Nian refining a 4th grade pill? Someone asked. Meng Chuan had long noticed He Nian's actions. At that moment, he was frowning. It is indeed a 4th grade medicinal pill, Profound Eam Pill. It really is a 4th grade medicinal pill, the surrounding elders exclaimed. Even Song Yunxing and the others frowned. He Nian's strength far exceeded their imagination. If he could really refine it, he would probably be first. One had to know that a 4th grade medicinal pill was already a very high grade. It was also considered a precious medicinal pill in Heavenly Mountain. Damn it, I didn't expect this fellow to be so strong. If I had known, I would have killed her with one palm, DK said hatefully. He and President Meng Chuan both knew that He Nian wasn't a 15-year-old child at all. She was a monster who had lived for countless years. Now that he dared to refine a 4th grade medicinal pill, he definitely had enough confidence. I wonder how Lin Xian will deal with her? DK was worried. President Meng Chuan was also worried. He didn't want the demons to win the competition. He let out a heavy breath and looked at the stone platform again. This time, his gaze stopped on Lin Xian. Oh, he's almost done. Meng Chuan was surprised. The others were also shocked. They looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. One had to know that the others were only halfway done. It seems that the pill array is indeed powerful. It can actually increase the speed of pill refinement so quickly. Lin Xian controlled the pill furnace with an extremely solemn expression. The final process of pill refinement was very important. Not only did it determine the success, but it also determined the grade of the pill. A pill fragrance floated out of the pill furnace and spread in all directions. Duan Fei's expression was gloomy. He realized from the pill fragrance that Lin Xian's pill was of a higher grade than his. If he let Lin Xian finish first, then he would lose a lot of face. On the other hand, He Nian sneered after smelling the fragrance. It's just second-rate goods. It seems like I'll definitely win this time. Meng Chuan and the others were also shocked when they sensed the pill fragrance. This aura seems to be a fourth-grade medicinal pill. Lin Xian actually refined a grade 4 medicinal pill. Cries of surprise rang out as the surrounding cultivators were startled, their faces revealing looks of shock. This fellow is too crazy. He's only a third-grade pill inscription master, but he actually refined a fourth-grade medicinal pill. As expected of a peerless genius. Everyone praised, but Lin Xian's expression was slightly gloomy. He was not satisfied with the grade of the pill refinement this time. Although a fourth-grade medicinal pill was amazing, it was still not enough to win against He Nian. He knew that his opponent was definitely a terrifying pill inscription master. Sigh. It seems that I can only increase the grade. Lin Xian's palms moved quickly. He controlled the pill array with all his strength and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy in the world. This fellow is too reckless. President Meng Chuan stood up in shock. He naturally knew Lin Xian's intentions. However, such a crude method of increasing the grade of the pill was very likely to fail. This was a competition, and time was limited. Every failure would have a profound impact on the final result. Moreover, the grade of a fourth-grade medicinal pill was not so easy to increase. Lin Xian's actions caused everyone to tense up, especially those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard. Any clan, their gazes were fixed on Lin Xian. The spiritual energy in the air vibrated and surged into the pill furnace, constantly fusing with the medicinal pill. Suddenly, the mud pill furnace trembled slightly, followed by a low sound. Bang! Although the sound was weak, it was still heard by the crowd. Failed. Ha ha! He really failed. The Medicine Emperor courtyard's elder laughed loudly, his face full of schadenfreude. He family's Heming also sneered. He actually wanted to increase the grade of a fourth-grade medicinal pill. How naive! The others let out a deep sigh of regret. What a pity! That's a fourth-grade medicinal pill. Even if the grade is not increased, it can still suppress the crowd. Yeah, he's too impatient. I hope he won't be affected by the mood of failure. Many people felt sorry for Lin Xian. Seeing Lin Xian fail, Duan Fei immediately became happy. Firstly, there was not much time left in the competition. Secondly, the mood of failure would definitely affect Lin Xian. Humph, let's see what you can do next. Chapter 351. Lin Xian's failure caused an uproar, but he fell into deep thought. The difficulty of refining a fourth-grade pill was beyond his imagination. It was already very heaven-defying to be able to forge it. If he wanted to raise its grade, it would be impossible. Just as everyone was discussing Lin Xian's failure, a pill fragrance wafted out from the stone platform. Although this fragrance was much weaker than Lin Xian's, it was still not ordinary. This fragrance attracted everyone's attention. It's Song Qianqian from the Medicine Emperor courtyard. This smell, could it be a third-grade pill? Several elders' eyes flickered as they carefully identified it. Soon, they raised their heads. It's indeed a third-grade pill. Everyone was shocked and looked at the stone platform with disbelief. Not bad. A second-grade pill inscription master can actually refine a third-grade pill. He's indeed a genius. Ha! Miss Qian is amazing. The people from the Medicine Emperor courtyard cheered. On the stone platform, Song Qian's face was red, and her eyes were filled with pride. In front of her was a bronze pill furnace. Although it was not as good as the Scarlet Dawn spiritual stove, it was not ordinary either. She relied on this pill furnace to refine a third-grade pill. The fragrance continued to spread, but at this time, another pill fragrance wafted out. The intensity of this fragrance was even better than Song Qian's. Another third-grade pill, everyone exclaimed. It's a high-grade third-grade pill. Many elders were shocked. Even they had a high chance of failure when refining such a pill. But now, there was actually a youngster who had succeeded. It's Duan Fei, someone from the Medicine Emperor courtyard. There are actually 2 disciples from the Medicine Emperor courtyard who have refined third-grade pills. It seems like they have a high chance of winning this time. Song Yunqing's expression was very good. He clapped his hands and laughed with a victorious expression. As long as the 2 of them finished refining their pills, he would have an absolute advantage. Elder Blackheart's eyes flickered. The only thing he was worried about was He Nian. If He Nian refined a 4th-grade pill, there would be a lot of trouble. As for Lin Xian, he had completely ignored him. Duan Fei's expression was arrogant, as he continuously slapped the pill furnace to complete the last step. Qian, let me win this time, Duan Fei said to Song Qian with a smile. As a 3rd-grade pill inscription master, he could tell the difference between the 2 pills just by looking at the pill fragrance. Okay, Song Qian nodded. Duan Fei was a disciple of her medicine sovereign courtyard. She was naturally happy that Duan Fei could emerge victorious. Kiki, isn't it a little too early to be complacent? A discordant voice sounded. With me here, don't even think about winning. He Nian sneered. Duan Fei and Song Qian's expressions changed slightly. They turned back and looked at He Nian in the corner. Suddenly, a pill fragrance wafted out from He Nian's pill furnace, transforming into a smoke snake in the air. Pill fragrance condensation. Looking at the smoke serpent, some extremely powerful alchemy grandmasters cried out in alarm. Duan Fei and Song Qian's expressions also became extremely ugly. Pill fragrance condensation? What do you mean? The surrounding cultivators were puzzled and looked up at the sky curiously. In the spectator stands, President Meng Chuan's face was gloomy. He frowned and muttered to himself, pill fragrance condensation is something only 4th grade and above pills possess. Furthermore, it's a special pill. That He Nian can condense the pill fragrance. It's obvious that the pill he refined isn't of a low grade. Duan Fei and Song Qian's pills are nothing in front of He Nian. Are they really going to lose this time? President Meng Chuan wasn't the only one who was shocked. The people from Medicine Emperor Hall and Pill Emperor Hall also had ugly expressions. Elder Blackheart clenched his walking stick tightly. These damned monsters, they actually have the ability to condense the pill fragrance. It seems like the other party is well prepared. DK sighed. Little friend Lin, we can only rely on you now. When the others learned of the pill fragrance condensation, they were all in an uproar. A 4th grade pill, and an extremely special one at that. If nothing unexpected happened, the final champion would probably be He Nian. Duan Fei and Song Qian's faces were ashen, as if they had lost their souls. Pill fragrance condensation was a technique only her father, Song Yunqing, knew. Now, it was actually used by a 15-year-old girl. This blow was too great for them. Looking at the pills in a cauldron, the 2 of them felt like crying but had no tears. Ha! I'll be the champion this time. He Nian's voice rang out. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't expect such an ending. Could it be that the Pill Emperor Hall and Medicine Emperor Hall were really going to lose? That might not be the case. A voice that could sever nails and sever iron rang out. Who is it? The expressions of the He clan members changed slightly as they looked at the stone platform in anger. Even He Nian turned his head to look. Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian, everyone exclaimed. With just you? You're just a piece of trash who failed in pill refinement. He Nian was extremely disdainful. It's normal to fail in pill refinement. If you can't even accept this, then what's the point of refining pills? You might as well sell tofu. Lin Xian's face regained its calmness. Clearly, he had already walked out from his previous failure. I'll be the champion this time. Lin Xian's voice was filled with confidence. It was as sharp as a sword, slicing through the sky. Looking at the confident Lin Xian, the disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall all cheered. DK and President Meng Chuan also revealed smiles. It's good that you've recovered. There's still time. There's still hope. Duan Fei and Song Qianqian also stared at Lin Xian in a daze. For some reason, the two of them felt as though they were facing a giant. Humph, stop bragging. You haven't even finished half the time. Do you think a fourth-grade pill is so easy to concoct? He Nian sneered. Accept the truth, despicable human. Lin Xian ignored He Nian and stood up abruptly. He kept the clay cauldron. His robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Inscriptions continuously appeared in his eyes. Keeping the cauldron? You want to concoct pills with your bare hands again? How naive! He Nian sneered. The others also stared at Lin Xian in a daze. They didn't know what he was planning to do. Brat, you finally thought it through. Within the mysterious small sword, Wine Lord chuckled as he muttered to himself. Lin Xian waved his sleeves and inscribed lines of elixir patterns around him, forming a peculiar elixir formation. Instantly, the translucent pill formation enveloped the stone platform he was on. His fingers moved, and the medicinal herbs were quickly disintegrated. They then floated above the pill formation. The entire process was very fast. It was like moving clouds and flowing water. There wasn't the slightest pause. At this moment, Lin Xian had already let go of everything. He was like the reincarnation of the Pill Emperor, calmly facing everything. This kind of technique, this kind of courage, it's definitely rare in the world. President Meng Chuan praised. I really don't know what kind of expert could teach such a disciple. The other alchemists were also stunned. Lin Xian's alchemy technique was too shocking. It completely overturned their understanding. It can actually be refined like this? The third hall master swallowed his saliva. He actually used spiritual energy to disintegrate the medicinal herbs. Chapter 352. Even He Nian's expression was solemn, and he didn't say a word. The current Lin Xian was like a completely different person from before. Furthermore, using a pill array to refine pills had truly shocked him. Humph, this pill array obviously requires an extremely large amount of soul energy. I don't believe you can withstand it. He Nian gritted his teeth. So, what if you can refine it? My pill has already condensed into a pill shape. He Nian had absolute confidence in his pill, not to mention Lin Xian. Even some grade 4 pill inscriptionists couldn't compare to him. Thinking of this, he crazily poured out his soul energy. Wong, wong, wong. The pill furnace in front of He Nian trembled, and an even stronger pill fragrance drifted out. Condense! With a low shout, He Nian continuously sent out inscriptions into the pill furnace. Whoosh! A dark green pill trembled as it flew out of the pill furnace and floated in midair. The pill is complete. He Nian laughed loudly. He held the dark green pill in his hand, and his face was filled with pride. Above the pill, there was a blurry image of an ink snake. He actually succeeded. Duan Fei and Song Qianqian looked at the arrogant He Nian and felt their limbs turn cold. We lost, completely lost. The two of them were powerless. Both of their pills were grade 3, and they couldn't be compared to He Nian's pill. President Meng Chuan and the others also shook their heads and sighed. In the current situation, No one could beat He Nian, unless Lin Xian could refine a better pill. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall were silent. They all looked at Lin Xian. On the stone platform, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. His pill had reached a critical moment. Previously, in the late stage of pill formation, he chose to raise the quality of his pill, but failed. This time, he planned to start fusing the spiritual energy in the middle stage and raise the grade. The pill array around him revolved and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although he was doing his best to refine the pill, he was still aware of what was happening outside. He could sense the grade of He Nian's pill. It was a mid-grade grade 4 pill. But with the pill fragrance, its effect was comparable to a high-grade grade 4 pill. Unless he could refine a high-grade grade 4 pill, he wouldn't have a chance. A superior 4th-grade pill. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the inscriptions in his eyes became even more solid. If it was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now that he had the pill array, he had a chance. He carefully controlled the pill array and slowly raised its level. Lin Xian's face paled as the soul force in his mind rapidly decreased. Within the pill array, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. It was abnormally rich. It appeared. Everyone was excited. Humph! It's still not enough. He Nian sneered in his heart when he sensed the pill fragrance. His pills were comparable to high-grade level 4 pills, while Lin Xian's pills were only close to mid-grade level 4 pills. The pill formation continued to revolve. Lin Xian felt a wave of dizziness. The great dragon sword will in his body rumbled and emitted a sharp aura, allowing him to maintain his consciousness. On the mysterious dagger, the image of the giant dragon shone brightly. Lin Xian felt an indescribable power coming from the dagger, nourishing his soul. Pill, array, gather spiritual energy, condense. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with madness as he poured all his soul force into the pill array. Buzz. The translucent pill array emitted a bright light, like a huge whirlpool, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And within the pill array was the pill that Lin Xian concocted. This scene was too shocking, causing everyone to cry out in shock. Impossible! How can he have such a strong soul force? He Nian screamed. This soul force had already surpassed her. One must know that she, a demon race alchemist, had tens of years of cultivation in the aspect of soul force. But Lin Xian was only an 18-year-old youth, and yet his soul force had already surpassed hers. This was a true monstrous genius. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, all the spiritual energy was absorbed into the pill in the center of the pill array. Bang, bang. In the next instant, the pill array emitted a strange medicinal fragrance and a purplish gold color. The moment this pill appeared, the illusory snake image on the pill concocted by He Nian was instantly crushed. Hua! Everyone was in an uproar, especially the disciples of Pill Emperor Hall. They were all shouting. This was too shocking. One must know that He Nian's pill was extremely rare. This could be seen from the words of the previous alchemists, but Lin Xian's pill actually caused the pill concocted by He Nian's pill to dissipate. What did this mean? Lin Xian's pill far surpassed He Nian's. Impossible! My pill is comparable to a superior 4th-grade pill. Unless it's a 5th-grade pill, there's nothing that can make its pill concocted. He Nian screamed crazily. She was stunned. This scene was completely out of her expectations. On the spectator stands, Meng Chuan, DK, and the others laughed heartily. Lin Xian's counterattack at the last moment directly shattered the demon race's dream of becoming the champion, preventing their heavenly mountain empire's champion from falling into the hands of the demon race. He Ming's face darkened, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This guy, what did he refine? On the stone platform, He Nian went crazy. I don't believe it. I don't believe you can refine a pill that far surpasses mine. With that said, she charged towards Lin Xian. In the sky, a red phantom rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian had just finished refining the pill, and his soul force was completely depleted. He was in a daze. However, his instincts as a warrior were still there. In the face of He Nian's attack, he only did one thing. Grabbing the purplish gold pill in front of him, Lin Xian placed it in front of him. The pill emitted a purplish gold light, and a thick sound rang out. Bam! He Nian was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of Lin Xian. "How dare you?" DK was enraged. The others also exclaimed. "Ha ha, die!" He Nian slammed her palm down. However, when her hand came into contact with the purplish gold light, her expression changed drastically. This is," He Nian screamed. Her palm was festering, and her human skin had disappeared, revealing red scales. "Realgar! It's Realgar!" He Nian screamed and retreated frantically. "You're actually concocting Realgar-type pills? Damn it!" Realgar was the nemesis of snakes. Now that Lin Xian had refined it into a superior fourth-grade pill, its power was even greater. Just a beam of light injured He Nian. Not good. He Ming's expression changed drastically. He leaped into the air and arrived beside He Nian. "What happened? Why do I see red scales?" The warriors below exclaimed. Duan, Fei, and Song Qianqian were even more shocked. "Damn it!" He Ming looked at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Humph!" DK snorted coldly, his body emitting a powerful aura. Beside him, President Meng Chuan also said in a deep voice, "He Ming, you have already lost. Leave quickly. This matter won't end like this." He Ming gritted his teeth and said. He glared at Lin Xian before leaving with He Nian. The other He family disciples also left quickly. Clang, clang, clang. Chapter 353. The crowd was in an uproar as they stared at the stone platform. "Everyone, I believe I don't need to say who the champion of the second round is, right?" President Meng Chuan said with a smile. "Lin Xian, Lin Xian." The entire square was filled with cheers and shouts. Their voices were like the waves of the sea, crashing in all directions. The faces of those from the Medicine Emperor courtyard darkened. Although they were unwilling, they had no choice but to admit that Lin Xian had exceeded their expectations. Too amazing. "Sigh, we lost." Song Yunxing sighed as he leaned weakly against the back of his chair. Elder Blackheart, who was standing beside him, gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. "Lin Xian, it's Lin Xian again." From the start of the first round, this mysterious youth had been ruining his plans. Now, the Pill Emperor Hall had already won 2 rounds. The champion of the Pill King tournament was about to be theirs. "No, we can't let them get the White Dragon Ascension pill." Elder Blackheart's eyes flashed with killing intent. After the competition ended, the participants returned to the stands. Lin Xian and the rest rested, but the surrounding cultivators didn't leave, because the next round was the most exciting one, the Battle of the Titans. This was the 3rd round of the Pill King tournament. At that time, the true Pill King faction would be decided. Lin Xian drank a cup of spirit wine. Under the protection of DK, he recovered most of his soul force. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. "Next is the last round." Lin Xian said slowly. "Senior, what are your thoughts?" "I've thought it through. I'll refine the white flower marrow cleansing pill you gave me." DK smiled. "This is an ancient 4th-grade pill. Its value is even higher than a 5th-grade pill." "Then I wish you success," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Don't worry, little friend Lin. This old man is still confident." An hour later, President Meng Chuan stood up again. "I believe everyone has rested enough. Next, we'll move on to the last round, The Battle of the Titans. The rules are the same as the last round of the second stage. Whoever can refine the best grade medicinal pill in the allotted time will be the winner. Let's begin, President Meng Chuan said with a smile. Now that the demon's matter had been resolved, he was relieved. Now, as long as he could successfully complete the last round, this year's Pill King tournament would be considered a success. Let's go! The final battle. Song Yunxing's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura as he arrived on the stone platform. After him, the other forces also sent out their strongest alchemists. However, compared to Song Yunxing, he was clearly lacking. In the entire Tianshan kingdom, the only one who could go against Song Yunxing was the old man Deke. In the next instant, the gazes of everyone shifted onto the Pill Emperor Hall. Should I go? The third palace master was eager to give it a try. Lin Xian's performance in the previous few stages was too stunning, and he was someone invited by the head palace master. Right now, over 60% of the people in the Pill Emperor Hall were biased towards the Pill Emperor Hall. This caused him to be extremely unhappy. Originally, he had used some methods to bribe many elders over the years. In addition to the fact that the Pill Emperor Hall was often ignored by the first palace master, he was able to control the Pill Emperor Hall for a period of time. However, he felt that the Pill Emperor Hall was already somewhat out of his control. If he could display his strength in the third round, he might be able to rope in some elders. At that time, he would be able to continue contending against the first palace master. No need, Deke said in a low voice. This time, I will go personally. Personally, the crowd from the Pill Emperor Hall was in an uproar. How many years has it been since the first palace master concocted pills in front of others? For such a small matter, let third palace master do it. The second palace master said from the side, There's no need to trouble you. This isn't a small matter. We cannot lose this battle. Deke's eyes flashed with a shocking light as a powerful aura gushed out from his body. Under the gazes of the crowd, he slowly stood up. What? Everyone was stunned, following which countless cries of surprise rang out. Wasn't Deke crippled? How can he stand up again? Heavens, the first palace master has actually recovered. The Pill Emperor Hall can finally shine again. Elder Jean laughed towards the sky. President Meng Chuan was also shocked. He knew that Deke had been poisoned by a strange poison. This poison was something that even a fifth-grade pill inscription master like him couldn't do anything about. But now, Deke had actually recovered. How could he not be shocked? Could it be because of him? President Meng Chuan looked towards Lin Xian. How is this possible? The third palace master's eyes widened as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. When did he recover? The second palace master was also nervous. Old man DK's performance stunned everyone. On the stone platform, Song Yunxing looked down with an incomparably solemn expression. Ha ha! It feels so good to be able to walk. Deke laughed loudly. From today onwards, he would no longer use a wheelchair. This time, he didn't fly. Instead, he walked step by step towards the stone platform. It was no wonder that Deke was so excited. He hadn't walked for decades. This feeling of being on solid ground was too amazing. Humph, so what if I've recovered? I won't lose to you. Song Yunxing snorted coldly. He had a spirit-grade furnace and the pill formula that Elder Blackheart had given him. Even if he was facing Meng Chuan, he was confident, let alone Deke. With a wave of his sleeve, the Crimson Dawn's spiritual stove appeared in midair, emitting a dazzling light. Half the sky was dyed red. This spirit-grade furnace could only unleash its true power in his hands. Ha ha! Dean's song. When I was dominating the Heavenly Mountain Kingdom, I'm afraid you were still learning inscription. Deke laughed loudly. With a flip of his palm, a black pill furnace appeared in midair. Pill King Furnace. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the black pill furnace in the sky with envy. The Pill King furnace was the reward of the previous Pill King tournament. It was also a spirit-grade furnace, and its grade was even higher than the Crimson Dawn's spiritual stove. With this furnace, Deke was not inferior to Song Yunxing in terms of support. As for the pill formula, he had the ancient pill formula. Looking at the Pill King furnace, Song Yunxing's face was gloomy. He snorted coldly and began to refine pills. Deke grinned and began to refine pills as well. Below, everyone was shocked when they saw the black pill furnace floating in the sky. The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were shouting crazily. Only a few elders were still standing beside the two hall masters. Everyone else was cheering for Old Man DK at this moment. Not far away, Elder Blackheart's expression was solemn. Although he had given Dean Song a precious pill formula, Deke was not to be trifled with. Moreover, his aura today was even more powerful than before, making him extremely confident. In this state, the success rate of refining pills would greatly increase. Chapter 354. On the Square. Song Yunxing and DK made their moves one after another, dyeing the entire sky red. Everyone looked up, not wanting to miss any details. Such a level of competition could only be seen at the Alchemy King tournament. Usually, it was very rare to see fourth-grade alchemist refining pills. The Crimson Dawn spiritual stove was fiery red like a ball of fire burning in the air. On the other side, the Alchemy King furnace emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed the surroundings. The two of them were grandmasters in the alchemy world. Their alchemy process far exceeded that of others. Lin Xian raised his head to watch as well, constantly observing and learning. Song Yunxing is actually... The elders beside him were bewildered. Lin Xian tilted his head and saw that Elder Jean and the others had ugly expressions. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Song Yunxing seems to be refining a fifth-grade pill?" Elder Jean said, "The Medicine Emperor Court is really ambitious." The second palace master said, in a deep voice, "A fifth-grade pill?" Lin Xian was surprised. There weren't many such pills in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. The success rate of refining a fifth-grade pill was very low. Furthermore, fifth-grade alchemists were even rarer. There was only one fifth-grade alchemist in the entire Heavenly Mountain Empire, and that was President Meng Chuan. Even President Meng Chuan had a 50% failure rate when refining a fifth-grade pill, not to mention a fourth-grade alchemist like Song Yunxing. It seems like the Medicine Emperor Court is really desperate. Otherwise, they wouldn't take such a risk. Indeed, I think Dean Song only has a 20% success rate at most. Everyone guessed, but Elder Blackheart was abnormally calm. Song Yunxing's choice of a fifth-grade pill wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had prepared it for a long time. In the end, he maintained a success rate of about 40% before daring to use it in the competition. This success rate was already very shocking. It even surpassed many fifth-grade alchemists. On the stone platform, DK clearly sensed Song Yunxing's intentions. He was surprised, but he didn't have too many concerns. He had the ancient pill formula, so he could definitely win. Time passed slowly. None of the contestants on the stone platform failed. This also meant that these alchemists were far from being comparable to those young alchemists. Gradually, pill fragrance wafted out of the square. Some people even condensed pills. However, DK and Song Yunxing were still refining. Boom, boom, boom. The Scarlet Cloud's spiritual stove let out a rumbling sound, filling the sky with multicolored light, and a thick pill fragrance spread out. Did he succeed? Everyone was expectant. This was a fifth-grade medicinal pill. Above the Scarlet Cloud's spiritual stove, a lotus-shaped illusion appeared, and even a blue smoke appeared. It's appeared. The pill fragrance has taken form. Someone cried out in alarm. That's nothing. Didn't you see the green smoke? That's a colored pill fragrance. Only a fifth-grade pill would have that. There was a wave of exclamations below. The pills that Song Yunxing refined had produced many kinds of strange phenomena, and all the competitors from the four sides were inferior. That's great. Daddy has mastered it. Song Qianqian was overjoyed. Success on the first try. The headmaster's strength is too powerful. I'm afraid he's about to break through to the fifth grade. The elders of the Medicine Emperor courtyard were abnormally excited. Even Elder Blackheart's face was full of smiles. Success on the first try had already exceeded his expectations. On the stone platform, Song Yunxing put the pills into a bottle and heaved a sigh of relief. His hands were full of sweat, and the back of his shirt was also soaked. Just now, he had used 120% of his strength and a trace of luck to refine a fifth-grade medicinal pill, the spirit-cleansing poison-dissolving pill. A fifth-grade medicinal pill. Old geezer DK, let's see what you have to compete with me. Song Yunxing turned his head and looked over. What kind of medicinal pill is this? When he saw old man DK's pill furnace, he was stunned. Judging from the aura, it wasn't a fifth-grade medicinal pill, but the pill fragrance was very strange. It was filled with many kinds of fragrances, and when combined together, it wasn't inferior to his. The crowd below also noticed this phenomenon, and immediately started discussing again. What kind of medicinal pill did the first hall master refine? The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were puzzled. The two hall masters shook their heads in confusion. Recently, DK had been too mysterious. They couldn't find any useful information. President Meng Chuan looked at the sky and revealed a look of astonishment. This old geezer, where did he get such an exquisite pill recipe? Although it's not a fifth-grade medicinal pill, its effect isn't much weaker than a fifth-grade medicinal pill. I originally thought that Song Yunxing would win this time, but now it seems that old geezer DK has a high chance of winning. On the stone platform, Song Yunxing's face sank. Although he was confident in his medicinal pill, the pill fragrance made him more and more flustered. Buzz, the Pill Emperor furnace trembled, and red pill fragrance floated out, rolling in the sky. It's here, there's a colored pill fragrance. Everyone became nervous, and they were all looking forward to it. The red pill fragrance changed in the air, forming the shape of a peony. Pill fragrance condensed into form. The corners of Song Yunxing's mouth gradually curled up. If that was the case, then he would definitely win. He had the colored pill fragrance, and he also had the pill shape. Furthermore, the grade of his medicinal pill was much higher than DK's. No matter how one looked at it, he would win. However, just as he was feeling proud, the red pill fragrance changed again. After the peony phantom, another flower shape appeared. 2 flowers, everyone exclaimed. However, before they could react, another flower appeared in the sky. 3 flower shadows. The cultivators in the square were in an uproar. They had never seen such a spectacle before. They had never even heard of it. Impossible. What kind of medicinal pill is this? It can actually condense 3 flower shadows? Song Yunxing's face was as black as a pot. 3 flower shadows. Could it be an ancient pill recipe? Elder Blackheart's voice was cold. Black chi rolled around his body, bringing with it a cold aura, like an invisible black hole. Lost again. Even if he took out the pill recipe he obtained from a 4-star sect, he's still lost. Ancient pill recipe. It's actually an ancient pill recipe. How can the Pill Emperor Hall have such a thing? He couldn't understand. Even a 4-star sect might not necessarily have an ancient pill recipe. President Meng Chuan looked at the 3 flower shadows in a daze. Old geezer DK not only cured his leg poison, he even has an ancient pill recipe. Could it be that he found an ancient ruin? No, he has been in the Pill Emperor Valley all these years. Could it be Lin Xian? President Meng Chuan was shocked by this thought. Hee Hee Dean Song, do you still want to compete? Old Geezer DK asked with a smile. Right now, he was even more grateful for Lin Xian's kindness. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's pill recipe, he wouldn't have been able to win a competition. Little friend Lin is indeed my benefactor in life. You've won, Song Yunqing said with great difficulty. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but the 3 flower shadows were too mysterious. If he continued to quibble, he would become a joke. It didn't matter if he lost the competition, but if he lost face, then he wouldn't be able to face anyone in the future. Humph! Song Yunqing's face turned black. He flung his sleeves and walked towards the stage. Chapter 355. The result of the 3rd round is the Pill Emperor Hall's victory. The Pill Emperor Hall has won all 3 rounds and is the champion of this year's competition. President Meng Chuan announced. The crowd below cheered. The disciples of the Pill Emperor Hall even raised their arms and cheered. In the entire square, waves after waves of cheers rose, pushing the atmosphere to the extreme. The disciples of the Medicine Emperor Hall had faces full of disappointment. They had failed once again. They had lost all 3 rounds. Such a situation had never happened before. Elder Blackheart's face sank, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had spent a great deal of effort to support the Medicine Emperor Hall. He thought that he would be able to win easily, but he didn't expect such a result. On the other side, the Inscription Alliance started to give out the rewards. Other than the title of Pill Emperor, there was also an ancient 5th grade pill, the White Dragon Soaring Heaven pill. Lin Xian's expression was filled with excitement. After working so hard for so many days, he finally won this crucial pill. DK smiled as he received the pill bottle from President Meng Chuan, preparing to leave. Hold on! Suddenly, a voice rang out like thunder. Everyone was shocked as they turned their heads. Those from the Pill Emperor Hall were also puzzled. DK's face sank. From the tone of his voice, it seemed that he didn't come with good intentions. Elder Blackheart slowly stood up and spoke to DK in a low voice. Grand Hall Master, I wonder if we can make a deal? A deal? Everyone was puzzled, but Song Yunqing furrowed his brows. He naturally knew what kind of deal Elder Blackheart wanted to make. This was also something he had promised Elder Blackheart. DK asked in a low voice, what kind of deal? I want to exchange the White Dragon Soaring Heaven pill with you. Whatever you want, just say it. I won't bargain, Elder Blackheart hurriedly said. Although this pill is a 5th grade pill, its effects are somewhat obscure. I think the Grand Hall Master has no use for it. Why don't we make a deal? What do you want? Other 5th grade pills, spirit grade treasures, high grade martial arts, high grade pill recipes. As long as you say it, I can do it all, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed. Elder Blackheart's offer was incomparably tempting. It was definitely not inferior to the White Dragon Soaring Heaven pill. The elders of the Pill Emperor Hall were also excited. They indeed had no use for the White Dragon Soaring Heaven pill. If they could exchange it for some top-grade pill recipes, that would be the best. However, DK shook his head firmly. There's no need. I won't exchange this pill. Whoosh. The surroundings were in an uproar. There was actually someone who could refuse those treasures. Elder Blackheart frowned. Could it be that the first hall master is still not satisfied with these? Why don't we do this? No need. I won't trade with you no matter what price you offer. Goodbye. With that, DK returned to Lin Xian and the others and left the Wind Moon Plaza together. What was left behind was a group of shocked people and the black-hearted elder whose face had turned black. Pill Emperor Hall. Lin Xian returned to his room and closed the doors and windows. With a flip of his hand, he took out a white jade bottle. He opened the bottle cap and poured out a pill the size of a longan fruit. It was sparkling and translucent like white jade. The White Dragon Ascension pill is finally in my hands. Lin Xian was overjoyed. The first step has been completed. The next step is to find the true dragon aura, Wine Lord said. True Dragon Chi. Lin Xian put away the pill bottle and muttered, "What exactly does it mean? Great Earth Dragon Veins." Wine Lord slowly said, "Under the earth, there are places where dragon veins will form and contain a mysterious power, and the aura emitted from them is the true dragon aura. Great Earth Dragon Veins?" Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He had heard of such things before. They were extremely important and related to the fate of an area. How do I find them? As long as it is a powerful place, there will usually be dragon veins. Try to go to these places, Wine Lord said. Powerful places were usually sects or countries. Sects usually wouldn't allow outsiders to enter. So, he could only go to a powerful country. Lin Xian had a target. However, this country had to be stronger than the Heavenly Mountain Empire because Wine Lord couldn't sense the aura of dragon veins in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. It's time to leave. Lin Xian took a deep breath and began to meditate. Medicine Emperor Hall, Great Hall. Hall Master, I found out that old man DK gave the pill to Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Song Yunqing was slightly surprised. Elder Heixin frowned. Are you sure? Song Yunqing looked at the elder and asked, Yes, and this matter seemed to have been decided before the Pill King competition. At that time, the other two hall masters were against it, but old man DK insisted. All right, you can leave. Song Yunqing waved his hand and looked at Elder Heixin. It's not good for us to take action. Don't worry, you don't have to do it. I have my ways. Elder Heixin sneered. Since the item is in Lin Xian's hands, then it's easy. Although he was afraid of old man DK, if his opponent was Lin Xian, he was confident that he could kill him. The white dragon soaring pill will definitely be mine. The next day, Lin Xian found old man D. Quebec. I wonder if there is a country stronger than the Tian Shan Kingdom. Lin Xian asked, Oh, are you leaving? Old man DK was surprised. Seeing Lin Xian nod, he sighed. I knew it, Sky Mountain can't keep you here. After saying that, he sighed heavily. In the Tianan region, countries are divided into small countries, large countries, and strong countries. Sky Mountain is a large country, but its standard is in the middle. There are many countries stronger than Sky Mountain. Above that, there are strong countries. Large countries? Strong countries? Lin Xian had a deeper understanding of this world. I have a map of the Tianan region. It's very detailed, and I'll give it to you now. Lin Xian took the scroll and quickly opened it. His pupils shrank, revealing a look of surprise. The Tianan region was bigger than he imagined. Sky Mountain was only half the size of a palm. Xia Country was even smaller, located in a remote area in the southwest. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to find it. And this was only the Tianan region. There were other regions outside of this. At least Lin Xian knew about the Sky Martial region. It seems that this world is more interesting than I imagined. Lin Xian looked at the map carefully. I wonder which place has the strongest dragon vein. Dragon vein? You want to find a dragon vein? Old man DK was surprised. Yes, Lin Xian nodded. Even if the matter of finding a dragon vein was exposed, no one would know that he was looking for the great dragon sword. Moreover, old man DK was very knowledgeable, so he might know something. If you want to talk about the largest dragon vein, it should be the ancient dragon's sacred ground. It contains the mysterious true dragon chi. True dragon chi. Lin Xian was happy. This was what he was looking for. Where is the ancient dragon's sacred ground? Lin Xian looked at the map. You don't know? Old man DK explained. The ancient dragon's sacred ground is the location of the sacred true dragon gathering. It's very famous in the Tianan region. Sacred true dragon gathering? Lin Xian really didn't know. The sacred true dragon gathering is held once every 10 years. It's a grand event in the Tianan region. Chapter 356. The True Dragon ranking was a very famous ranking in the Tianan region. Its ranking was based on the rankings of the True Dragon Gathering. It could be said that entering the True Dragon ranking was the wish of every warrior, because it not only represented strength but also honor. One had to know that there were many warriors in the Tianan region, and there were also many geniuses, but only 72 of them could enter the ranking. Those who entered the True Dragon ranking were all geniuses among geniuses. What are the restrictions for entering the True Dragon Gathering? Lin Xian asked. The most basic restriction is that you can't be over 40 years old, and your cultivation must be above the harmonious spirit realm, Old Man DK said. But even if you meet these two conditions, you might not be able to participate. The number of participants is fixed, a total of 720 people. This number is not enough in the entire Tianan region. Take the Heavenly Mountain Country, for example. There are only 3 spots, and the competition is very intense. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed like this True Dragon Gathering was stricter than he thought. The great Heavenly Mountain Country only had 3 spots. One had to know that in the Heavenly Mountain Country, there were no less than 10 3-star sects, and there were countless geniuses within. Other than that, there were also the royal family and some super families. With so many people fighting for 3 spots, one could imagine how intense it would be. Does that mean I don't even have the chance to register? Lin Xian frowned. Little friend Lin, don't worry. There is still a year before the True Dragon Gathering begins. I think this time is enough for you to break through. As for the spots, I can recommend you, but whether or not you can seize the opportunity will depend on you. Old Man DK said slowly. Really? Lin Xian's eyes flashed. As long as there was a chance, he would not give up. I have 2 choices. One is to compete for the spots in the Heavenly Mountain Country. Although there are only 3 spots, it's not impossible to try. But the only drawback is that you have enmity with many sects, and they might try to kill you. Lin Xian nodded. He had offended many powers in the Heavenly Mountain Country. Although he usually had nothing to do, if it was a crucial spot like the True Dragon Gathering, it was hard to guarantee that those old things wouldn't kill him. For safety reasons, he couldn't stay in Tianshan Kingdom. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, DK continued, I'll write a letter, take it to the Dragonstar Kingdom, and find someone called Jiang Sanfeng. If he's still alive, he might be able to help you. Jiang Sanfeng? Dragonstar Empire? Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. This was too general. Can you be more specific? He asked. DK shook his head. To be honest, I don't know the details, but with his reputation, it shouldn't be hard for you to find him. Dragonstar Empire's quota is much higher than Heavenly Mountain Empire's, but the level of warriors there is also much higher than Heavenly Mountain Empire's. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, and finally decided to visit the Dragonstar Kingdom. This is the letter, and this is the token. DK handed them to Lin Xian. 1 year, Lin Xian clenched his fists. As long as he could obtain the True Dragon Chi, he would be able to find the Great Dragon Sword. I plan to leave now, Lin Xian stated. Sure, but just in case, I can escort you in the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Now that the Pill Emperor Hall is so busy, they definitely can't do without you. I think it's better for me to leave by myself. Lin Xian smiled. How about this? I will send an expert to protect you in the dark, but he can only escort you to the borders of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Okay, Lin Xian nodded. He wasn't a hypocritical person, and he had a premonition that Elder Blackheart wouldn't let this matter rest so easily. That afternoon, Lin Xian departed from the Pill Emperor Hall. He didn't alert many people, and in the entire Pill Emperor Hall, only DK knew of his departure. But after he left, a black shadow transformed into a black mist and sped towards the Medicine Emperor Hall. Elder Blackheart, that brat has left. A cultivator clad in black spoke. With whom? Elder Blackheart asked. Alone. Humph. Seems like he wants to leave the Heavenly Mountain Empire. Elder Blackheart coldly laughed. I got it. You can leave now. After that person left, Elder Blackheart transformed into a wisp of black smoke and quickly left the Wind Moon City. In the wilderness, a huge golden frog was jumping. On top of it sat a handsome young man in blue and a small, white monkey. This young man was Lin Xian. He had already left the Wind Moon City and was heading towards the Dragon Star Empire. Along the way, he didn't stay idle but continued to cultivate. During the Pill King competition, he didn't fall behind in his cultivation. Now that the majority of the vortex in his body had formed, he would soon break through to the harmonious spirit realm. Only those who reached the harmonious spirit realm would have the qualifications to participate in the sacred true dragon gathering. At night, the silver moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling down its clear light. With his outstanding eye technique, Lin Xian was always able to avoid danger in advance. During this period, he avoided a few sixth-rank demonic beasts. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a few strange birds flew down from the sky. They were more than 2 meters long, and their feathers were like metal emitting a cold aura. Their sharp claws were like iron pincers, causing the air to explode. This kind of power was hard to resist for warriors below the harmonious spirit realm. However, Lin Xian still didn't open his eyes. Croak, croak. The golden frog croaked twice and suddenly opened its mouth. Its scarlet tongue was like a long whip, leaving behind afterimages in the air. Buzz. In a flash, it tied up a strange bird and quickly pulled it back. Gulp. His tongue was extremely corrosive and melted the metal-like feathers. The strange bird flapped its wings and tried to resist, but it didn't have any effect. In the end, it was eaten by the golden frog. This scene scared away the remaining strange birds in the sky. Whoa! The small white monkey patted Little Gold and nodded slightly. Croak! Little Gold croaked twice proudly and sped up again. This kind of thing happened frequently on the road. Lin Xian didn't have to do anything. The night passed peacefully. When the sun rose, Lin Xian's body was covered with a layer of light, quickly absorbing the thin purple qi in the air. When the sun had completely risen, he opened his eyes. There's a city in front, just in time to replenish my supplies. Lin Xian patted Little Gold, and the latter ran toward the city. Previously in the Wind Moon City, he left in a hurry and didn't prepare much. The city in front of him solved his problem. When he was close to the city, he put away Little Gold and walked in with the small, white monkey. This time, he mainly bought some herbs, food, water, clothes, and other things. Because he wanted to cross the border, he bought a lot of things this time. After Lin Xian left, 2 black-robed men appeared in a corner and whispered to each other. Small, white monkey, blue-robed young man, confirmed the target, quickly report. I'll keep an eye on him. The 2 men split up. These 2 men were very secretive and used a special method to avoid soul detection. Lin Xian didn't deliberately search, so he didn't notice this situation. Chapter 357. Lin Xian quickly finished his shopping and walked towards the city gate. Oh no, that kid is leaving. The black-robed man in the dark was anxious. He carefully concealed his aura and followed Lin Xian. This is the person the elder ordered us to follow. We can't lose him. The black-robed man was very dedicated. He knew that Lin Xian was a big fish and was very important to them. However, he did not dare to act rashly. If he alerted the enemy and scared Lin Xian away, he would die even if he had 10 lives. The only thing he could do was to keep track of Lin Xian's position at all times. Soon, Lin Xian left the city. He patted his storage bag, and the sound of a small golden mountain could be heard. Gua Little Gold intimately rubbed against Lin Xian with a look of anticipation. Okay, here you go. Lin Xian smiled and took out some demon crystals and threw them into Little Gold's mouth. These demon crystals were all killed by him on the way, and were now used to feed little Gold. Wooji, Wooji the little white monkey had a look of disdain and disappeared with a whoosh. When it reappeared, it was holding an exquisite wine pot in its hands. Its furry paws held the wine pot, and the little monkey took a sip like a human. Wooji, the little white monkey had an intoxicated look on its face. Lin Xian was stunned. When did this monkey learn to drink? No wonder my spiritual wine has decreased so quickly. It was all drunk by this monkey. Lin Xian grabbed its ear and said hatefully, "Don't drink it secretly." The little white monkey trembled and burped. It nodded with misty eyes. Fuck. Lin Xian threw it onto Little Gold's back and quickly moved forward. Bang! With a leap, Little Gold's body disappeared. Behind, the black-robed man was stunned and quickly chased after it. However, he had already used his fastest speed and still could not catch up. He could only watch as the golden figure went further and further away. Damn it, what kind of frog is this? It's running so fast. The black-robed man cursed angrily. If he lost it, he would be dead. No, I have to make a move. A ruthless look appeared in the black-robed man's eyes. His body turned into black smoke as he quickly charged forward. Someone's here. As soon as the black-robed martial artist attacked, Lin Xian sensed it. He smirked and patted Xiao Jin. He suddenly sped up. His body turned into a golden light, and he quickly headed into the depths of the forest. Little bastard, you actually dared to increase your speed. The black-robed man gnashed his teeth and crazily circulated his spirit energy. Black light flashed as he gave chase with all his might. That's not right. Did he find out? The black-robed man looked surprised. Although he had increased his speed earlier in order to maintain his concealment, he still used a certain method. Since I've been discovered, there's nothing to worry about. The black-robed man sneered and began to mobilize the surrounding spirit chi. Trap! Black clouds floated in front of him, forming a pitch-black cage that pressed down on Lin Xian. The black-robed man was an early harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Now that he had activated his spirit energy, the power of his attacks had increased by several folds. Boom, boom, boom. The black spirit chi light pillar was like a divine spear, piercing through the ground. For black pillars blocked Lin Xian's path. That terrifying aura caused the surrounding trees and rocks to explode. Whoosh! The black-robed man appeared in front of Lin Xian. Run! Why don't you run? Damn it! I've decided. After you die, this frog will be mine. Greed flashed through the black-robed man's eyes. Is that so? Since you want it, then come and get it. Lin Xian sat on Xiao Jin's back and said with a smile. Suddenly, Lin Xian's figure gradually faded and disappeared like smoke. Not good. The black-robed man was shocked. He quickly turned his head. However, he was only halfway through this action when his head flew into the air. Plop! Blood splattered everywhere as the headless corpse fell down. Lin Xian put away the remaining half of the autumn scar sword and continued on his way. Just now, he had used the black cloak's doppelganger martial technique to create a doppelganger on Xiao Jin's back. However, his real body had sneaked behind the black-robed man. With his powerful attack power, Lin Xian had easily killed this man. With the black cloak, Lin Xian's attacks had become even more unpredictable. He could often kill his enemies without them noticing. Taking off the black-robed man's storage ring, he reached into it with his soul power. What a poor bastard. Lin Xian looked at him with disdain before putting it away unwillingly. I'm afraid there's more than one person. I better leave first. He was not afraid of others, but the Black Heart Elder was a powerful warrior of the spirit transformation realm. Killing him would be child's play for him. Therefore, it was better for him to run for his life. Not long after Lin Xian left, two figures quickly landed. One of them was the Black Heart Elder, and the other was the black-robed warrior who had gone to report. Right now, he was looking at the corpse on the ground, his body slightly trembling. This was his companion, who was at the same level as him. Judging from the surrounding situation, his companion had been killed by a single sword strike. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he thought of a young man with such terrifying combat strength. The blood is still warm. He must have just left. Quickly chase after him. The Blackheart Elder's body emitted a dazzling light as he flew out like a meteor. The black-robed man did not dare to say anything and could only follow behind with all his might. Deep in the mountains, Lin Xian was surrounded by countless poisonous snakes. Dozens of huge, snake-like demonic beasts flicked their red tongues as they stared coldly at Lin Xian. Damn it, could it be the demon race? Lin Xian's expression changed slightly as he recalled Hinian and the others. If it was the demon race, then it would be troublesome. Lin Xian had never fought against the demon race before, but he felt that it was scary just thinking about it. Fortunately, these poisonous snakes in front of him were all demonic beasts, so he could still deal with them. Most of these demonic beasts were at the 5th grade, and one of them was at the 6th grade, which was equivalent to a mid-harmonious spirit realm human. He could still deal with them, but if they were a little stronger, he would have to risk his life. The surrounding 5th grade demonic beasts were all left to Xiaojin and the snow-white little monkey. Lin Xian focused on facing the 6th grade demonic beast. Wuji Xiaojin opened its big mouth and its tongue turned into a long whip as it fought against the 2 demonic beasts. The snow-white little monkey held the cold star dagger in one hand and a white spider web in the other, shuttling back and forth in the air. Hiss, hiss! The piebald python in front of Lin Xian shot out a terrifying light from its eyes like lightning. Windslayer! The broken autumn scar was unsheathed, bringing along a fine sword chi. The surrounding air seemed to be cut apart, creating a vacuum. This sword slashed towards the piebald python's head. Hiss, hiss! The piebald python's eyes turned red in an instant. Its house-sized head struck out horizontally, and its tail quickly fell down. The green sword chi was broken by the piebald python's tail, bringing along countless gusts of wind. A black shadow flashed, and its thick tail rushed towards Lin Xian. Using the dragon rebel step, Lin Xian was like a willow catkin lightly fluttering in the wind. He elegantly dodged the terrifying attack. He pointed his sword downwards, drawing an arc in the air. Moonbreak! On the sword edge, the green sword chi joined together, forming a crescent-shaped sword chi that rushed towards the ground. As if the green moon had reappeared, the air rumbled. Chapter 358. The moon-shattering sword chi was like a blue moon as it sliced open the python's abdomen. The python suffered a heavy blow and let out a miserable roar. It opened its bloody mouth and frantically devoured the surrounding spirit chi. An energy ball the size of a fist was formed and rapidly grew in size. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind. One of the auras was abnormally strong. Just a trace of pressure made the python tremble. The python let out an uneasy roar. It decisively gave up on attacking Lin Xian and fled into the depths of the forest. The surrounding demonic beasts also dispersed, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. Just as these demonic beasts fled, the figures behind arrived. Hand over the white dragon ascension pill, and I'll leave your corpse intact. A sinister voice sounded, accompanied by a huge black cane that smashed down like a mountain. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He quickly put away his 2 pets and dashed out in a hurry. Want to leave? Do you think you can escape? Elder Blackheart sneered. Under his control, the entire area was shrouded in black fog. The black fog rolled and formed a terrifying attack that pressed down on Lin Xian. That energy was like a solid cage that made it difficult for one to break free. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless, and decisively used the Wind Emperor's sword. The green light flashed like a gale tearing through the sky. A small crack was cut open in the black fog. You're courting death. Elder Blackheart was furious. Lin Xian was able to cut open his black fog attack, which was beyond his expectations. The black-robed man at the back was also scared out of his wits. Even he could not break open the black fog just now, but Lin Xian cut it open with a single sword. This kid is really strange. Elder Blackheart flipped his palm and instantly patched up the gap. As a spirit transformation realm martial artist, it was easy for him to deal with Lin Xian. I only used 30% of my strength just now. In my black fog, you'll never be able to leave. Elder Blackheart sneered. Hand over the white dragon ascension pill, and I'll consider letting you go. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not believe Elder Blackheart's nonsense. Moreover, he would rather die than hand over the white dragon ascension pill. He swung his green sword again and hacked at the black fog on his left. This time, it was as if the sharp sword light had sunk into the sea, not producing the slightest effect. On the contrary, Elder Blackheart's every move made him feel immense pressure. Is this the power of the spirit transformation realm? Lin Xian felt powerless. He could still fight against a harmonious spirit realm warrior, but he was as weak as a child when facing a spirit transformation realm warrior. Didn't you say that there were experts secretly protecting you? Lin Xian asked anxiously. You wouldn't have forgotten about me, right? He didn't dare to put his life in the hands of an unknown person, so he decided to make a move. Right now, the only thing that could break through the black fog was probably the Gale Lightning Sword. Stubborn. Elder Blackheart's face darkened when he saw that Lin Xian had no intention of responding to him. If you don't want to talk, then I'll do it myself. The black fog rolled, and countless black chains flew out from it, flying toward Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian was about to be pierced through, the black fog above him was suddenly torn apart, and a fiery red light flew in like the sun. A huge fireball fell from the sky, burning all the black fog in an instant. Who is it? Come out! Elder Blackheart stomped his feet in anger. At this critical moment, someone dared to interrupt his good deed. Little kid, hurry up and leave. A loud voice echoed in the sky. Lin Xian raised his head and saw a blurry, fiery red figure in the clouds, emitting a terrifying aura. He knew that the mysterious expert that DK had mentioned had arrived. Without hesitation, Lin Xian summoned Xiaojin and quickly left the place. How dare you? Elder Blackheart's sleeves fluttered, and the black fog around him turned into countless ferocious ghosts pouncing toward Lin Xian. In front of him, 100-meter-tall black giant appeared, its huge palm covering everything below. Humph! In the sky, the fiery red voice snorted coldly, and countless crimson long swords appeared, carrying scorching flames, cutting the thousands of ferocious ghosts in half. Lin Xian only felt the spiritual energy behind him go berserk, and the energy rolled like a tsunami. He was shocked. He could not resist this power at all, and could only control Xiaojin with all his strength, increasing his speed to the maximum. In the following days, Elder Blackheart did not appear again. However, he was attacked by some demon beasts. Fortunately, the Crimson Black Demon had not appeared yet. During this period, Lin Xian was not only improving his cultivation, but also comprehending the sword intent. He had completely grasped the essence of the Wind Emperor's sword, but he was not satisfied. He wanted to comprehend the concept of wind. This idea was approved by Wine Lord. Moreover, he had the Great Dragon Sword Seal, which was an offensive saint technique, and it was also helpful for comprehending the concept. In addition to the concept of wind, Lin Xian also wanted to comprehend the concept of thunder. He had been in contact with these two powers since the beginning, so he was very familiar with them. However, concepts were similar to sword intent. They were somewhat ethereal and illusory, and he had to rely on himself. Along the way, Lin Xian spent his time comprehending. Sometimes he would also use some demon beasts to practice his sword. He specifically picked demon beasts with wind and thunder attributes to fight, such as the thunder tiger in front of him. It was 7 to 8 meters long, and its body was covered with blue thunder patterns. On its back, there was a pair of 3-meter-long thunder wings. As it trembled, countless small electric arcs streaked across the air. Lin Xian held the broken sword in his hand, and the blade was covered with silver thunder patterns. That power made the thunder tiger feel pressured. Roar! As the king of all beasts, the thunder tiger would not allow such a threat to exist. With a tiger pounce, the thunder tiger pounced towards Lin Xian with a sky full of thunder and lightning. In the air, it waved its huge claws, forming several blue electric arcs that contained the power of thunder and lightning. Lin Xian did not counterattack. Instead, he used the dragon counterstep and shuttled through the thunder and lightning. He wanted to feel the different thunder and lightning attacks to comprehend the concept of thunder. The thunder tiger was enraged. As an intelligent demon beast, it felt that Lin Xian was toying with it. With a low roar, the blue thunder patterns on its body released a dazzling light. The thunder and lightning gathered in the air, forming a terrifying thunder and lightning storm. The area within 100 meters was covered by a terrifying sea of thunder and lightning. The surrounding trees and earth were all destroyed by the thunder and lightning. Lin Xian withdrew from his comprehension. Even with the dragon counterstep, he could not dodge all of the thunder and lightning at such a density. He waved the broken sword in his hand, and silver lightning flew out. It was especially eye-catching in the blue sea of thunder. Crack! The two types of thunder and lightning clashed, forming a terrifying energy storm. The blue sea of thunder was cut open, and a vacuum appeared. The thunder tiger panicked. As an intelligent demon beast, it could feel the sharpness of that sword. It did not dare to stay any longer. It turned into blue lightning and fled. Thunder and lightning, one of the most violent powers, Lin Xian had a new comprehension. He sat on the ground and began to comprehend. 2 days later, Lin Xian got up and continued on his way. Chapter 359. Unlike the last time he left Tianshan country, there was no Iri-Xian Yin River here. On the contrary, there was a city in front of him, and behind the city were countless mountains. As long as I pass through the mountains, I will reach Dragon Star country. Lin Xian kept the map and walked towards the city. Recruiting! Recruiting! The moment he entered the city, there were shouts everywhere. Lin Xian was curious. He realized that there were merchant groups recruiting people. Is there a lack of martial artists here? Lin Xian was puzzled. Warrior, are you interested in being a guard? A 16 or 17-year-old youth pulled a burly man in front of him and asked with a smile. Our City Guild needs experts like you the most. Brother, come to me. A young man with small eyes quickly said, Dragon Gate Guild, top 3 in the industry. We are strong and the price is high. Soon, the burly man was pulled away by the Dragon Gate Guild. Sigh, the Sidhu family is in trouble this time. They didn't even recruit a single martial artist. Yeah, without a powerful martial artist, there is no way to pass through the forest, let alone reach Dragon Star country. Oh, right, don't act alone for now. I heard that the Dafeng Mountain Range is rampant with demonic beasts. It's better not to go in. I was wondering why these guilds were recruiting like crazy recently. It seems like there is a beast invasion. Lin Xian listened at the side and understood a little. Demonic beasts? Beast invasion? He frowned slightly. This was not good news for him. Why don't we join a guild? We can look out for each other. Lin Xian looked ahead. He walked over slowly and looked around curiously. However, when those people realized that they could not see through Lin Xian's cultivation, they lost interest. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian looked young and thin. Moreover, his cultivation was unknown. He didn't look like an expert at all. No one stepped forward. Instead, it was the other martial artists who were fought over. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He was wondering if he should show off some of his strength. At this moment, the weak young man walked over. "Brother, are you interested in being a guard?" "Sure, what do guards do?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "Ah." Joy appeared on the young man's face. He quickly said, "This time, we're going to the Dragon Star Kingdom. We need bodyguards on the way to protect our safety." "Brother, don't worry. We will definitely pay you well. As long as our goods are sold, we will definitely give you money." Lin Xian understood. It seemed like this city guild had no manpower and no money, so they were living a miserable life. Ha! That brat Sita Jing is really crazy. He actually started to randomly recruit people. That's right. Look at that person's body. He's so weak. I'm afraid a gust of wind could blow him away. I say, Sita Jing, why don't you sell your things to us? You can't go anyway. Yeah, since we're in the same trade, why don't you give us a 10% discount? The people from the other guilds began to mock and ridicule him, while the young man called Sita Jing's face turned red. "Your name is Sita Jing?" Lin Xian asked. No matter how he heard it, it sounded like a girl's name. "Yes." Sita Jing nodded like a chick pecking rice. "All right, I promise you." Lin Xian smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. "Ah, really?" Sita Jing suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with excitement. "Brother, follow me. I'll bring you to see our guild." After saying that, he pulled Lin Xian and left. Damn, that brat's brain is damaged. He actually dared to agree? He's just trying to be brave. When he knows about the Situ family's predicament, he will definitely run away. Who cares? Such a person, even if he enters the Dafeng mountain range, will only become food for the monsters. The group of people sneered and shook their heads with disdain. Lin Xian followed Sita Jing to a shop. Sita Jing excitedly ran, and while Lin Xian looked around, the so-called guild was actually an organization that transported goods between two countries. Because it was a border city, the entire street was filled with guild organizations. However, the Situ family shop was obviously much more dilapidated. "Brother Lin Xian, come in." Sita Jing anxiously pulled Lin Xian in. It was dim inside, and some of the furniture was old. At the table in front, there was a middle-aged man with a pale face who was constantly coughing. "Father, this is Lin Xian, Brother Lin." The middle-aged man raised his head and carefully looked at Lin Xian. Then he revealed a disappointed expression. "Little brother, Jing, is insensible. Sorry for the trouble." The middle-aged man panted. "Little brother, please go back." "Why? I can't be a guard?" Lin Xian asked. To be honest, the Dafeng Mountain Range is very dangerous during this period. If it wasn't for the agreed date with the Longxing Kingdom, we wouldn't have risked our lives to go in. You really don't have to go in and throw your life away. Since it's dangerous, why not change the date? Lin Xian was puzzled. In our line of work, reputation is the most important thing. Once the date is set, it's impossible to change it. Besides, this is a high-risk business. It doesn't matter if we go sooner or later. The middle-aged man said with difficulty and coughed violently. "Boss, I was planning to go to the Longxing Kingdom. Why don't we go together?" Lin Xian decided to stay. "As for my strength," he smiled faintly, "it's not a problem to deal with an ordinary, harmonious spirit realm warrior." After saying that, he released a trace of sword intent. The whole room was filled with a sharp aura. Feeling this aura, the middle-aged man and Sita Jing trembled slightly. "Great! There's hope for our Sita family." The middle-aged man was so excited that tears rolled down his cheeks. Jing was also so excited that her face turned red. How about this? I'll accompany you and see if you can recruit other warriors, Lin Xian said. Then he and Jing went out to the street again to recruit warriors. That brat is back. Like I said, he won't stay in the Situ family. Wait, why is Jing following him? The group was stunned for a moment before they sneered. What an idiot. Lin Xian didn't care about these people. Instead, he carefully observed the passers-by. To be safe, he needed a helper. Brat, are you recruiting warriors here? A burly man came forward. Sorry, we don't recruit trash. Lin Xian shook his head. The man was only at the seventh sky of Spirit Sea Realm. He was not strong enough. Motherfucker, you're courting death. How dare you call me trash? The burly man was furious. He raised his fist and was about to punch. Jing was so scared that she hid behind Lin Xian. The surrounding warriors were watching the show. He won't be killed with one punch, right? Maybe. Who asked him to be so weak? Just as the fist was about to hit Lin Xian, a big hand suddenly reached out from behind the burly man and threw him away. Bang! The burly man was thrown a dozen meters away and fell to the ground. Are you guys okay? A steady and strong voice sounded. Lin Xian raised his head and saw a 2-meter-tall young man standing in front of him with a silly smile on his face. I'm fine, Jing said with lingering fear. Lin Xian smiled. Thank you for your help. He looked at the burly young man in front of him. With his outstanding soul power, he could feel that the young man had great power. Even he felt a trace of danger. Someone who could make him feel this way was definitely not ordinary. Chapter 360. Seeing Lin Xian's question, the surrounding martial artists could no longer sit still. This muscular young man was obviously an expert. Coupled with his silly smile, they could definitely hire him at the lowest price. How could they give up such a good opportunity? Brother, don't go to them. They are poor and can't afford it. The small-eyed man laughed. Come to our Dragon Gate Guild. We are the third-ranked guild. Our price will definitely be a few times higher than others. There's also us Tri-Talent Guild. There are many experts in our guild. It's definitely safe. The group of people were extremely enthusiastic. Lin Xian was sick and tired of listening to them. He wanted nothing more than to slap them away. Jing looked on nervously. She couldn't compete with the others. However, the honest-looking young man ignored them. He smiled and asked Lin Xian, I can be a guard, but can I eat my fill? Lin Xian looked at Jing with a questioning gaze. Yes, definitely. Don't worry, you can eat your fill, Jing quickly said. All right, I'll sign up, the muscular young man said in a silly voice. What? The surrounding people were stunned. Our food is even better. We have all kinds of delicacies. You should consider it. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the muscular young man followed Lin Xian and Jing away. Fuck. Another idiot. Sigh, what a pity. Such a good bodyguard. The group of people sighed. The Situ clan is really lucky. This is Lin Xian, Big Brother Lin. Big Brother, how should I address you? Jing asked. Dongfang Xiong. The young man smiled. Looking at him, if he wore a beast-skin coat, he would be no different from a bear. The three of them walked to the shop and started to pack up, preparing to enter the mountain. 5 days later, the group set off. Their luggage was simple. Most of their things were placed in their storage rings. However, because the middle-aged man, Situ Tao, was not feeling well, they brought along a rank 4 sprinting beast. This beast's attack power was not strong, but it had a special ability. Its body was huge, and the bones on its back were like a house for people to rest in. Just like that, the group entered the mountain. At the same time, the other guilds also began to take action. The forest was vast, and all kinds of demonic beasts ran amok. If it was a normal day, it would be impossible to see so many demonic beasts. It seemed that there was indeed something unusual in the mountains. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Situ Tao was originally worried, but when he saw Dongfang Xiong kill a Type 5 mountain hound with a single punch, he immediately calmed down. Not only that, but he also admired Lin Xian even more. Because of Lin Xian's guidance, they were always able to avoid the powerful demonic beasts, making the journey much easier. The other guilds were not so lucky. As soon as they entered the forest, they encountered a pack of demon wolves. Immediately, many people were injured. The Dafeng Mountain Range was very wide. With their speed, it would probably take them a month to walk out of it. During this period of time, Lin Xian had never forgotten to comprehend wind concept and lightning concept. Coupled with Wine Lord's guidance, his progress was incredibly fast. It's getting late. Let's stop and rest, Situ Tao said. Lin Xian nodded and began to look for a safe place. In this mountain range, finding a safe place was very important. Otherwise, if they encountered a pack of demonic beasts, they would be unlucky. It's them. Lin Xian was surprised when he saw the people from the Dragon Gate Guild. I've found a good place. Follow me. He smiled. Dongfang Xiong carried a huge axe on his back and 2 demonic beasts on his shoulders as he followed Lin Xian with a silly smile. Situ Jing supported her father and walked in the middle. Soon, they arrived at a flat area with a few caves around it. There's actually people here. Situ Tao's expression changed when he saw the people from the Dragon Gate Guild. Brother Lin, why don't we go somewhere else? No need. I've already checked. This is the safest place within a few dozen miles. Lin Xian slowly said, Yes, Brother Lin is right. I think this place is very good. Dongfang Xiong was very satisfied. He threw the prey on his shoulders to the ground and prepared to clean it. Humph, this is the territory of the Dragon Gate Guild. You think you can behave so atrociously? A bald man coldly said, Situ Tao, I think you don't want to live anymore. Situ Jing was so frightened that she trembled. Situ Tao smiled and said, Everyone, I'm really sorry. There's no other place around here. We'll just stay for one night. We won't disturb you. No, we have to talk about guild secrets tonight. The others can't be here. Yes, quickly scram. Also, these 2 demonic beasts are not bad. Leave them for us for dinner. The people from the Dragon Gate Guild were very domineering. Not only did they want to chase away Lin Xian and the others, they also wanted to take the food. Situ Jing and her father looked at Lin Xian, but the 2 of them didn't notice anything. Lin Xian sighed. He patted Dongfang Xiong's shoulder and said, Brother Xiong, someone wants to steal your food. What? Dongfang Xiong suddenly stood up and stomped his feet on the ground. Who dares to steal my things? Ka ka ka. The ground trembled. Countless cracks spread out under Dongfang Xiong's feet and covered the ground in an instant. It was as if an earthquake had just occurred. The people from the Dragon Gate Guild were shocked as they stared blankly at the scene. Some of the Harmonious Spirit Realm warriors also frowned. With their experience, they could see that this attack was purely physical strength. This guy is so scary. They looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. They didn't need to provoke such a strong enemy when they were outside. All right, you can stay here, but don't disturb us, an old man said in a deep voice. Situ Jing and her father felt relieved and settled down to rest. Dongfang Xiong continued to clean up the demonic beasts. Lin Xian looked at the cracks on the ground and praised in his heart. Dongfang Xiong's body was definitely not weaker than his silver lightning physique. One had to know that his silver lightning mark was cultivated through countless lightning strikes. Interesting guy. Lin Xian's lips curved up slightly. He also sat down and cultivated. Normally, he would cultivate the longevity art at this time. As long as he broke through the 2nd level of the longevity art, he would be able to enter the Harmonious Spirit Realm. At that time, the true power of the longevity art would be revealed. After a while, the smell of barbecued meat drifted over. I'm done. Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and smiled. Smells so good, Situ Jing exclaimed, and ran to the barbecued meat. Behind her, Situ Tao also slowly walked over. Lin Xian took out 3 jars of spirit wine and placed them on the ground. The group began to eat the meat and drink the wine. Beside them, the people from the Dragon Gate Guild saw Lin Xian and the others' food and the dried meat in their hands. They immediately felt unhappy. Many of them were even drooling. It's you. Quickly give us 10 jars of good wine. The bald man looked at the jars with shining eyes. Sorry, there's no share for you here, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Chapter 361. Brat, if you don't hand over the wine, I'll kill you. The bald man took out a shiny long blade. You want a drink? Lin Xian smiled. Who was the one who threatened us before? Who was the one who stopped us from staying here? You want a drink with your attitude? Is your head kicked by a donkey? What? I asked you to stay here because I pity you, but you guys don't know what's good for you. The bald man shouted angrily. Behind him, a few warriors quickly walked over. They were all half-step harmonious spirit realm warriors. When they stood together, they formed a terrifying aura. Don't fight. Don't hurt our friendship, Situ Tao said with a trembling voice. I'll give you this cup of wine. Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? The bald man knocked over the wine cup. Get lost or die. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. Dongfang Xiong also stood up. Go. Beat him to death. The bald man was furious. Although he was afraid of Dongfang Xiong, he believed that his subordinates could handle him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures pounced on Lin Xian and attacked him viciously. Buzz. A green sword light flashed like a gust of wind. Faintly discernible. When Lin Xian retracted his sword, the martial artists screamed as they were sent flying. What? The pupils of the elders of the Dragon Gate Guild shrank, and they unconsciously stood up. What did you see? One of the elders asked in a low voice. I didn't see it. It was too fast. The elder's eyelids were trembling. As a harmonious spirit realm warrior, he couldn't see Lin Xian's sword clearly. This kind of thing was hard to believe. You dare to hurt them. He's rebelling. The bald man screamed. Men, kill him for me. Get lost. One of the elders moved and slapped the bald man away. Then he smiled and bowed to Lin Xian. My subordinates are ignorant. Please forgive them. I don't want this kind of thing to happen a second time, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Situ Jing and her father were confused. They never dreamed that the lawless Dragon Gate Guild would apologize to them. They never dreamed of this kind of thing. After the elder left, Dongfang Xiong said with a smile, I didn't expect Brother Lin's sword art to be so exquisite. We'll have a spar someday. The 4 of them drank wine and ate meat until midnight. After midnight, they all went to sleep. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, there was a soft sound all around, as if something was walking. Lin Xian was the first to open his eyes, followed by Dongfang Xiong, and then the elders from the Dragon Gate Guild. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he used his eye technique to look around. Swish, 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 swish. Not good, there's a beast king. Cries of alarm rang out one after another as everyone was startled awake. Let's go. Lin Xian didn't dare to delay. He summoned Little Gold and called for Dongfang Xiong and Situ Jing. They rode on Little Gold. With a leap, Little Gold arrived in the middle of the swish. With another leap, Little Gold left the swish. Roar. World domination. Dongfang Xiong punched out with both fists. The terrifying power blasted the swish of beasts into smithereens. Lin Xian flicked his finger and unleashed the tempest sword ripple. The fine green sword chi was like a ripple that quickly spread out. Any beast that came into contact with the tempest sword ripple was sliced in half. The two of them didn't dare to continue fighting. They followed Little Gold and fled. The Dragon Gate Guild wasn't so lucky. They were surrounded by countless beasts and were quickly drowned. Behind the swish, there was a huge black python. It was dozens of meters long. The black scales on its body were like cold metal. On the head of the black python sat a man in a red robe. If one looked closely, they would realize that this man was very strange. He had the body of a human, but the head of a poisonous snake. His long neck was like a snake's body, constantly twisting. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This strange creature had a strange name. It was called the Crimson Black Goblin Tribe. Humph, trying to run? The goblin spoke in human language. His body swayed, twisting in the air like a poisonous snake. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Lin Xian and the rest sat on Little Gold's back and quickly escaped from the swish of beasts. Some of the beasts that chased them were killed by him and Dongfang Xiong, so they were temporarily safe. Why are there so many beasts? Lin Xian was puzzled. Are there a lot of beasts recently? Yeah. Situ Tao nodded slowly. Since 2 months ago, the beasts in the Dauphin mountain range started to gather. Some uncommon beasts also came out from the depths of the mountains. 2 months ago, Lin Xian was puzzled. This was around the same time as the appearance of the Crimson Black Goblin Tribe. Could it be? He remembered how the Crimson Black Goblin Tribe helped the Black Dragon sect stir up trouble. It seems that even the Tianshan Kingdom will not be peaceful. Lin Xian sighed. The Black Dragon sect was about to revive. He could not stop it. Perhaps it would not be long before the Black Dragon sect's shadow appeared in the entire Tianan region. When that time came, it would be a true disaster. Only by quickly finding the Great Dragon Sword could they protect themselves in this chaotic world. Lin Xian yearned for the power of the Great Dragon Sword even more. Just as he was thinking, Dongfang Xiong's expression suddenly changed. Dodge. He waved his hand and pushed Sidu Jing and his son to the side. Rumble. Where they were originally standing, the ground suddenly split open. A blood-red snake's head stretched out, sticking out its triangular tongue. Good stuff. I want to eat snake soup tomorrow. Dongfang Xiong shouted and stomped his foot. Instantly, the ground trembled. A terrifying force rushed toward the red snake's head. Lin Xian also came back to his senses. He pulled out the broken autumn scar and slashed out a thick green sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The ground sank. The terrifying force and the green sword chi missed. The red snake's head disappeared. Little White, come out. Lin Xian summoned the little white monkey and asked it and Little Gold to protect the Sidu father and son. He used his soul power to scan the surroundings. Hee, I haven't eaten human flesh in a long time. I miss it. A sinister voice echoed in the forest. Dongfang Xiong and Lin Xian both turned around and saw a monster standing not far away. It had a human body and a snake's head. What is this? Dongfang Xiong was stunned. He scratched his head and said, I don't like to eat human-shaped things. You want to eat me? Interesting human. The red-robed demon laughed. Its dark green eyes stared at Dongfang Xiong. Beside him, Lin Xian was shocked. Crimson Black Demon. What? Demon? Dongfang Xiong was very excited. In the distance, the Sidu father and son were scared pale. However, with the protection of the little white monkey and Little Gold, they were very safe. Chapter 362. The red-robed demon spoke arrogantly, not putting Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong in his eyes at all. Demonic qi filled the air. His strength should be equivalent to an intermediate, harmonious spirit. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. as he identified the red-robed demon's strength. The harmonious spirit realm was divided into 4 small realms: early, intermediate, late, and peak. The difference between each small realm was huge. This kind of gap was similar to the gap between the harmonious spirit realm and the heaven and earth. A mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior could easily kill several early harmonious spirit realm warriors. Lin Xian was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior, and Dongfeng Xiong was an early harmonious spirit realm warrior, so the red-robed demon didn't put them in his eyes. He was only thinking about how to kill these two. "Little brother Lin, I want to do it myself," Dongfeng Xiong said with a grin. "All right." Lin Xian shrugged and stood aside. Seeing this, the red-robed demon's demonic qi instantly shrunk. It was strange that someone dared to look down on him. "Good, very good. I will use the cruelest method to kill you." The red-robed demon sneered. "A group of idiots. You have never seen a demon before. Of course you don't know how powerful we are." Before he finished his words, the red snake opened its mouth and spat out countless wind blades. The air was cut open, and the ground cracked. This kind of power was far beyond an early harmonious spirit realm warrior. Clink! However, such a sharp attack only created sparks when it hit Dongfeng Xiong's body. His weak-colored muscles were not damaged at all. "Hee, good." Dongfeng Xiong laughed foolishly. "You should also taste my power." Dongfeng Xiong took out the mountain-splitting axe from his back and held it tightly with both hands, chopping down with all his strength. A strong wind blew, and everything in front of him was covered by the huge axe. Ka, ka, ka. Before the huge axe fell, everything in front of him had already turned into dust. The red-robed demon turned his head. His dark green eyes were filled with seriousness. He actually felt the threat of death. How is this possible? He is just an early harmonious spirit realm kid. 10,000 miles snake. 8 dark red snakes flew out from his body and merged with the spiritual qi outside, constantly growing bigger. Soon, they grew into 8 giant pythons. 2 of them bit towards the shiny axe, while the other 4 attacked Dongfeng Xiong from different directions. Of the remaining 2, one ran towards Lin Xian while the other pounced towards Sita Jing and her son. The red-robed Yao was actually planning to kill everyone with a single move. Hee, overbearing heavenly axe. Dongfeng Xiong still had a silly smile on his face, but his aura had undergone an astonishing change. It was as if a primordial giant was holding a heavenly axe and chopping down with all his might. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to be split apart. Boom! As the axe fell, the 200-meter-long pythons were split into 2 halves. The yellow axe blade flew forward at high speed, violently chopping towards the red-robed Yao. On the other side, Lin Xian unsheathed his broken sword. It was as if silver lightning was dancing in the air, swift and fierce. When the silver light fell, a transparent bloody hole appeared on the python's 7-inch body. The huge body collapsed with a loud crash. This was a swordsman. If he did not make a move, it would be fine. But if he did, it would be a fatal blow. Moreover, Lin Xian had already touched the edge of the thunder concept with that strike. Behind him, the little white monkey was jumping around with the cold star dagger in its hand. It had already resolved the danger. This monkey was very mysterious. Lin Xian had never seen it cultivate, but its strength had increased rapidly. Even now, Lin Xian did not know where its bottom line was. Bang! Bang! After the red-robed Yao blasted away Dongfeng Xiong's attack, he realized that the 8 pythons he had summoned were all dead. He had seen Dongfeng Xiong's power, but he was extremely surprised by the performance of Lin Xian and the little white monkey. "It seems that I have underestimated you." After saying that, he took a step forward, and his Yao qi soared into the sky. The shocking aura covered the sky, and the red-robed Yao also underwent a shocking change. His body no longer looked like a human, but was formed by countless red-black venomous snakes. It looked terrifying. He stretched out his hand, and his fingers turned into 5 pythons. They opened their bloody mouths and bit down. Boom. Dongfeng Xiong was sent flying. Although there were no injuries on his body, he could not withstand the power. Damn it. Again. Dongfeng Xiong patted the dirt off his body and charged forward again with his axe. I'll help you. Let's end this quickly. Lin Xian turned into a bolt of lightning and charged forward. From the attack just now, he analyzed that this Yao was 30% stronger than warriors of the same level. Moreover, his moves were strange, and Dongfeng Xiong could not break through them immediately. Lin Xian did not want to spend too much time here. After all, there were Yao beasts all around, and a second Yao beast could come at any time. The two of them attacked together, forming a joint attack. The overbearing Heaven's Axe formed a fierce wind with the power to split mountains and rivers. Lin Xian used the sword-drawing technique which merged the power of wind and thunder, increasing the power by several times. Before the attack arrived, the red-robed Yao beast's body reacted. It was an instinctive reaction, which Yao beasts were the most sensitive to. Poof. Sika. The overbearing Heaven's Axe sent one of his arms flying, and the wind-thunder sword-drawing technique severed his waist. Phew. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression changed immediately. Something's not right. He suddenly retreated, and a silver thunder pattern appeared on his body. There was no blood, not a trace of blood. If the body was severed, there should be blood spurting out, but there was no blood on the red-robed Yao beast. Even if he was a Yao beast, there should be blood, unless he was not injured. The moment the silver thunder pattern appeared on his body, the severed part of the red-robed Yao beast turned into countless poisonous snakes, flicking their red tongues. Under an unknown force, the severed arm was reattached to his body. At his waist, countless red snakes also appeared on both ends of the severed part. They intertwined with each other, forming a complete body once again. Boom. A ferocious python had formed in the air with a dangerous force, sending Lin Xian and Dongfeng Xiong flying. All of this happened in an instant. Lin Xian had just finished using the silver thunder body when he was sent flying. The attack was formed by Yao Qi, and it was frantically destroying Lin Xian's body. Fortunately, he had the silver thunder pattern which was able to resist the Yao Qi. Otherwise, even if it was another mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior, they would have been seriously injured by this attack. Buzz, the great dragon sword intent in his body trembled, and a sharp sword Qi flew out from his body, forming a ring of sword light that destroyed the Yao Qi. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Dongfeng Xiong, who was beside him. Dongfeng Xiong's face was pale, but the Yao Qi on his body had been removed. Moreover, there was not a trace of injury on his body, which was enough to prove that his body was abnormally strong. They're not dead? The red-robed Yao beast was surprised. His dark green eyes turned. When he found that Lin Xian and Dongfeng Xiong were not dead, and there were no external injuries, his snake face became very ugly. Chapter 363. Lowly humans, you've surprised me, but the show ends here if nothing unexpected happened. These two people must be human genius martial artists. Killing such people would be much more satisfying than killing other martial artists. You talk too much. I think I'll have to cut your tongue out, Lin Xian snorted. Fried tongue? I like it, Dongfeng Xiong said with a smile. Die. The red-robed demon was furious. His arms shook and turned into a giant python, charging at the two. A sinister and cold aura shrouded the area. Lin Xian felt that his spiritual power couldn't flow smoothly. Gale Lightning Sword. Waving the broken sword, Lin Xian used his strongest move. A giant sword appeared in the sky. Ancient inscriptions were carved on the blade, and it fell with a mysterious aura. Beside him, Dongfeng Xiong also used the overbearing heavenly axe. The dazzling golden axe cleaved the sky into pieces. The two ultimate moves slashed at the red-robed demon, and terrifying energy surged. Impossible! How can they use such powerful attacks? The red-robed demon's expression changed. This kind of attack was enough to threaten his life, let alone to run. He couldn't resist anymore. His body turned into thousands of poisonous snakes, fleeing in all directions. Rumble, mountains and rivers shattered, and the ground collapsed. It was doomsday. Strong winds blew, and trees were uprooted. Let's go! Lin Xian and the others didn't stay. They quickly left with the Sidu father and son. After a long time, a terrifying pit appeared in the ground. It was so dark that it couldn't be seen. At the edge of the pit, a palm-sized dark red snake quickly escaped. Half a month later, Lin Xian and the others walked out of the Dafeng mountain range. What rich spiritual energy! Arriving at the Dragonstar Kingdom, Lin Xian's first reaction was that the spiritual energy here was very rich. As expected of a kingdom, the spiritual energy here was much richer than the Tianshan Kingdom. How do we get there? Lin Xian asked. There's a city 500 miles east, Situ Tao said. Their running beast had been eaten long ago, and now it was sitting on Shaojin. Lin Xian patted lightly, and Shaojin turned into a streak of golden light and jumped towards the east. This was the border of the Dragonstar Strong Country, and there were all sorts of people here. There were lone rangers, and there were also groups. One of the wild wolves took a fancy to the extraordinary Shaojin and wanted to snatch him away. Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong fought with them and beat them away. However, his heart was filled with astonishment. The cultivation of these people was uneven. The highest cultivation was at the early stage of the harmonious spirit realm, and the weakest was at the 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. However, the combat strength of these people was beyond imagination. The early harmonious spirit realm warrior wasn't any weaker than a mid-harmonious spirit realm warrior. Moreover, even that 7th level spirit sea level martial artist had the strength of a half-step harmonious spirit. Lin Xian had never seen such a situation in the heavenly mountain kingdom. As expected of a powerful country, it is not just a little bit stronger than the Tianshan Kingdom. Lin Xian felt that even if he was in the Dragonstar Strong Country, he wouldn't have much of an advantage against the younger generation. Along the way, Lin Xian's thoughts seemed to have been confirmed. This was the golden age of martial arts. This was the heaven of the strong. From Situ Tao, he learned that the Dragonstar Strong Country had a vast territory that was several times the size of the Tianshan Kingdom. Here, there were several top powers, and each of them could sweep through the Tianshan Kingdom. One country, 2 sects, 3 sections. These 6 powers were the top powers of the Dragonstar Country, controlling most of the resources here. Below them, there were the 4 great families, who were also the overlords of a region. These were things that everyone in the Dragonstar Country knew. Sidu Tao had been running around for years, so he knew a lot about the Dragonstar Country. Lin Xian had a general understanding of the powers here. If nothing unexpected happened, the geniuses participating in the sacred True Dragon Gathering would be chosen from these powers. The closer they got to the city, the more martial artists there were. During this time, there were already several groups of people staring at the golden frog that Lin Xian was sitting on. Little brother Lin, why don't we get down? You should put away this demonic beast. Sidu Tao was a bit worried. Those people are all gangsters. They specialize in robbing caravans at the border. We should be careful. Okay. Lin Xian had just arrived and didn't want to cause too much trouble. The 4 landed and Lin Xian put away Little Gold. However, the little white monkey insisted on not going in. So Lin Xian couldn't do anything about it. Although he put away Little Gold, the people behind didn't give up and continued to follow Lin Xian's group. Finally, a group of people stopped Lin Xian. Brother, you don't look familiar. a man with a scar on his face, said coldly, "What? I can't come just because I'm unfamiliar." Lin Xian's expression was calm. "Good kid. You have guts." The scarred man laughed. "We're very interested in your golden frog and want to buy it. How about this? You name a price. We won't bargain." Situ Tao's body trembled. His eyes were filled with fear. He knew this group of people. They were called the Lion Group, and the scarred man was the Mad Blade Gui Jianqiu from the Netherworld. His cultivation had reached the peak of early harmonious spirit realm, and he had a top profound rank treasure blade. Not many people could be his opponent. Whenever a caravan met him, they would obediently hand over a large amount of spirit stones for peace. Now that they were targeted by these people, Situ Tao's heart was filled with despair. They didn't have that many spirit stones. How could they hand it over? "I'm sorry, little gold is my friend. I won't sell it." Lin Xian shook his head. "Kid, my big brother said that he's giving you face. Be smart and hand over that demonic beast. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving here alive." A tall and skinny man with an iron rod shouted coldly. The iron rod in his hand shook, turning the ground 10 meters around him into powder. What a terrifying strength! Dongfang Xiong scratched his head. He could see that the iron rod only shattered the surface of the ground. As for the stones below, they were not damaged at all. To achieve this kind of technique, one would need an extremely high level of control. It was beyond Lin Xian's expectation that there would be such an expert in a group of bandits. However, this kind of ability was not enough to threaten Lin Xian. "I won't give you little gold. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a sword light. Sword Qi soared from his body. It was extremely sharp. Even his aura changed. An expert? The scarred man was surprised. The young man with the iron rod also narrowed his eyes. They had lived on the edge of a blade for many years, so they still had this kind of eyesight. Lin Xian's aura was like that of a swordsman, although he didn't have a sword in his hand. On the side, Dongfang Xiong was also rubbing his palms. Eating and fighting were his two favorite things. He couldn't ask for more, to be able to spar with an expert. "You guys, who wants to go first?" Dongfang Xiong smiled foolishly. You're courting death." The iron rod man was furious. Although Lin Xian's performance was very strong, they weren't scared of him. Chapter 364. The lanky man attacked fiercely, causing the air to explode. The iron rod was only as thick as an arm, but it was as heavy as a mountain. "Hee, good one." Dongfang Xiong laughed and punched out with his right fist. There were no fancy moves or flashes of light. It was a solid punch that landed on the iron rod. Clang! An ear-piercing metallic sound was heard, causing the air around to tremble, forming wave-like ripples. Lin Xian used his spirit energy to cover Situ Tao and his son, ensuring their safety. Otherwise, the shockwave alone would have killed them both. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the lanky man was sent flying, and his iron rod fell to the ground. What? The Lion Regiment members were shocked, their eyes almost popping out. The scarred man frowned, looking at Dongfang Xiong with a gloomy gaze. The tall and skinny man was his trusted subordinate. He was an early harmonious spirit expert. Although he looked thin and weak, his strength was astonishing. Ordinary harmonious spirit realm warriors were no match for this lanky man in terms of pure strength. However, such an expert was sent flying by someone. Moreover, it was with pure physical strength. How could this not shock people? "Brat, how dare you hurt him?" The scarred man said sternly. As the leader of the regiment, he had to take action. A jet-black, treasured blade appeared in the air. The scarred man held the treasured blade in his hand, his body emitting a dazzling blade light. "Want to fight? I'll play with you." Lin Xian took a step forward, sword energy surging from his body, as if it was going to pierce the sky. This aura was very powerful, suppressing the black blade light in the sky. What? This is impossible, the Lion Regiment members exclaimed. That was their leader, the famous wild blade Gui Jianqiu. But now he was suppressed by a young man in terms of aura. Ghost. This was definitely a ghost. The scarred man was also shocked. He felt that he was not facing a young man, but a peerless divine sword with incomparable sharpness. Sword intent. This was the first thought that came to his mind. One had to know that sword intent and blade intent were both unparalleled offensive intents. It was very difficult for ordinary people to comprehend them. Even he had not comprehended blade intent. At this moment, the knife-scarred man actually had the thought of retreating. Even he couldn't believe that he was actually afraid of a young man. However, his body betrayed him. However, at this moment, a loud voice came from the sky again. Sidu Tao, you guys are actually here. Hearing this voice, the scar-faced man quickly withdrew his saber light. Lin Xian also dispersed his sword intent, turning back into a delicate youth. Everyone looked up and saw a huge black shadow descending rapidly from the sky. It was a demonic bird. Its entire body was fiery red, and the feathers on its body burned like flames. There were 3 figures standing on top of it. At this moment, they were looking down. Pu Piu, the flaming bird landed on the ground, blowing away the surrounding rocks. The eyes of the old man in the middle were like lightning as he quickly scanned the surroundings. The Lion Regiment. When he saw the scar-faced man, he frowned. Shifeng had heard of this team before. Their leader, Mad Blade Ghost Grimace in particular, was rumored to be extremely difficult to deal with. However, he was not afraid of these people. Mad Blade, how dare you covet the Jiang family's goods? You're quite bold. The Jiang family? The scar-faced man's face turned pale when he heard these 2 words. He squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "The information this time was wrong. We really didn't know these goods belonged to the Jiang family. Sorry for the offense. We'll take our leave first. We'll definitely apologize to the Jiang family in the future." With that, he quickly left with a group of people, as if he was escaping. Humph! The old man in the middle snorted coldly and did not pursue the matter. However, the 2 young men beside him looked at him with disdain. The Jiang family? Lin Xian was surprised. The powerful scar-faced man and the others were actually so afraid of these 2 words. It seemed that the Jiang family must be very powerful. Right, the Jiang family. I wonder if Jiang Sanfeng is from the Jiang family? Lin Xian suddenly remembered the person that old man Deke had asked him to look for. However, it was not convenient for him to ask about the current situation. Forget it. Since the Jiang family is so powerful, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Xian calmed down. Sidu Tao, did you bring the goods? The old man asked. Yes, Sidu Tao replied respectfully. All right, come on up. The old man waved his hand and brought Lin Xian and the others onto the blazing bird. Up. With a command, the huge blazing bird flapped its wings again and soared into the sky. On the bird's back, the 3 Jiang family members stood in front without looking back. Sidu Tao and his son sat there uneasily. They were only Sea of Soul realm martial artists and had never sat on such a demonic beast before. However, Dongfang Xiong was very excited. His bell-like eyes stared at the bird's back, and he kept muttering in a low voice. Lin Xian's soul power was abnormal. When he heard Dongfang Xiong's words, he could not help but laugh. This guy was actually thinking about how to eat this demonic beast. Moreover, Lin Xian was not the only one who heard his words. One of the Jiang family disciples in front suddenly turned around and stared coldly at Dongfang Xiong. Dongfang Xiong scratched the back of his head and smiled foolishly. Humph, country bumpkin. That disciple looked back with disdain. The blazing bird flew very fast. In a moment, they saw a city. However, it was obvious that they could not fly in the city. The Jiang family elder let the blazing bird land, and the group walked into the city. The city of Dragonstar Nation was much bigger and more prosperous than Heavenly Mountain Nation. In the northwest of the city, there was a cluster of pavilions, all of which belonged to the Jiang family. Lin Xian and the others were arranged a place to stay. Situ Tao followed the old man to hand over the goods. Since they had nothing to do, Lin Xian and the others planned to walk around the city and see if there was anything fun to do. The streets were very wide and were paved with huge bluestones that were abnormally hard. There were many snack bars on both sides, but Dongfeng Xiong was not interested. His favorite food was still demonic beasts. On the other hand, Situ Jing's face was red with excitement. Sigh. Almost again. Damn it. We lost money again. Lin Xian noticed many martial artists walking over with bitter faces. Their eyes were full of unwillingness. What's wrong with these people? Dongfeng Xiong scratched his head. I don't know, but they all seem to be coming from the front, Lin Xian said. Should we go and take a look? Sure. Sita Jing was overjoyed. The three of them walked over quickly. At the end of the street, there was a black mass of people, making the surroundings impenetrable. Inside, cheers could be heard from time to time, but most of the time, it was a sigh. What are they doing? Lin Xian and the others were curious. So many people. We can't get in. Sita Jing looked disappointed. Brother Xiong, it's up to you, Lin Xian said with a smile. Don't worry, leave it to me, Dongfeng Xiong said with a grin. Then he used his large hands that were like iron pincers to forcibly tear the crowd apart. Lin Xian and Li Chia followed behind him and easily squeezed through the crowd. Hey, what's this? Chapter 365. After squeezing into the crowd, Lin Xian saw a martial artist in front of him who was attacking a black stone tablet. The man's punches were so fast that they left an afterimage in the air. Bang! A deep sound was heard, causing the ground to tremble slightly. However, the huge black stone tablet did not move at all. However, on the surface of the stone tablet, there were 4 bright red stars that were shining brightly. Sigh. Another failure. The crowd sighed and lamented. What is this? Situ Jing asked curiously. A young martial artist who was closest to them said, This is a strength testing stone. It can test a martial artist's strength. Do you see those 10 vertical stars? Each star represents 10,000 jin. When your strength reaches the required level, those stars will light up. Then, why did you say that I failed? Lin Xian asked. This is a strength testing stone. Each test will cost 100 mid-grade spirit stones. However, if someone can light up 6 stars, the stall owner will give them 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones for free. I see. Lin Xian understood. To light up 6 stars, one would need to have at least 60,000 pounds of strength. Even a harmonious spirit realm martial artist would not be able to do that. Moreover, spirit transformation realm experts would not play this kind of game. Therefore, the stall owner was obviously exploiting this loophole to make money. One should know that mid-grade spirit stones were hard currency. 100 mid-grade spirit stones for a test was not cheap. However, this was the Dragonstar Empire. There were many rich martial artists here. Soon, another martial artist walked out. This was a man in his 40s. His face was slightly yellow and his clothes were thin. He looked like a teacher. Can he do it? The crowd was puzzled. It's hard to say. I can't sense his aura. He might be an expert. Someone analyzed. The middle-aged man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his yellowed wrist. He clenched his 5 fingers together and waved his palm lightly, as if a cloud had floated past. No way, what is he doing? Someone sneered. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. Wung, wung, wung. The palm wind hit the black, strength-testing stone, and the stars on it lit up quickly. 1 star, 2 stars. The crowd held their breaths in anticipation. When the 5th star lit up, everyone's hearts jumped to their throats. However, the 6th star did not light up. Sigh, we were so close. Everyone sighed again. Dongfang Xiong, on the other hand, was waiting with his bell-like eyes, looking eager to give it a try. However, at this time, a few sneers came from the side. What a bunch of trash. It's been so long, and no one has been able to strike out the 6th star. Hearing this, many people were angry. They had tried before, but all of them failed. Who are you calling trash? Many people glared at him. However, when they saw the person who spoke, many of them were stunned. Lin Xian also looked over curiously, only to see 3 young men standing not far to his left. They were dressed in luxurious clothes, and their faces were filled with arrogance. The word Jiang was painted on their chests. They're disciples of the Jiang family. Lin Xian frowned slightly. These people didn't look like good people. So what if I'm talking about you? Trash is trash. One of the young men sneered. Those people didn't dare to talk back, but their faces turned purplish-black. If you're so good, then go ahead. It's not too late to mock others when you strike out the 6th star. There was a hint of anger in this voice. What did you say? That young man was angry that someone dared to talk back to him. He glanced around and quickly locked onto the person who spoke. A young man in white held a folding fan in his hand and gently fanned it. His handsome face immediately attracted the attention of the female martial artist present. Beside him stood a woman. However, she wore a silver mask that covered her beautiful face. However, her exposed eyes were like the bright moon, very moving. Such a handsome young man, and a mysterious woman quickly attracted everyone's attention. Were you the one who questioned me just now? The Jiang family disciple looked unfriendly. Everyone knows how to be sarcastic. If you want to mock others, show me your strength first. The young man in white smiled indifferently. Do you know who you're talking to? The Jiang family disciple sneered. Do you believe that I can make you stay here forever? This is Dragon Star Nation City, not your Jiang family's territory. The young man in white disagreed. Besides, you're just a small branch. What's there to be proud of? The 3 Jiang family disciples were enraged. In Qingshan City, they always kept their word, and no one dared to talk back to them. But now, someone actually dared to talk back to them. Humph! With a cold snort, a dangerous aura surged out from that disciple. Situ Jing was the closest, and her strength was weak, so she was hit by the aura. Lin Xian reacted quickly and cut off the aura with a finger and quickly protected Situ Jing. You dare to stop me? You're courting death. That Jiang family disciple suddenly turned his head and looked at Lin Xian with a cold gaze. The 2 people beside him also looked over with killing intent in their eyes. Your aura hurt a child. Don't tell me you don't allow others to resist? Lin Xian's face darkened. That's right. I don't think you're good people. Dongfang Xiong also said angrily. What did you say? The 3 of them were furious. Someone dared to talk back to them again. The surrounding warriors also looked on nervously. They knew that these 3 guys were the little tyrants of Qingshan City. Usually, they used their status as Jiang family disciples to bully men and women, but no one dared to provoke them. Today's situation would definitely make them furious. Who are these 3 people? They don't look familiar. Someone said softly. Needless to say, they must be outsiders. How would the people of Qingshan City dare to find trouble with them? The 3 of you kneel down and kowtow, and I'll spare your lives. Jiang Feng said with a glare. Are you a dog, biting everyone you see? Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid of such people. Biting people? Are you a dog demon? Quickly show your true form. I'm going to kill you, Dongfang Xiong said with a serious face. Puffed. Finally, someone in the crowd could not help but laugh. The others also tried their best to hold back their laughter, but the smiles on their faces were clearly visible. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Feng was furious. Someone actually dared to scold him. He must cut off his tongue. Brother, you're wrong. Calling him a dog. Isn't that an insult to dogs? The young man in white said with a smile. Everyone laughed in surprise, and various expressions appeared on their faces. What was going on today? Why were there so many fierce people all of a sudden? First, they called Jiang Feng a dog demon. Now, they were even worse than a dog. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Feng shouted to the sky with a ferocious expression. You too, attack. After that, the three of them were about to attack. Little brothers, listen to this old man's words. The stall owner came out and said quickly, this started because of the strength testing stone. Why don't we solve it with the strength testing stone? Chapter 366. The stall owner of the strength testing stone was a short old man with a goatee, and his eyes narrowed into slits. He smiled and said, Little brothers, why don't we use the strength testing stone to settle this matter? Everyone was stunned and looked at the old man in shock. The other party was a disciple of the Jiang family. If they were angered, they would definitely lose their lives. Even so, everyone was very interested in the old man's suggestion. Until now, no one had been able to hit 6 stars. They wondered if these people could succeed. Lin Xian did not think much of it, but Dongfeng Xiong was abnormally excited. His bell-sized eyes bloomed with endless brilliance. The white-robed youth also nodded in agreement. I have no problem, but I'm afraid the Jiang family disciples won't dare to accept the challenge. Humph, why wouldn't they dare? Jiang Feng sneered. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. But if you lose, you'll be at my disposal. What if you lose? Lin Xian asked in a low voice. What kind of joke is this? Brother Feng will lose? Another Jiang family disciple said, Since it's a bet, it's better to agree beforehand. Otherwise, someone might go back on their word. The white-robed youth said slowly. What do you want? Jiang Feng asked back. We won't punish you, but in the future, if you meet us, you'll have to stay 10 meters away, Lin Xian said slowly. You're looking for death. No one has ever dared to make such a request of me. Jiang Feng's face darkened. He was a disciple of the Jiang family. His body was very honorable. How could he avoid others? So, you don't dare? The white-robed youth waved his fan. If you don't dare, then forget it. We won't force you. Who says I don't dare? Jiang Feng was anxious. There were so many people here. If he did not agree, others would definitely think too much. Okay, I agree. Jiang Feng's expression was full of confidence. I won't lose. Cut the crap. I can't wait, Dongfeng Xiong said while rubbing his hands. Little brothers, the strength testing stone tablets rules are 100 mid-grade spirit stones each time, the old man with the goatee said with a smile. What? You dare to take our money? The Jiang family disciples stared. Everyone was stunned. This old man was really greedy. He even dared to take money from the Jiang family. Wasn't he afraid of revenge? Sir, here are 100 mid-grade spirit stones. The young man in white handed over a bag of spirit stones. I'm not like some people who can't even afford 100 mid-grade spirit stones. I don't look like a disciple of a big family. It's only 100 spirit stones. I have plenty of them. Jiang Feng's expression was cold as he took out a bag of spirit stones from his storage ring. Lin Xian took out 2 bags of spirit stones and handed them to the short old man. Who's first? Dongfeng Xiong asked. I'll go first. Jiang Feng took a step forward and arrived in front of the testing area. Looking at the cold strength measuring stone tablet, Jiang Feng secretly circulated his spirit energy and punched out. Suddenly, the air in front of him exploded. and the violent impact hit the black stone tablet. Whoa! The black stone tablet trembled slightly, and stars lit up one after another. Everyone looks over curiously, wanting to see if this Jiang family disciple is able to hit out 6-star jades. The first 4 stars quickly lit up, and the 5th star was the last to light up, flickering with a dazzling red light. As everyone watched, the red light of the 5th star gradually deepened and finally turned purple, but the 6th star still did not light up. The surrounding cultivators hissed and sighed in disappointment. Failed. Even a Jiang family disciple failed. Is there really no one who can hit out 6-star jades? They could not be blamed for being disappointed. While Jiang Feng's reputation was not good, but everyone knew his power. He definitely surpassed martial artists of the same level. Impossible. When Jiang Feng saw the result, he immediately became anxious. There's a problem. There must be a problem. How can I only have 250 kilograms of strength? Jiang Feng did not believe it. He had almost used all his strength in that punch, but even so, he still did not hit out 6-star jades. Tell me, is there a problem with this? Jiang Feng pulled the old man with the goatee next to him. Little brother, there's definitely no problem with this strength measuring stone. The old man said in a panic, if you don't have the ability, then don't blame others. The white-robed youth sneered. What did you say? Jiang Feng roared. I said, if you don't have the ability, then don't find excuses. What strength measuring stone is broken? The white-robed youth sneered. Don't implicate the innocent. Don't forget that there are so many people here watching. You don't want the Jiang family's reputation to be tarnished, right? The white-robed youth said as he waved his fan. Humph. Jiang Feng threw the short old man to the side. I want to see how you can hit out 6-star jades. The white-robed youth smiled and slowly walked towards the strength-measuring stone. His eyes focused, and a sharp aura was emitted from his body. The white-robed youth quickly waved his palm. Buzz. The terrifying palm struck the black strength-measuring stone, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The 5 stars on it quickly lit up. Under everyone's anxious attention, the 5th star shone brightly, and its color changed from red to purple and finally to black. But the 6th star still did not light up. It didn't light up? The white-robed youth frowned. How can this be? The eyes of the silver-masked woman in the distance were also filled with confusion. Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect that even the white-robed youth could not hit out 6-star jades. Humph, what about 6-star jades? Jiang Feng sneered. You still think that there's no problem with the strength measuring stone? Or are you also a piece of trash? This fellow is obviously lying to everyone. He looked at the short old man with killing intent in his eyes. Daring to lie to him, Jiang Feng, is an unforgivable crime. The white-robed youth was puzzled. He believed in his own strength. That punch just now was definitely not as simple as 250 kilograms. But why didn't the 6-star light up? Is there really a problem with the strength measuring stone? Shaking his head, the white-robed youth turned to look at the short old man. It's none of my business. Little brothers, there really is no problem with the strength measuring stone. The short old man shrunk his body. There are still 2 more people. Maybe those 2 little brothers can hit out 6-star jades? If they can't hit it, it won't be too late to punish me then. Hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Xian and Dongfang Xiong. However, they basically ignored Lin Xian and placed their gazes on Dongfang Xiong. There was no other way. Lin Xian's body was too thin and weak. Moreover, his cultivation did not even reach the harmonious spirit realm. How could such a person hit 6-star jades? On the other hand, Dongfang Xiong's muscles were filled with explosive strength. He looked very promising. Maybe he could really hit 6-star jades? Jiang Feng looked at the 2 of them and said in a deep voice, All right, let's let them try. If they can't hit 6-star jades, I will definitely not forgive you. That's right. That's right. The short old man nodded. Don't worry, old man. I'm sure I can hit it. Dong Feng Xiong grinned. Chapter 367. Lin Xian nodded. He slowly walked in front of the strength testing stone and looked at it carefully. His eyes flashed as he secretly used his eye technique, but he still did not find anything out of the ordinary. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian could only test his strength according to the normal method. Using all the spiritual power in his body, he waved his right hand, and a huge mountain appeared, seal of mountains and rivers. Lin Xian used the power of mountains and rivers and attacked the strength testing stone. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that this seemingly weak young man would be able to use such a terrifying attack. Boom! The strength testing stone glowed, and 5 stars quickly lit up. The 5th star was bright red. Everyone was disappointed. Even Jiang Feng could not compare to this level. But when they thought about Lin Xian's cultivation, everyone was relieved. To be able to achieve such a result was already very impressive. The white-robed youth was disappointed and did not pay attention to Lin Xian. Jiang Feng sneered. Trash indeed. No, he's even worse than trash. Dong Feng Xiong had a strange expression. This strength was not like the Lin Xian he knew. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He did not use all his strength in this punch. But even so, according to his calculations, it should not be only 250 kilograms of strength. Is there really a problem with this strength testing stone? Lin Xian frowned. Humph, who said that 6 stars must be 60,000? Wine Lord sneered. Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be? With Wine Lord's reminder, Lin Xian suddenly thought of a possibility. He looked at the short old man next to him. He saw the old man's body trembling, as if he was afraid, but his eyes did not reveal any fear. Something's wrong. Lin Xian touched his chin. Hee, it's finally my turn. Dong Feng Xiong jumped out impatiently. At this time, everyone's gaze was on Dong Feng Xiong. This was their last hope. Jiang Fengguang looks at the little old man and says with a sinister expression, Old thing, you better pray that he can hit out 6 stars. Otherwise, you are dead for sure. Relax, I will definitely be able to hit 6 stars. Dong Feng Xiong grinned. Standing in front of the black testing stone, his tall body exploded with a series of popping sounds like beans being fried. In the next moment, his entire aura changed. His eyes became sharp and decisive, like a ferocious beast that had just woken up from a deep slumber. His original silly smile was replaced by a grave and stern expression. He raised his right fist slightly, and the muscles on it bulged like a dragon. Dong Feng Xiong growled as his right fist suddenly punched out. The air exploded with a rumbling sound. It was as if a real mountain had landed on the ground. Strong winds blew in all directions, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. Boom! The strength testing stone let out a deep sound, and the entire stone tablet started to tremble. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the stars above quickly lit up. 1, 2, 3. The 5th heart quickly lit up, turning from bright red to purple, and finally to black. After turning black, the 6 stars suddenly lit up. The dazzling red was like a red sun, illuminating the surroundings. It lit up. It lit up. It really lit up. The 6th star really lit up. Everyone exclaimed. Jiang Feng's face darkened, and the 2 Jiang family disciples beside him also looked uneasy, wishing that they could leave this place immediately. Dong Feng Xiong hit 6 stars, which meant that there was no problem with the strength testing stone. Then, the problem was Jiang Feng's strength. Thinking that a Jiang family disciple, a harmonious spirit expert, was actually not as good as an unknown brat. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng had the urge to vomit blood. Beside him, the white-robed youth was also shocked. He carefully looked at Dong Feng Xiong, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. What a terrifying strength. This guy's strength should be in strength. The white-robed youth thought. I am little Wen Zisu. How should I address you? The white-robed youth asked. He, I am Dongfeng Xiong, and this is little brother Lin Xian. Dongfeng Xiong scratched his head and smiled. However, the crowd obviously ignored Lin Xian, and many people looked at Dongfeng Xiong as if they were looking at a monster. No, I must have made a mistake just now. This time, I will definitely hit it. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and said, as a Jiang family disciple, he could not lose to an unknown person. Throwing out another bag of spirit stones, Jiang Feng walked in front of the strength testing stone. His body emitted a blue light as unfathomable as the ocean. The surrounding spirit energy crazily surged, forming a terrifying blue fist shadow behind him, emitting a terrifying aura. Break for me! Jiang Feng shouted angrily. The blue spirit energy wrapped around his fist and suddenly punched out. The blue fist shadow behind him followed his movement and quickly bombarded the strength testing stone. Boom! An explosion sounded in the air, as if a mountain rock had exploded, causing the air to boil. Everyone looked again, wanting to see if Jiang Feng, who used 120% of his strength, could hit the 6th star. However, everyone was disappointed. The 5th star turned from purple to black, like a black jade, but the 6th star still did not light up. Impossible! This is impossible! Why didn't I succeed? Panic appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes. He had already used all his strength. Not only did he use all the spirit energy in his body, but he also used the surrounding spirit energy. He had absolute confidence in this punch. Moreover, this force was definitely above 70,000 pounds. However, why did the 6th star still not light up? On the side, Lin Xian frowned, and a pondering expression appeared on his face. With his outstanding spirit energy, he could naturally sense the strength of that punch. According to his deduction, although it was not as strong as Dongfeng Xiong, it should be able to hit the 6th star. Damn it, how much strength is required to hit the 6th star? Lin Xian cursed in his heart. If I'm not wrong, the minimum requirement for the 6th star should be 100,000 pounds of strength. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. 100,000 pounds? Lin Xian almost jumped up. This was too terrifying. This kind of strength was very close to that of a spirit transformation expert. No wonder so many people could not hit the 6th star. Damn it, this thing actually requires 100,000 pounds of strength. Then he thought that since Dongfeng Xiong could hit 100,000 pounds of strength, this guy was definitely not a normal person. Humph, what do you know? This strength testing stone was used to test disciples in ancient times. 6 stars is just a passing grade. It's not a big deal. Wine Lord disdained. Lin Xian was speechless. How abnormal were ancient martial artists? Although he had never seen them, he knew that those people were not simple just by hearing Wine Lord's description. I wonder if I'll be able to form the 6th star after using Silver Thunder Body. Lin Xian was eager to try. Firstly, he wanted to test his true strength. Secondly, he wanted to prove to Wine Lord that he was not inferior to anyone. Even if he faced those ancient martial artists, he would not admit defeat. Chapter 368. Seeing Lin Xian's eagerness to try, the others were stunned. Is this guy crazy? Isn't this a waste of money? Yeah, a half-step harmonious spirit kid. It's already very scary if he can hit 5 stars. Everyone discussed they didn't think that Lin Xian could hit 6 stars. Jiang Feng saw Lin Xian's action and became even angrier. Get out of my way. What's a piece of trash like you doing? Lin Xian's face darkened. He looked at Jiang Feng coldly. It's not certain who's the trash. I advise you not to bite people like a mad dog. Kid, you're courting death. How dare you talk to me like that? I'll kill you right now. Jiang Feng was furious. A half-step harmonious spirit kid dared to talk to him like that. Kneel down and apologize, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Jiang Feng released a powerful aura towards Lin Xian. What do you want? How dare you bully little brother Lin? You'll have to ask for my permission first. Dong Feng Xiong stood out. His tall stature, coupled with his ferocious gaze, made him look like a peerless beast that had appeared in the human world. Everyone thought of the scene when he hit 6 stars and felt an indescribable pressure. How is he human? He's a ferocious beast in human form. Jiang Feng's face darkened. To be honest, he didn't have the confidence to deal with this big guy. Humph. Let's see what a piece of trash like you can do. Jiang Feng sneered. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. This fellow had provoked him time and time again, causing a killing intent to well up in his heart. But he still managed to control his killing intent. Now that he was in a foreign country, he didn't dare to be careless. And this Jiang family seemed to be related to the person he was looking for. So Lin Xian didn't make a move. But if there was a chance, he wouldn't let Jiang Feng go. Thinking of this, he calmed down and quickly walked to the strength testing stone. This time, he planned to use his real strength. The art of long life in his body began to circulate, forming a powerful force. Silver lightning appeared on his body, making crackling sounds. The next moment, the surface of his body was covered with mysterious silver lightning runes, as if the god of thunder had descended. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt an astonishing pressure from Lin Xian. Could it be that this fellow didn't use his full strength just now? The crowd found it hard to imagine. The white-robed youth was also surprised. He looked at Lin Xian with a serious expression, his eyes shining with a dazzling light. At the side, Jiang Feng's face became even darker. Lin Xian's aura made him feel extremely uneasy. Damn it! Who the hell is this kid? How could he have such a martial skill? Only Dong Feng Xiong grinned foolishly. He had been with Lin Xian for more than a month, so he naturally knew his strength. Lin Xian's physical strength wasn't any weaker than his. Furthermore, Dong Feng Xiong knew that Lin Xian was also a swordsman. A swordsman's most powerful ability was, of course, his sword. I thought I was strong enough. I didn't expect there to be someone even stronger. Silver lightning crackled around Lin Xian's body, carrying an extremely dangerous aura. As he walked, he let out a thunderous sound. Clenching his right fist, Lin Xian took a step forward. His body slightly arched like a ferocious cheetah, ready to attack at any time. Boom! Lightning flashed as the silver fist landed on the strength testing stone, letting out an explosive sound. Silver lightning surged, turning the surroundings into a sea of lightning. Occasionally, lightning leaked out, causing cracks to appear on the hard ground. After a while, the silver light dissipated, revealing a black strength testing stone. The crowd looked at the strength testing stone with anticipation. On the black strength testing stone, the first 5 stars quickly lit up, and the 5th star instantly turned purplish black. Buzz. Immediately after, the 6 stars on the stone suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. It's here. The 6th star really appeared. Freak. Too freakish. Everyone cried out in alarm, their expressions stupefied. Brother Lin, good job. Dong Feng Xiong grinned. This guy is definitely not simple. The white-robed young man's expression changed slightly. For the first time, he looked at Lin Xian seriously. Half-step, harmonious spirit cultivation, but his strength is frightening. That strike just now definitely exceeded 100,000 jin. The white-robed young man's expression turned serious. When did such a young expert appear in Green Mountain City? Impossible. This guy can't hit 6 stars. Jiang Feng's expression was very ugly, as if he had eaten a dead fly. Too embarrassing. Someone who was weak and small, someone whom he viewed as trash, was actually able to hit out 6 stars. He tried twice, but he could only hit 5 stars. This result was too ironic. This was simply slapping his face. Not only did he lose face, but the Jiang family also lost face. Brat, what kind of shameful method did you use? If you know what's good for you, quickly say it. Otherwise, I'll kill you today. Jiang Feng tried his best to distort the truth. Yes, you must have used some shameful method. Little bastard, you're really shameless. The two Jiang family disciples beside him also shouted coldly, shameful method? Lin Xian sneered. The three of you are really disappointing. It's fine if you don't have the strength. It's not shameful, but not admitting defeat and distorting the truth. This is shameful. It's really disappointing that the Jiang family has disciples like you. Lin Xian's words were sharp and merciless. What did you say? The two Jiang family disciples were angry. Do you believe that I won't cripple you right now? You can try. Lin Xian took a step forward. The silver lightning on his body turned into a silver dragon and swooped down. Boom. The two Jiang family disciples were frightened by this powerful force and sat on the ground. Their faces were as pale as paper. Good, good. The crowd cheered in a low voice. They had long disliked these three people, but because of the Jiang family status, they didn't dare to do anything. However, Lin Xian's fierce counterattack made these people very happy. You dare to make a move against a Jiang family disciple? Jiang Feng was furious. His robe fluttered and was filled with terrifying spiritual energy. Don't think that being able to hit out 6 stars is something amazing. You only have great strength, but your cultivation is too weak. I can use my spiritual pressure to crush you to death. Now, I'll give you a chance to live, Jiang Feng said arrogantly. Kneel down and break your arms, then I'll spare your life. Jiang Feng had a high and mighty look. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Everyone was silent. Jiang Feng was indeed the same as the rumors. Not only was he arrogant, but he was also cruel. Being able to hit out 6 stars is nothing amazing. If we really fight, I can destroy you with one hand. Jiang Feng had unlimited confidence. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, Indeed, it's nothing amazing. However, you can't even hit out 6 stars. Aren't you too useless? I don't know. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant? I am a Jiang family disciple. This is enough. Jiang Feng's voice was as cold as a blade. Offending me will only result in death. Jiang family? Lin Xian laughed. In the end, you are just a useless trash that relies on your family. Once you leave your family, you are nothing. What a clever and eloquent brat. However, no matter what you say today, you won't be able to escape death. Jiang Feng's face was sinister like an injured beast. This was the pain in his heart. Today, it was mercilessly exposed by Lin Xian. Chapter 369. Jiang Feng was very powerful. A blue fist shadow formed behind him and blasted towards Lin Xian with a violent aura. Lin Xian didn't dodge. He just stood there quietly. Why aren't you dodging? Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but worry for him. Is he planning to take it head on? The young man in white guessed. Humph! He must have been scared silly. The two Jiang family disciples sneered. If you don't dodge, then die. A ferocious look appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes, and he channeled his spiritual power even more vigorously. He wanted to turn Lin Xian into mincemeat with a single punch. Seeing the blue fist getting closer and closer, a mysterious rune suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. What followed was a powerful soul force. After Lin Xian became a grade 3 inscription master, he once again used his eye technique to attack. Wang, an invisible energy wave quickly passed through the fist shadows and acted on Jiang Feng's body. Puff! Jiang Feng's body trembled, and the speed of his attack slowed down. The huge blue fist in the sky also quickly disappeared. This scene caused everyone to be stunned. Jiang Feng's face contorted, as if he was in great pain. The blue spirit power in his body rumbled, and in the next moment, he actually broke through Lin Xian's pupil technique. Unorthodox sect Dai. Jiang Feng pounced over like a wild beast. Lin Xian was surprised. His soul force was very powerful. Ordinary, harmonious spirit realm warriors were no match for him in terms of soul force, but this Jiang Feng was actually able to break through his eye technique attack, which really surprised him, as expected of the Dragon Star Empire. The strength of their martial artists is indeed formidable. Lin Xian once again experienced the strength of this country's martial artists, which was far beyond that of the Heavenly Mountain Empire. However, Lin Xian had more than one method. The inscriptions in his eyes changed rapidly, forming 3 flower patterns. An even more powerful illusion attack rushed towards Jiang Feng. With a blood-curdling scream, Jiang Feng finally couldn't hold on any longer, and his body collapsed. Like a puppet, he stood there with a pained expression on his face. Brother Feng, Brother Feng! 2 of the Jiang family's disciples stepped forward and shouted crazily. Puff! Jiang Feng seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. What did you do to Brother Feng? The 2 disciples screamed. Everyone was horrified, as if they had seen a ghost. They only saw Lin Xian glare at Jiang Feng. The latter stood there motionless, and then he was injured and spat out blood. What kind of attack is that? Isn't it too strange? Everyone was puzzled. Could it be a soul attack? Someone was puzzled. That's right, it was indeed a soul attack. I didn't expect that brat's soul force to be so powerful. An expert recognized. The Dragon Star Strong country was truly extraordinary. In just an instant, there were martial artists who recognized the soul attack. You're dead for injuring a disciple of the Jiang clan. That's right, no one can save you if you offend the Jiang family. The 2 disciples of the Jiang family shouted crazily. Lin Xian's expression was grave and stern. His gaze was like 2 sharp swords that pierced into their hearts. Their bodies stiffened and trembled uncontrollably. They sat on the ground like dead dogs, cold sweat flowing down their bodies like rivers. Jiang Feng glared hatefully at Lin Xian. Although he wanted to attack, he didn't have an ounce of strength. Although he only paused for a moment in the outside world, in the spiritual world, he suffered a long period of cruel torture. With a sneer, Lin Xian turned around and was about to leave. Dongfeng Xiong and Situ quickly followed behind him. Wait a moment, you 2 little brothers, wait a moment. At this moment, the short old man, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted, Old man, we've already given you the spirit stones. Dongfeng Xiong scratched his head and said, Why are you looking for us? It's not about money. The old man stroked his goatee and smiled evilly. This strength testing stone was obtained from a sect with much difficulty. At that time, this old man promised them that I would definitely send them a few youths who could reach 6-star. You 2 are just right. Everyone rolled their eyes. No matter how they looked at it, they felt that this little old man was a swindler. That won't do. Dongfeng Xiong scratched his head and said, I'm going to join the Dragon Elephant sect. What? Dragon Elephant sect? Everyone was shocked. Their mouths were wide open, as if they could swallow an egg. The white, clothed youth's expression was serious. Then he used a serious gaze to size up Dongfeng Xiong. The 3 Jiang family disciples sitting on the ground trembled. It was as if the 3 words Dragon Elephant sect had endless magic. The old man's eyes flashed and then looked at Dongfeng Xiong with interest. It was no wonder that these people were surprised. The Dragon Elephant sect was one of the 6 major powers of the Dragon Elephant Strong country. It was a peak power above everyone else. Lin Xian was also stunned. He didn't expect that the seemingly simple and honest youth beside him was aiming for a peak sect. The old man narrowed his eyes. "Young man, don't worry. My sect is definitely not inferior to the dragon-elephant sect." Everyone was stunned. Not inferior to the dragon-elephant sect? In the dragon-elephant strong country, the only sect on the same level as the dragon-elephant sect was the Great Flag sect. However, the Great Flag sect didn't focus on powerful physical techniques. This old man is obviously an old swindler. Everyone shook their heads. "Really? I can consider it." Dongfang Xiong scratched his head and said, "How about this? After you go with me, I guarantee that you will enter the inner sect within 3 months." The old man smiled and said, "How about it? This is a green path specially open for you." "Okay, I promise you." Dongfang Xiong nodded his head. Everyone was stunned. This is also possible? Such a good martial arts genius was actually cheated by an old swindler. Lin Xian wasn't too worried. Although Dongfang Xiong looked simple and honest, he had never suffered a loss before. He was definitely the type of youth who looked foolish. The old man was overjoyed. He once again turned his head to look at Lin Xian. "Young man, what about you?" Lin Xian rubbed his nose. "Many thanks for old man's good intentions. However, I cannot join your sect." "Oh, why is that?" the old man asked. "This time I came to the Dragon Star Strong country to search for a person. Furthermore, my martial arts is not in the aspect of body refinement." "Not in body refinement?" Everyone was stunned. "You already hit out 6 stars, and you still say you don't specialize in body refinement." This brat wouldn't die trying to act cool, right? There is a possibility. Perhaps he is trying to attract the old man's attention. The short old man had a face of astonishment. However, when he recalled that Lin Xian had used his soul eye technique, he understood. Forget it. This brat might be a soul cultivator. He shook his head. Furthermore, his body refinement technique seems to be very special. All right, since that is the case, I will not force you. After saying that, the short old man looked at Dongfang Xiong. "You can leave with me. Hee, little brother Lin, let's meet again if fate allows." Dongfang Xiong waved towards Lin Xian and Sidu Jing before leaving with the short old man. "Big brother Dongfang, what about your reward?" Sidu Jing asked loudly. "I don't want it anymore." Dongfang Xiong laughed. "Let's go too." Lin Xian pulled Sidu Jing and prepared to leave. Chapter 370. "Brother Feng, what should we do? Are we just going to watch that brat leave?" The 2 Jiang family disciples said angrily. "We're injured now, so we shouldn't act rashly. Let that brat be proud for a while. When we recover, it'll be his time to die. Let's go. You 2 help me up." Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and said. The 2 Jiang family disciples supported Jiang Feng and walked back to the Jiang residence shakily. Lin Xian and Situ Jing left the strength testing stone stall and returned to the Jiang residence. At this moment, Situ Tao had already handed over the goods and received a generous reward. When he saw Lin Xian return, a smile appeared on his sallow face. "Brother Lin, you're finally back. This is your reward." Situ Tao said happily. Where's Brother Dongfang?" "He's not here?" Brother Dongfang left. He even said that he didn't want the reward. Situ Jing said. After that, Lin Xian briefly explained the situation to Situ Tao, and Situ Tao quickly understood. "Forget it. It seems like Brother Dongfang has a great opportunity. We can only wish him well." Situ Tao said, "Brother Lin, what do you plan to do next?" "Me?" Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "I want to meet the Jiang family's elder." "Jiang family's elder?" Situ Tao was stunned for a moment. "Is Brother Lin in trouble?" "To be honest, I'm here to find someone. This person might have a lot to do with the Jiang family." Lin Xian explained. All right, I've been handing over goods with Elder Jiang Song all year round, so I'm quite familiar with him. How about this? I'll bring you to see him tomorrow. Uncle Situ, why don't you bring me there now? All right, follow me. Situ Tao saw that Lin Xian was a little anxious, so he didn't dare to delay. The two of them walked towards Elder Jiang Song's residence. On the other hand, when Jiang Feng and the other two returned to the Jiang residence with injuries, they immediately alarmed the entire Jiang residence. The disciple in charge of guarding the door was even more shocked as he rushed forward. Brother Jiang Feng, what happened? Who beat you up like this? Rebellion. This is rebellion. How dare someone hit a disciple of the Jiang family? Brother Feng, where is he? I'll go kill him. Jiang Feng waved his hand weakly. That kid ran away a long time ago. Help me back to recuperate. Everyone did not dare to be negligent, and hurriedly helped Jiang Feng's group of three inside. In one of the Jiang Manor's courtyards, Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian with a slight frown. Situ Tao, why did you bring a child here? Elder Jiang, I have some questions to ask. Lin Xian said slowly. Oh, you're asking me? What's the matter? A trace of surprise appeared on Elder Jiang Song's face. He had never met Lin Xian, let alone had any interactions with Lin Xian, so he was very curious about what Lin Xian wanted to ask. Elder, may I ask if there is a person called Jiang Sanfeng in the Jiang estate? Lin Xian asked with a glimmer of hope. Jiang Sanfeng. Elder Jiang Song's expression was strange. Why are you asking this? Seeing the vigilance in Elder Jiang Song's eyes, Lin Xian smiled slightly. Elder, please don't worry. I'm only here to find this person on behalf of my elders. Seeing that Lin Xian did not seem to be lying, Elder Jiang Song nodded slightly. There is indeed a person called Jiang Sanfeng in the Jiang estate, but who are you looking for? Who? Lin Xian was stunned. There were actually many people called Jiang Sanfeng. He did not expect this situation. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, the person I'm looking for is at least middle-aged, according to Old Man DK. This person was saved by him a few decades ago. Now, this person was at least 50 years old, which was why Lin Xian said this. Middle-aged? Elder Jiang Song raised his teacup. There is indeed an elder called Jiang Sanfeng in the Jiang estate. Elder, can you introduce me to him? Lin Xian's heart had a glimmer of hope. Elder Jiang Sanfeng is an elder of the Martial Skills Pavilion in the estate. He has a high position, and is not someone you can meet. Elder Jiang Song refused flatly. Moreover, Elder Jiang Sanfeng has not left the Martial Skills Pavilion for many years. He can't be the person you're looking for. Lin Xian's face darkened. An elder of the Martial Skills Pavilion had a high position. It seemed that this person was very likely the person he was looking for. However, an elder with such a high position would not meet an unknown young man like him. Take this time as an example. If it was not for Situ Tao's recommendation, he would not have met Elder Jiang Song. All right, you can leave. The Jiang clan is approaching, and the estate is very busy. Don't come again. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Elder Jiang Song said in a deep voice. Brother Lin, let's go. Don't disturb Elder Jiang Song, Situ Tao said softly. All right. Lin Xian sighed. There was no other way. He could only leave temporarily. However, when he turned around, he heard Elder Jiang Song's whisper. Sigh, there's not much time left. Ia still hasn't broken through. Breakthrough? Lin Xian's eyes turned. He remembered Elder Jiang Song talking about the clan meeting. If he guessed correctly, a clan meeting like this would definitely have a competition between the younger generation. The Jiang clan in Qingshan City was probably just a small branch. What Elder Jiang Song was worried about was the cultivation of the younger generation. Seems like there's a way. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He stopped in his tracks and suddenly turned around. He looked at Elder Jiang Song with a smile. Hey, why aren't you leaving? Elder Jiang Song's face darkened as he asked sternly, I heard that elders seem to be worried about the cultivation of the Jiang clan disciples. Is that true? Lin Xian asked, How dare you eavesdrop? Elder Jiang Song's eyes flashed coldly. His anger scared Situ Tao so much that he almost fell. Elder, please calm down. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I just wanted to share some of Elder's worries. Worries? Do you have a way? If you want to increase your cultivation in a short period of time, I might have a way. Lin Xian's face was calm and confident. You? Elder Jiang Song showed a suspicious look. Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't boast. The Jiang clan isn't a place where you can behave atrociously. Elder Jiang Song's tone carried a trace of coldness. If Lin Xian wasn't brought here by Situ Tao, he would have kicked Lin Xian out long ago. It was no wonder that Elder Jiang Song didn't believe him. Lin Xian was too young. Moreover, he looked like someone from a small country. How could someone like him have a way? Seeing Elder Jiang Song's suspicion, Lin Xian smiled. He didn't expect Elder Jiang Song to believe him so easily. However, he had plenty of ways. 3 lines void spirit pill. It can allow a harmonious spirit realm martial artist to increase a small realm. I wonder if Elder Jiang Song has heard of it? Chapter 371. You know about the 3-pattern spirit void pill? Elder Jiang Song asked in a trembling voice. He looked like a completely different person from before, no longer as cold and stern as before. Of course, Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. All right, Situ Tao, you can leave first. I have something to discuss with young hero Lin. Elder Jiang Song calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, after sending Situ Tao away, Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian. All right, there's no one here. Tell me honestly, how do you know about the 3-pattern spirit void pill? Jiang Song asked, Not only have I heard of the 3-pattern spirit void pill, but I also know how to refine it. Lin Xian said with a smile. You know how to refine it? Elder Jiang Song was even more surprised. His eyes flickered as he stared at Lin Xian and sighed. Young man, don't talk too big. Otherwise, it won't be easy to clean up the mess. How would I dare to lie in front of an elder? Lin Xian said seriously. Humph. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think that the Jiang family is easy to deceive. Elder Jiang Song's face suddenly darkened. He said in a deep voice, I saw this 3-pattern spirit void pill in an ancient book. Not only is it difficult to refine, but the pill recipe is said to have been lost. How would a young man like you know how to refine such a precious pill? Naturally, my master taught me. Lin Xian's lips curled up. He once again used his mysterious and powerful master to intimidate the other party. Master? Elder Jiang Song still didn't believe him. Lil Xian, do as I say. I guarantee this old man will be convinced. Wine Lord transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then looked at Elder Jiang Song and said slowly, Elder, is the evil fire in your body strong, and your spirit energy is often misplaced, so you can't calm your heart? How? How do you know? Elder Jiang Song was shocked. I can tell from the elder's face that he's overworked himself and is impatient. Moreover, the elder is a little impatient in his pursuit of martial arts, which caused the evil fire in his body to be unable to circulate his spirit energy smoothly. Elder Jiang Feng was shocked. What Lin Xian said was basically the same as the truth. Now, he was 70 to 80% sure that Lin Xian wouldn't have known about this if he didn't have a powerful ability. Seeing the change in Elder Jiang Song, Lin Xian smiled again. Actually, this symptom is very easy to treat. As long as Elder can relax and take the revitalization pill that I have refined, I guarantee that you will recover completely within 3 days. Really? Elder Jiang Song's face was filled with joy. The recent matters needed him too much. He couldn't let anything happen to his body at this time. I wouldn't dare to deceive an elder, Lin Xian said. Then, what about the matter of the 3-mark spirit void pill? Elder Jiang Song asked again. Of course it's true. I can concoct a 3-mark void spirit pill for the Jiang residents. However, Elder, please refer me to Senior Jiang Sanfeng. All right, as long as you can refine the 3-mark spirit void pill, I will definitely recommend you. Elder Jiang Song patted his chest and promised. This pill was too important to their Jiang residents. It might be able to turn the situation around in the family meeting. Refining the 3-mark fish spirit void pill requires some precious spiritual herbs. How long is the Jiang family meeting? There's still a month. Is there enough time? Elder Jiang Song was nervous. Almost. As long as the herbs are gathered, I will only need 2 or 3 days to refine it. Next, Lin Xian took out a pen and paper and began to list the required medicinal pills. Soon, he handed the paper over. These are the herbs that the spiritual apothecary needs to refine the 3-mark spirit void pill. Senior, please hurry up. The following herbs are to help you get rid of the evil fire in your body. The required herbs are still here, Lin Xian said. Elder Jiang Song skimmed through it and found that the 3-mark spirit void pill was indeed some precious herbs. He was in charge of the family business all year round and had some understanding of medicinal pills. Therefore, he could roughly see that Lin Xian's herbs were not written casually. They contained a certain pharmacology. Young hero Lin, don't worry. I will arrange for people to gather them quickly. Please stay in the Jiang residence for a few days. Good. I will wait for the herbs to arrive. After that, Lin Xian left. When he returned to his residence, the father and son, Situ Tao and Situ Jing, had already left. They were here to deliver the goods. Naturally, they could stay in the Jiang residence for a long time. After resting for a short while, a servant came over and led Lin Xian to a quiet and secluded courtyard. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the Jiang residence with peace of mind. During this time, he concentrated on studying martial arts and waited patiently. Half a month later, a servant dressed in a green robe and a small hat came to pass a message, inviting Lin Xian to meet Elder Jiang Song. It's ready so quickly. It seems like the Jiang residence has some tricks up their sleeves. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. Then, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He had filled in the number of spiritual herbs for 3 batches. Firstly, it was to ensure the success rate. Secondly, he needed one for himself to break through to the harmonious spirit realm. With this 3 marks void spirit pill, he could shorten the time needed to break through by a few months. This way, he could have more time to comprehend the martial arts concept. After tidying up his clothes, Lin Xian followed the servant with a smile. The huge Jiang residence was like a maze. Lin Xian walked along the long corridor, constantly looking around. Pavilions, terraces, mountains, and waterfalls. The disorder was picturesque, pleasing to the eye. It's you? Suddenly, a surprised voice came, followed by a furious shout. His voice was laced with a thick sense of hatred. Lin Xian turned his head and saw 2 well-dressed disciples standing not far from him. Their faces were ferocious. These 2 people were the 2 young men who had followed Jiang Feng back then. Brat, you dare to come to the Jiang residence and behave atrociously. You must be tired of waiting. Humph! This time, even the gods can't save you. The 2 of them sneered. Go and inform Brother Feng. This time, we must kill him. Beside them, the servant in green clothes and small hat wanted to explain, but the young man left in a hurry. The remaining one sneered and stared at Lin Xian. To be honest, killing you in the Jiang residence is as easy as killing an ant. Lin Xian smiled and didn't say anything. His identity was different now, so he wasn't afraid of these disciples. However, the servant in green clothes beside him was nervous. He said anxiously, "Young Hero Lin is—" "Bullshit, Young Hero Lin. Shut up. You have no right to speak here." The young man emitted a terrifying aura. The servant in green clothes didn't dare to speak. The one who spoke was called Jiang Dong. He had killed several servants in the past. "Where is that little bastard?" A loud shout came. Then a purple figure landed on the ground like lightning. It was Jiang Feng. Other than him, there were 4 or 5 disciples of the Jiang family behind him. Suddenly, they surrounded the corridor. This grand scene immediately attracted the attention of the people nearby. There were servants, maids, and other disciples of the Jiang family. Chapter 372. "Who are you calling little bastard?" Lin Xian said with a smile. "The little bastard is calling you," Jiang Feng said through gritted teeth. As soon as he said that, the nearby disciples who were watching the show burst into laughter. The servants were also trying their best to hold back their laughter. Jiang Feng instantly understood the meaning of this sentence. His face darkened and became ferocious. "Kid, you still dare to play tricks when you're at death's door. I'll cut off your tongue and chop it into 18 pieces. I'm warning you, I'm now an honored guest of the Jiang Mansion. You'd better not provoke me, or you won't be able to bear the consequences," Lin Xian said slowly. "Honored guest?" Jiang Feng sneered. "How can a country bumpkin like you be an honored guest? You're even worse than a servant in the mansion." "That's right. I think you must have lied to the Jiang family. Today, I'll execute you on the spot to prevent you from lying to others in the future." The nearby Jiang family disciples also sneered. In their opinion, how could a country bumpkin like Lin Xian have any connection with the Jiang family? Seeing the expressions of the Jiang family disciples, the servant in green was about to cry. Before they came here, Elder Jiang Song had repeatedly instructed them to serve Lin Xian well. From his words, it could be seen that Lin Xian was definitely an honored guest, or at least an honored guest of Elder Jiang Song. If something were to happen to Lin Xian, he would definitely be the one to suffer. The servant in green rolled his eyes. He could sneak away when no one was paying attention. Everyone present had their eyes on Lin Xian, and no one paid attention to the servant. "Kid, I'll break your limbs first and cripple your martial arts. I'll let you live like a dog." Jiang Feng condensed a terrifying aura and walked forward step by step. The surrounding disciples also drew their shiny weapons and rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul was powerful. He had already sensed a powerful aura coming, so he was not afraid at all. Sure enough, just as Jiang Feng and the others drew their weapons, an angry shout was heard. "Stop!" This voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding above the long corridor, causing the surrounding disciples' eardrums to tremble and their bodies to tremble. Apart from Lin Xian, everyone else channeled their spiritual energy to resist the impact of the sound waves. When they successfully resisted the sound waves and looked ahead, their expressions changed drastically. In the long corridor, an old figure had appeared out of nowhere, exuding a frightening aura. Elder Jiang Song. Everyone was surprised. They couldn't figure out why Elder Jiang Song would come here. "Elder, you've come at the right time. This brat has deceived the Jiang family time and time again, and even injured the foundation of the Jiang family. Today, we must tear him into pieces. Yes, we must kill him." They were all brought here by Jiang Feng, and at this moment, they were all glaring at Lin Xian. "A bunch of trash. Instead of practicing martial arts properly, you only know how to bully others. Now, hurry up and get lost." Elder Jiang Song shouted coldly. "What?" Everyone was stunned, seemingly not expecting Elder Jiang Song to berate them. They were the disciples of the Jiang family. Lin Xian was the outsider who had offended them. "Why, Elder, were you deceived by this brat's words? He's a liar. Don't believe his words." Jiang Feng and the rest shouted frantically. "What else do you want to say? Do I need you to teach me my business?" Elder Jiang Song's face darkened as he looked coldly at Jiang Feng and the rest. These disciples were too abominable. It was fine if they were outside, but now they dared to touch his guest. If they hurt Lin Xian, he was afraid that his 3-mark spirit void elixir would be ruined. A powerful aura filled the air like a huge mountain, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. If it weren't for the fact that the family meeting is about to begin, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. Now, hurry up and get lost. The group was afraid, and all of them left with their tails between their legs. Jiang Feng's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He glared fiercely at Lin Xian, but in the end, he could only grit his teeth and retreat. He knew that if he angered the elder at this juncture, the consequences would be severe. I don't know what he said to make the elder believe him so much. Jiang Feng clenched his fists, his heart going crazy. After seeing everyone leave, Elder Jiang Song smiled and said, "Young hero Lin, please don't take offense. These disciples have been spoiled." "It's fine." Lin Xian smiled. He naturally wouldn't lower himself to their level. If he really wanted to fight, he was confident that he could get rid of these people within 3 moves. "Are the herbs ready?" Lin Xian asked. "Yes." "Young hero Lin, please follow me." Under Elder Jiang Tao's lead, Lin Xian came to a magnificent hall. Looking at the table full of herbs, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. "Young hero Lin, take a look and see if these herbs are enough?" Elder Jiang Tao asked. Looking around, Lin Xian immediately had an answer. As expected of the Jiang manor, to be able to gather so many precious herbs in such a short time. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, Elder Jiang Tao laughed. "Then when can young hero Lin start?" "Recently, I feel that the circulation of my spiritual energy is becoming more and more difficult. I can start now," Lin Xian said. "Elder, don't worry. I will help you refine the clear pill first." In fact, Lin Xian had planned to refine the clear pill first. After all, the herbs needed for the 3-mark spirit void pill were extremely precious. Before he showed his strength, Elder Jiang Tao probably wouldn't let him refine it easily. This could be seen from the order of the herbs on the table. The herbs for the clear pill were placed at the front, and the herbs for the 3-mark spirit void pill were placed in the corner. Hearing Lin Xian's answer, Elder Jiang Tao nodded with satisfaction. "Good, good. Young hero Lin, please wait a moment. I will prepare a good alchemy room for you." While Elder Jiang Tao was preparing these things, Jiang Feng and the others found another handsome youth. "Cousin, you have to uphold justice for me," Jiang Feng cried. The youth was sitting cross-legged on the bed. When he heard Jiang Feng's cries, he opened his eyes. His sharp gaze pierced through the void like a sword and a saber. "What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" The youth's tone was cold. Thus, Jiang Feng told him everything about Lin Xian. In the process, he had even exaggerated and painted Lin Feng as a heinous villain. "Cousin, I don't know what method Lin Xian used to bewitch Elder Jiang Tao. I'm afraid that he will do something bad to the Jiang residents. You have to stop him." Jiang Feng's cousin, the cold youth, was called Jiang Jian. His status was much higher than Jiang Feng's. Moreover, his grandfather was an elder of the Jiang residents. "Don't worry. No one can behave atrociously in Jiangsu, and no one can bewitch an elder of the Jiang family," Jiang Jian said coldly. In the main hall of the Jiang residence, Lin Xian was sitting on a red chair drinking high-quality spiritual tea as he waited quietly. Chapter 373. I heard that Elder Jiang Tao has invited an alchemist. I'd like to meet him. A loud voice came from outside. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned slightly and turned to look. There were 3 middle-aged men standing at the door. The one in front had a fat head and big ears. The other two were middle-aged men in alchemy robes with dark eyes. Alchemist Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he felt the soul fluctuations from the two men. The fat, middle-aged man swaggered in. After calling out to Jiang Song, he stared at Lin Xian. "You're the alchemist that Jiang Song invited?" The fat, middle-aged man asked suspiciously. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he nodded. "Humph, he looks rather young. Has old man Jiang Song been blinded by lard? Why did he find such a kid? Do I need you to teach me who I find?" Elder Jiang Tao's voice came with a hint of anger. "Elder Jiang Song, I don't want to criticize you, but this kid is too young. He looks unreliable." The fat on the middle-aged man's body shook. "That's right, Elder Jiang Song. Alchemists need not only strong soul power, but also experience. This kid looks like he's only 17 or 18 years old. How many years can he have practiced alchemy?" The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a long face. His name was Gao Qing, and he was also an alchemist. Not only that, but he was also a guest elder of the Jiang residence. He usually refined alchemy for the Jiang residents. The middle-aged fatty swept his gaze across the table. When he saw the herbs on the table, his eyes were like eggs. They instantly widened to the size of a ball. 6th grade spiritual herbs, several of them. "Elder Jiang Song, are you crazy?" the fat middle-aged man screamed. The two middle-aged men behind him were also surprised. 6 bottles of spiritual herbs were expensive and rare. What's more, they even found 3 7th-ranked spiritual medicines. Grade 7 spirit herbs were extremely rare and precious medicinal herbs. Even the two of them had never personally refined one before. "Elder Jiang Song, I advise you to reconsider. Otherwise, you'll waste 3 7th-grade spiritual herbs. This will be a great loss to the Jiang residents." "That's right, Elder Jiang Song. What kind of pill do you want to refine? You can leave it to us." Another famous alchemist, Sun Di, said, "You guys?" Lin Xian smiled. "Do you guys know how to concoct pills that can increase a harmonious spirit realm warrior's level?" In fact, he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. These 3 people had mocked and ridiculed him as soon as they arrived, completely disregarding him. He was obviously here to pick a fight. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hold back in his words. "A pill that can increase the level of a harmonious spirit realm cultivator?" The 3 of them gasped. The middle-aged fatty looked surprised, but the 2 alchemists behind him were shocked. Both of them were 3rd-grade alchemists, so they naturally knew how precious the pills that could help a harmonious spirit realm cultivator were. This kind of pill recipe was not something that an ordinary Tier 3 alchemist like them could master. However, to say that Lin Xian could master this kind of pill formula, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe it. "Brat, we don't even know how to concoct this kind of medicinal pill. You dare to boast like this?" "That's right. We've been concocting pills for dozens of years, but we still haven't mastered this kind of pill formula. How could a brat like you master this kind of thing?" "Elder Jiang Song, don't be fooled by him. I think this brat is here to cheat us of our elixirs." The middle-aged fatty snorted. "Truly a group of frogs at the bottom of a well." Lin Xian smiled coldly. "What did you say?" The 2 alchemists were furious. The middle-aged fatty's face was also gloomy, and his eyes were cold. "Brat, do you know who you're talking to?" The middle-aged fatty said eerily. "That's right, the 2 of us have concocted more pills than the amount of salt you've eaten. What qualifications do you have to talk to us here? You've been concocting pills for dozens of years, but you're only a 3rd-grade alchemist. If I were you, I would have killed myself already." Lin Xian said disdainfully, looking at your soul waves. "You're only at the level of an ordinary 3rd-grade alchemist. Is this the result of your decades of cultivation? You're as stupid as a pig. What did you say?" The 2 alchemists were enraged. They were of noble status, and everyone who saw them would respectfully call them grandmasters. However, Lin Xian actually dared to look down on them at this moment. A strong killing intent arose in their hearts. Elder Jiang Song, if you insist on doing things your own way, I'll report this matter to the clan head, the middle-aged fatty said coldly. Jiang Kui, don't go too far. Elder Jiang Song snorted coldly. What do you want? I can make this brat concoct pills, the middle-aged fatty said with a smile. However, he has to compete with the two elders behind me first. If he can win, let him concoct pills. If he can't, then he'll be deceiving the Jiang clan. Not only will he be crippled of his martial arts, but he'll also have his limbs cut off. This method was too vicious. It was even crueler than killing someone. Lin Xian had no enmity with them, but they actually used such a vicious method. Elder Jiang Song was furious. It was obvious that they were targeting Lin Xian. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Xian unexpectedly stood up. All right, I agree, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He had just won the Pill King competition in the Tianshan Empire. Moreover, his strength was definitely at the top of the third-grade alchemists. Although the two alchemists opposite him had concocted pills for decades, they were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Lin Xian was not only exceptionally talented, but he also had the guidance of a peerless expert like Wine Lord. His comprehension in one day of cultivation was comparable to several years of an ordinary person's. Therefore, he was not afraid of this competition at all. Seeing Lin Xian agree so readily, Elder Jiang Song's eyes narrowed slightly. He agreed so easily. As expected, he's an idiot. I only need to use 30% of my strength to defeat him, the two alchemists sneered. These two alchemists were very confident. They had experienced hundreds of battles and did not care about a brat like Lin Xian at all. What are we competing in? Lin Xian asked. I heard that Elder Jiang Song has been anxious recently, and the evil fire in his body is very strong. Why don't we compete in concocting pills to dispel the evil fire? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the other party came prepared. As soon as he said that, the two alchemists laughed. Kid, don't tell me you don't dare? Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian worriedly. However, when he saw Lin Xian's expression, his nervous heart calmed down. Lin Xian sat back down on the red chair and slowly tasted the spirit tea with a calm and collected look on his face. Obviously, he did not care about this competition at all. If he did not have great confidence in his own strength, it was impossible for him to have such a performance. Humph, stop pretending. Let's see if you still have the face to sit here after I concoct the pills. The two alchemists laughed sinisterly. This place is too small. Let's go to the alchemy platform, the middle-aged fatty said. Alchemy platform? Lin Xian had a puzzled expression. The alchemy platform is an open-air alchemy venue. Some of the alchemy masters in the residence often concoct pills in public there. Sometimes they even give lectures, Elder Jiang Song explained. So that's how it is. Concocting pills in public? Seems like this guy wants to embarrass me on the spot. Chapter 374. Standing up, Lin Xian calmly followed the three of them to the alchemy platform. There was a square platform in an open space in the north of the Jiang residence. It was about 1 meter tall and 10 meters long and wide. It was wide enough for more than a dozen people to refine pills. Many Jiang family disciples had already gathered in front of the alchemy platform. Jiang Feng and the others stood in the front row and sneered. Beside them stood a cold-looking young man. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Elder Jiang Song's gaze was gloomy, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes. This was clearly designed to deal with Lin Xian. First, it was a provocation. Then, it was refining pills in a public place. Even the audience was here. Needless to say, the goal was to embarrass Lin Xian in front of everyone and cripple his cultivation. Now, I can only hope that Lin Xian can win. Elder Jiang Song sighed. He was worried for Lin Xian, but He was also worried for himself. If Lin Xian failed, he would probably be attacked as an elder by the middle-aged fatty's side. His opponents might even pull him down from his position as an elder. Young hero Lin, I'm afraid this matter is not as simple as refining pills. It might involve the power struggle of the Jiang residents. But don't worry, you just need to focus on refining pills. Leave everything else to me. Elder Jiang Song transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. He understood. The middle-aged fatty and Elder Jiang Song were not from the same faction, and Elder Jiang Song's position was too lucrative, causing many people to be jealous. There would definitely be many people who wanted to pull him down. In this competition, crippling Lin Xian was a small matter. Getting rid of Elder Jiang Song was the most important thing. Everyone, an unknown young man, appeared in the Jiang residence recently. He claimed to be an alchemist. Elder Jiang Song purchased a large amount of precious spirit herbs for him to refine pills. Obviously, Elder Jiang Song was deceived. Or rather, he has some secrets. In order to expose this young man who deceived the Jiang residents, we specially held an alchemy competition here. If this young man can win, it means that Elder Jiang Song has a good eye for talent. If he can't, then he is after the Jiang family's resources. You should know what to do with the enemies of the Jiang family, right? The middle-aged fatty said coldly. The surrounding Jiang family's disciples were in an uproar. They didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to target the Jiang family. If he's a fake, I'll let him know the consequences of deceiving the Jiang family. Many disciples said with killing intent. Many people looked at Lin Xian with unfriendly gazes as they discussed among themselves. Obviously, the middle-aged fatty's words had worked. The two alchemists sneered. This scene was exactly what they wanted. Moreover, the two of them did not attach any importance to him at all. In their eyes, what kind of ability could a little brat have? Lin Xian deeply despised such petty tricks, but since they wanted to play, he would accompany them to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Xian, an alchemist. This time, Elder Jiang Song invited me here because he wants me to refine a harmonious spirit Dan. The reason is that the great clan assembly is approaching. Elder Jiang Song wants the younger generation to perform better in the assembly, so he asked me to refine a Dan. However, some people want to stop this for their own selfish desires. Nonsense. The middle-aged fatty shouted coldly. Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll know after the competition. Lin Xian shrugged. Beside him, Elder Jiang Song looked at Lin Xian with gratitude. In his heart, his impression of Lin Xian improved greatly. You can talk about this nonsense after you've refined a top-notch medicinal pill. The two alchemists sneered and quickly came to the center of the stage. Their robes fluttered as their bodies glowed. With a wave of their sleeves, two exquisite cauldrons appeared in front of them. The two exquisite cauldrons floated in the air, emitting a faint light. The two alchemists waved their sleeves, and dozens of spiritual herbs flew out and entered the cauldrons. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he watched the two's proficient and experienced movements. To be honest, the two alchemists were above average among the third-grade alchemists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become the guest elders of the Jiang Manor. However, compared to Lin Xian, their strength was far from enough. The surrounding Jiang family disciples cheered when they saw the two alchemists begin to refine a Dan. Why isn't that little one refining? Is he scared silly? Of course, he's so young. He definitely doesn't know how to refine a Dan. He probably doesn't even have a cauldron. The disciple beside Jiang Feng sneered. Under everyone's suspicious gaze, Lin Xian slowly raised his arm. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out the herbs that Elder Jiang Song had prepared for him. With a flick of his finger, he drew mysterious inscriptions in the void. No way. There's really a cauldron? Fuck. How can he refine a Dan without a cauldron? This kid must be messing with us. The disciple beside Jiang Feng shouted angrily. This is the troublesome kid you were talking about? Jiang Jian looked at Lin Xian and sneered disdainfully. Yes, cousin. I've told you that the kid is a liar, but Elder Jiang Song didn't believe me. When he fails to refine a Dan, we'll destroy his cultivation and throw him out. Jiang Jian spoke as if it was a very normal thing. However, in the Linwu continent, destroying a martial artist's cultivation was worse than death. Don't worry, cousin. I know what to do. Jiang Feng sneered. The two third-grade alchemists laughed hysterically when they saw Lin Xian refining a Dan with his bare hands. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen anyone who dared to refine a Dan with his bare hands. This kid is trying to be mysterious again. He's dead meat this time. The two of them sneered in their hearts. Elder Jiang Song's eyes were filled with worry. He had never heard of refining a Dan with his bare hands, but seeing Lin Xian's calm appearance, it did not seem like he was faking it. Forget it. We can only wait patiently. He chose to believe in Lin Xian. Lin Xian calmed himself down and ignored the discussion outside. His fingers danced like elves as he quickly extracted the herbs. His speed and agility were not inferior to the two third-grade alchemists beside him. What? He's really refining a Dan? No way. There's actually someone who can refine a Dan with his bare hands. The surrounding disciples of the general family exclaimed. This scene was too shocking. It was simply a spectacle. The two third-grade alchemists' eyelids twitched when they saw this scene. This is impossible. Where did this kid come from? How can he refine a Dan with his bare hands? Could it be that we've misjudged him? Could this kid have an extraordinary background? Don't panic. Even if he can refine a Dan with his bare hands, the grade of his Dan is definitely not as high as ours. The two of them whispered. As long as we stay calm and refine the spirit cleansing pill, we'll definitely win. The two of them regained their composure. Below, Jiang Feng's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. Jiang Jian stood with his hands behind his back and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Interesting. He could refine a Dan with his bare hands. He began to have some interest in Lin Xian, but that was it. Time flew by, and the three alchemists on the stone platform finished refining one after another. Chapter 375. The first one to finish was Lin Xian. What's the point of refining first? The elixir pill is a competition of quality, not speed. The two Jiang family alchemists snorted coldly. However, their expressions were gloomy. It was obvious that their hatred for Lin Xian had deepened. Elder, we have refined a superior third-grade elixir pill. The two of them whispered to the middle-aged fatty. The middle-aged fatty nodded slightly. He was satisfied with the result. A superior third-grade elixir pill. I've won this time. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xian proudly. A superior third-grade elixir pill. I've won this time. Not only can I kill this kid, but I can also drag Jiang Song down with me. Thinking of this, the middle-aged fatty's face was filled with pride. Not far away, Jiang Song was shocked when he saw the sinister smile on the fatty's face. Am I going to lose? He felt a little uneasy. The refining of the elixir pill is complete. Let's compete next. For the sake of fairness, I've invited the third elder of the family to appraise it. He's an alchemy master, and he's very fair. Everyone should know that, the middle-aged fatty said loudly. It's the third elder. He's a fourth-grade alchemist, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. They usually didn't see the third elder, so they didn't expect to see him here. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, an old man with a long beard appeared on the stage. He was in a white robe, and his beard was so long that it reached his chest. His old face was imposing, and there was a faint aura of suppression around him. Lin Xian felt a strong soul power from the old man. It seemed that he wasn't any weaker than D. Quebec, as expected of the Dragon Star Kingdom. An elder from the Green Mountain City is not weaker than a top alchemy master from the Sky Mountain Kingdom, Lin Xian exclaimed. All right, take out your elixir pills, the third elder said in a deep voice. The two third-grade alchemists quickly opened their palms and displayed the elixir pills in their hands. Azure Spirit Pill, superior third-grade elixir pill. It's used to treat the evil fire in the body and clears the mind. Third elder, please examine it. Hearing that, the Jiang family's third elder waved his arm, and the two green elixirs flew into his hand. The third elder nodded his head, lightly. That's right. It's indeed a superior grade third-grade medicinal pill. It's not bad to be able to get it in one go. The middle-aged fatty and the two alchemists smiled. It was not easy to gain the approval of the third elder. One had to know that the third elder rarely praised people. Elder Jiangsong, where are your medicinal pills? The middle-aged fatty laughed sinisterly. The surrounding Jiang family disciples also revealed curious expressions. They wanted to know the grade of the elixir that Lin Xian had refined with his bare hands. Looking at him, it's already good enough that he managed to create it, and he wants it to have a rank effect. He must be dreaming. Jiang Feng smiled coldly. Third elder, this is the pill I refined. Please take a look. Lin Xian flicked the pill in his hand. The third elder turned his hand, and when he opened it again, there was a dark green pill in his hand. He looked at it and suddenly revealed a surprised expression. It's a top-grade pill. The third elder's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and he examined it again. The surrounding Jiang family disciples also exclaimed after hearing that. The middle-aged fatty and the two alchemists frowned slightly, revealing an uncertain expression. Humph, a superior grade second-grade medicinal pill. No matter how good it is, it can't be compared to a grade third-grade medicinal pill. It's not easy to refine a superior grade second-grade medicinal pill at such a young age. However, he's still far from being comparable to us. The two alchemists nodded and commented. The third elder did not say what grade the pill was. However, according to the two alchemists' speculation, it was already extremely shocking that Lin Xian could refine a grade second-grade medicinal pill. As for a grade third-grade medicinal pill, that was absolutely impossible. That's right, a top-grade pill. It's indeed a superior grade third-grade medicinal pill, Huanqing pill, the third elder said slowly. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shocking everyone. What? A superior grade third-grade medicinal pill? The middle-aged fatty almost bit off his tongue. The two grade third-grade alchemists beside him also trembled, revealing a terrified expression. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. He's just an unknown brat. How could he refine a grade third-grade medicinal pill? Moreover, it's a superior grade medicinal pill. The two alchemists kept shaking their heads. On the other hand, Jiang Feng and the other disciples' faces turned pale with fear. A person who could refine a grade third-grade medicinal pill was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. Jiang Jian frowned slightly. A dazzling light flashed in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. On the elixir platform, Elder Jiangsong was also shocked. He originally thought that Lin Xian had lost, but he did not expect such an outcome. Third elder, are you sure you're not mistaken? The middle-aged fatty stuttered. Huh? The third elder's face darkened slightly. Are you doubting me? No. How would we dare to doubt you? Everyone knows that the third elder's husband is selfless. Humph. The third elder ignored the middle-aged fatty and the others. He said in a clear voice, the result of the competition is clear. This young hero Lin Xian has refined a superior grade third-grade medicinal pill. Its effect is far better than a superior grade third-grade medicinal pill. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. They never thought that this young man, who was younger than them, was actually a master alchemist. The middle-aged fatty and the others' faces darkened as they stood there with uncertain gazes. They originally wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Lin Xian and Elder Song Tao, but they did not expect such an outcome. This was completely different from what they had planned. Jiang Feng and the other disciples' faces were ashen. They knew the consequences of offending a master alchemist. It was very serious. Humph! Jiang Jian coldly snorted. This result was out of his expectations, and it caused him to feel a trace of anger. However, he could not flare up in front of the third elder. Although this young hero Lin has refined a superior grade third-grade medicinal pill, it's still a bit difficult to refine a spirit, harmonious realm medicinal pill. Why don't we let this young hero give the recipe to the third elder and let you refine it? Wouldn't the success rate be much higher? The middle-aged fatty lowered his head and said. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned, and his eyes emitted a sharp sword light. This damn fatty dared to have ideas about his recipe. This made him want to kill him. At the same time, he looked at the third elder and prepared to escape at any time. If the third elder really wanted to attack, he would use the blood escape technique of the Black Cloak. Coupled with the Black Cloak's other secret techniques, he was confident that he could escape from the third elder and the others. After hearing this, the third elder's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he coldly looked at the middle-aged fatty. The spirit chi in the sky fluctuated like boiling water. A huge pressure appeared out of thin air above the middle-aged fatty and the others. It was as if a pair of invisible hands suddenly pressed down on them. Third elder, please calm down. The middle-aged fatty and the others were terrified and kept begging for mercy. Do you know the significance of a recipe to a master alchemist? I'll spare your life this time. If you dare to say something like this again, I'll kill you on the spot. Get out of here, and don't make a fool of yourself. The third elder waved his sleeve and sent the middle-aged man and the two master alchemists behind him flying. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.